everybody, and welcome to the CNET stage at CES 2017. Today, you're in for a treat. I'm Ayaz Akhtar, and I'm joined by Roger Chang and Ben Fox-Rubin for a special supersized edition of our bite-sized news podcast at 3:59. If you're new to the show, Roger and Ben break down the most important tech stories in about 4 minutes. Today, we're going to talk a lot longer about the Consumer Electronics Show because that's where we are. Ben, you seem to have some kind of smart coffee cup or thermos. What is that over there?
Yes, it's quite delicious. It's filled with coffee. Yeah, this is the Lenovo Smart Assistant. It was announced a couple days ago, and this is essentially an Amazon Echo, but from Lenovo. It's got the Alexa Smart AI inside, and you're going to be able to do a lot of the same stuff that you would be able to do with an Echo, but this is provided by Lenovo.
I have to ask, why not just get the Echo?
So the pricing is a little bit different. This thing starts at $129, so the Echo starts at about $179 or $180, so they make the pricing a little bit different. Also, it's got a bit of an interesting, different look to it. It looks a little bit more like a Google Home down here, but on top of that, Amazon wants to do this and Lenovo wants to do this to try to sprinkle Alexa everywhere, like all over the place. So Lenovo was interested in bringing Alexa to more places, and Amazon was more than happy to do that. We've seen this at the show all over the place. Whirlpool did an integration with their appliances. Ford just announced that they're adding Alexa into their automotive stuff. Mattel, I think, did like a smart baby monitor that's going to help lull your kid to sleep.
So it's great that you're bringing this up, actually. We have on our site a breakdown of all of the Alexa connected stuff. We've got the C by GE lamp, this weird circular lamp. You've got speakers, you've got robot vacuum cleaners, Dish is integrating Alexa into its remote control. Alexa is everywhere. And for the second year in a row, Amazon has really dominated the show without really having an official presence here, right?
Right, yeah, and it's interesting to see how quickly this has actually happened. I mean, home automation is something that's been discussed and considered for the past couple of years now, but there really hasn't been this platform to really bring it all together. You know, like what was I supposed to do? Have like 20 different remotes around my house to operate the lights and this thing and that thing or whatever? It's voice, or at least it's been voice now, and Amazon is really taking advantage and saying, hey, look, we're going to do this, we're going to be the main platform, and that's how you have things like this, where Lenovo and a lot of these other guys are finding a way to get involved and get interested. One other thing that's interesting that Lenovo told me is that this is really just a first step for them. They're interested in doing a lot more integrations, bringing Amazon and Alexa technology into more of their stuff.
Let me ask you guys something. Why do you think Amazon's Alexa assistant is the one that's actually getting all the traction? There's Google Home, there's Microsoft Cortana, and there's also people doing proprietary things like Samsung. They have their
there's also Siri.
Oh, right, I forgot about Siri.
Don't forget about Siri. They're like the first ones.
We've all kind of forgotten about Siri.
Why do you think it's Amazon? Because the thing is, I believe they had something like 3,000 skills about 6 months ago. Now they're about 7,000 skills. That's the name for the little voice apps.
It's a comfy bandwagon to hop on. You've got millions of Echo Dots out there. It was, I believe, the #1 selling product on Amazon this holiday.
Oh my God, was it ever. They sold millions of them, including the Echo Dot speakers.
If I'm a company looking to hitch my product to a digital assistant, I'm going to go with the one that's got the biggest, broadest base. And right now, that is Alexa.
Sort of, right? I mean, like, a lot of people have iPhones.
You discount
right.
Siri
The problem there is
Siri
that
doesn't work with a lot of these things.
Exactly.
Right?
So the problem there is that Siri hasn't had as many integrations, and maybe Apple will do that. There have obviously been rumors that Apple is planning to come out with something like this, but it's just rumors at this point. And at this point, what is it? The Google Home just came out a couple months ago. So I think there's still going to be a little bit more time before we end up seeing something that's going to be a platform as big as Alexa, if anybody actually even does catch up.
And we're definitely seeing some flexibility from Amazon, like letting a company like Lenovo essentially make an Echo clone. It's a smart speaker, runs Alexa, and it's cheaper. So they're not worried so much about moving the hardware. They're like, look, use our service. That's what they're doing. Apple, there's no way in heck they're going to do that.
So let me bring up my favorite Alexa integrated product, and that is the LG InstaView refrigerator.
Refrigerator.
It is.
Yeah, there's Alexa in the fridge.
It is awesome. You knock on it. You knock on the touch screen. It actually goes transparent, so you can see what's inside. You can ask it to order milk. You can buy directly from your refrigerator. It's pretty sweet.
And what's weird is this fridge runs WebOS, which is that really old. Remember WebOS from the Palm days?
WebOS.
Yeah.
So LG bought it. It's in the fridge, but it also does have an Alexa assistant. You can ask it questions, and it's. Is that overkill, or is that cool, or is it?
Yes, it's overkill. I have an Echo speaker in my kitchen.
You don't need it now.
How much is that fridge?
Well, what,
a couple $1,000.
Can your Echo speaker keep your milk cold?
No,
there
no,
you
it
go.
can't.
There you
no,
go.
no,
That's
it
why-
cannot. All right, fine.
Look, so,
Checkmate on that one.
Speaking of which, I mean, LG, I thought, really wowed people with their press conference. Tons of great stuff. I think the most impressive product I've seen so far is the W television.
Oh wait, before we get to the WTV, I want to talk a little bit more about this fridge here.
All right.
Now we had Samsung last year was saying, hey, we have this family hub,
Right.
this giant touch screen and a fridge. It's going to run Android. This is what they actually told me. It's going to have Alexa, and then they backed off of both of those claims throughout the year. They bought Viv, that AI company that has ties to Siri, because I think the creators of Viv
Original
made Siri.
creators of
Absolutely,
Siri, yeah.
And so they have their own thing. They lost Alexa to LG essentially, which I think is really kind of interesting because Samsung has their own thing now.
Yeah.
You have to say hi Samsung to its family
don't-
hub.
so- I
They're
don't
also
think-
going to play catch up, though.
I don't think they lost Alexa. I think they probably made a conscious decision, right? Samsung really likes to work on their own proprietary stuff. They have Viv now, and I imagine that in future versions of this fridge, the Family Hub fridge, you're going to see Viv or whatever they're going to call it. But you're right, it's only a missed opportunity at this show, right? To like come in and LG comes out with an Alexa-powered fridge, and Samsung has nothing to show. So
Samsung didn't really wow many people with
no,
their
it
show.
was definitely more of a restrained show for them. But I guess you kind of had to,
It was
right?
very muted. They started off with a not an apology, an acknowledgement of the Galaxy Note 7 mess. if
Really,
you want
what
to call
is
it
that? I've never heard of
Never
that
heard of the
phone.
Galaxy Note 7?
I'm
No.
kidding, I'm kidding.
It was a story was blowing up everywhere. You know, the story. It was a big
It
deal.
was a hot item for sure.
It was,
let's-
all right, just keep throwing the puns out there.
Let's talk about that W television you wanted to talk about, Roger.
No, that television is 2.57 millimeters thick.
Right, inches, 0.15 inches.
Yes.
There you
It's
go.
like a couple coins stacked together, which
And
is
look, I feel like
amazing.
the videos, we have the video for it. It doesn't do it justice. You really have to be there in person to appreciate just how thin this thing is. Look at
Yeah,
that.
so now we're just staring at the actual video because we're so enamored with this. So the actual screen is 2.57 millimeters thin, like we were saying. And the way you really see this in the video to do any justice is you go around the corner and you see it kind of looks like it's a
Yep.
part of the wall because it's
Yep.
only about, it's less than 4 millimeters away from the actual
they
wall.
say the W kind of stands for wallpaper. The idea is this TV blends into your home, blends into the wall, gives it sort of a seamless experience. Pretty
just
awesome for
cool.
one percenters.
So we're like just salivating over this thing because it's probably the coolest thing that we've seen so
Why you
far.
come to CES to see stuff like this? That's just cool.
The 65-inch television weighs, 18 pounds.
Yep.
It doesn't require any studs behind it to mount it, so you can put it anywhere, which is nuts. But they do have a ribbon cable to get the television attached
Right.
to this big sound bar that has all the ports.
That's the question, right? Like, how do you connect all these power cords into this super thin computer or TV? And they've got this really thin, flat wire.
Okay, so how do we actually make it better? I would recommend you be able to roll it up, put it in your pocket, bring it to your friend's house.
I think
so
that's
let's
next.
have LG
I think
work
that's
on that.
next, yeah.
It
Well,
is. Foldable screens.
I mean, I'm sure they have been working on foldable screens, even screens this big. I think from a concept perspective, they're actually able to do it now.
I was
So,
only half kidding. Yes,
They're
we
gonna do
may
it, man.
actually end up seeing that.
Yeah, 2027 probably.
walking around with just like rolls of screens,
Some screens that you
OLED
just
screens.
pick up,
Yep.
put on the wall.
And this isn't a concept device, guys. That W is going to ship in March.
Right.
And LG hasn't gone with the price yet, although Katz was talking to them. Katzmeyer is their TV guru. And it turns out it might be $2,000 more than the most expensive thing that LG showed off last year. So the price we're
Holy.
looking at is potentially $10,000.
Yep.
And that's with the 65-inch version. If you want the bigger one, because there's a 77-inch version, that might cost something about $25,000.
Well, I hope
That's
we
not
get
official
it
yet.
in the New York office,
Oh,
so
yeah.
we can at least get
Yeah,
a
I
look
know.
at it.
Oh, that'll be a fun time. We're going to just be like, get out of the way. I want to see it. I want to see
I
it.
will get no work done that day.
All right, Roger.
Nice to know.
Did you happen to see any Blackberries while we were out here?
Yes. Much to my surprise, in this surreal moment, found myself in a suite surrounded by BlackBerry
You were just
products.
teleported there?
Yes, that's
right.
that's how I travel in Vegas. Isn't that how you guys all get around?
I'm working on that.
All right. So yes, BlackBerry is once again making another comeback. It defies all logic. It should be dead. It should have been dead several times over, yet it is back, courtesy of a company that you probably know for televisions, actually, TCL.
Yeah, TCL did make those awesome Roku TVs, and actually,
Exactly.
as an aside, Roku's like on a lot more than just TCL. I know that I think Hisense has one, and
So are they making
Elements.
TVs? What are they doing
No,
now?
so TCL also has a phone unit. It's known as Alcatel. Most people don't really know what it is. It's really a budget phone maker. They really want to kind of break into the U.S. market with a better brand, and They're using BlackBerry as the.
Did you get to actually hold the device in hand? How does it feel?
Yes.
Like it's called the BlackBerry Mercury. That's a code
That
name,
is
right?
the code name for them. They actually don't have an official code name. They just said that's what the internet's calling it, so that's what we're going to call it for now. I did get a chance to hold it. Build quality is great. It's metal phone. It's a full screen, full touch screen, and it's got it's got a keyboard, actual physical keyboard underneath.
Right.
Like the Passport, like the Priv, you could swipe through the keyboard and navigate with that. So it's a nice looking phone. It's pretty simple.
All
It's got
right.
a fingerprint sensor. You know.
How confident are you that this is going to bring BlackBerry back, or are we going to be back here next year talking about BlackBerry's other comeback?
Not at all. Not at all. I mean,
All right,
look,
let's just get that out
These
there.
guys have a huge challenge. TCL or Alcatel, they have a history of taking very little known brands and kind of propping them back up. Alcatel has actually done really well on the budget phone market, but this is a different beast, right? BlackBerry has so much baggage involved that it's really hard to see anyone picking up these phones again. They say they're going to go after business customers first.
Because they still have security down. That's one of the biggest.
So
pushes
they're
with
going after
BlackBerry.
banks, they're going after the government customers. A lot of folks who still
Arguably,
use
that's
BlackBerry.
been their core audience already.
Right.
How are they actually going to do that any differently? So
I think
I'm
they're
skeptical.
gonna put more resources behind. At least from what they're telling me, there will be more resources, more effort put. The last year or two, BlackBerry kind of checked out when it came to the phone business, right? They were really focused on transforming themselves into a software and security business. And on the hardware side, they're like, yeah, we still have that, but
What do you think TCL's part is in this thing? Because why would they bother to get in bed with BlackBerry other than the fact they just need the money? But why would they bother to be with this? They could be making their own. They're ready to do Alcatel. Why would they bother with BlackBerry at all?
Well, if you look at it, no one knows what Alcatel is. No one knows what TCL is. People at least know what BlackBerry is. It's a brand. Awareness is not an issue.
It might not be easier to build TCL than to go, hey, remember BlackBerry, and have your member berries for that.
Well, look, this is the same company that also bought the Palm brand. They've done nothing with it, but they did buy it 2 years ago at CES.
Who bought it?
TCL.
Oh my gosh, I
didn't
forgot.
know that
They
either.
didn't do anything with it. That's why you don't know anything about it.
Because the heart of Palm was WebOS, and LG took it, and then Palm is like, hey, remember Palm?
It's just the name. So if you actually go to the URL,
maybe-
it doesn't even exist.
Maybe TCL is just really nostalgic. The head of TCL is just like, you know what? I really like that. I want to buy
like
one of those.
Kodak.
Basically, TCL is a baby boomer.
Maybe they just wanted to buy a BlackBerry.
Right.
And they're like, fine, we'll get in bed with them. So this is an aluminum phone. It's supposed to have a good keyboard.
Yeah,
It's
it's got
February.
the BlackBerry
It's released.
keyboard. We're expecting an announcement or at least more information come Mobile World Congress in February. And I don't know when it'll actually ship, but they promised that they'll have sort of a portfolio or a lineup of products. So it'll be high-end, it'll be a low-end version to sort of meet everyone's needs. But again, it's really for business customers. You're not going to see this in stores for a while, if ever. It'll be sold directly through like an AT&T or Verizon.
I bet that when you went to the BlackBerry thing that they didn't have barf bags available.
No.
Ben, though, you were at
Here's
the
my
Intel.
next prop.
Hang on, you were at the Intel keynote, and I believe
And
they
here
put
it
you in
is.
leather comfy chairs,
Here,
a
I'll
VR
move it.
headset,
This
and
is
then
not
they offered
related.
they offered you a barf bag, or
That's
at least
right.
to all the attendants. You got to explain what this
Yeah,
is
they
about.
very delicately handed us barf bags. We walked in. This was a totally different kind of press conference than I'd been before. You had these big, comfy black leather chairs, and in front of them, you had this high-powered laptop with an Oculus Rift VR headset on top. And they very delicately, the people walking around very delicately, handed out certain materials, and right underneath was a barf bag. And they told you a couple of times ahead of time, they were like, we're going to do a bunch of different VR demonstrations, and if at any point you feel queasy or nauseous, take the headset off immediately. Do not try to stand up. And by the way, we've got these just in case.
Did anyone use the barf bag?
I don't think anybody used the barf bag because I think the whole room would have howled if that ended up happening. So we're looking at video right now of we were transported to rural Vietnam. What was particularly interesting about this video was that while you're in VR, you could actually like stand up and kind of look around what you were actually looking at. So it wasn't so much a static 360 image, but you could kind of look over or look around different things, which requires this enormous amount of computing power because you're not just doing one 360 video, you're doing multiple 360 videos depending on where your head is. So people literally just started standing up and looking around, and just to kind of get an impression of what it was like, and it was kind of surreal to do that. I tried it out myself too.
So
and
what VR
it was
headsets
kind of
were
cool.
these? Were these? This wasn't Intel's own Project Alloy. This
No.
was
This
Oculus.
was they were using Oculus Rifts for the specific demo, but they also showed off their own concept called Project Alloy, which is a cordless, all-in-one VR headset, and they're hoping to come out with that with manufacturing partners maybe sometime next year, I
They were
would
claiming
say.
end of year. They were productizing it. That's the word
I don't
they
know
used
what
for it.
productize means.
That mean they're just
But
like
they said
giving
that they
it-
would productize by the end of the year.
Well, that's not a word, is it?
Look
If I was
out.
playing-
Really
if I was,
a word,
if I was playing
no.
Scrabble, it wouldn't count.
No.
Right. No, it will now. When Intel CEO said it, it means it's a word now. So
It's actually a trademark. They've already coined the term. So.
right. But what's interesting about Project Alloy, it's supposed to enable this new idea called merged reality, where you take different things like, let's say we've got the desk over here and the column over there. You go and you put on the Project Alloy headset, and it integrates all the things in the real world into a gaming environment or some other environment where, let's say we're in like an alien shooter game, we can actually hunker down behind this desk, get up and like start shooting the aliens in the audience or something.
How is that different from HoloLens, which offers mixed reality? That's their term.
Very
right?
similar,
Yeah.
very similar, and you're absolutely right. Those terms, they're kind of interchangeable in
Right,
many ways.
right.
So, but yeah, it was an interesting press
Yeah,
conference.
from what I understood from what I saw, at least I watched the video, you were there, but the difference between merged reality, Intel's version, versus Microsoft's augmented reality, mixed reality, Microsoft, you can still see what's actually around you,
yeah.
versus Intel, what they would do, like Ben was explaining, that it would take the physical objects in the room and just mask them essentially, so it would have the same height. So you're not running into this table when
Right.
you're going to go around shooting aliens. It'll change a coffee
Which I feel
table
like
to something
is-
else as
is
well.
the big down point for being in a VR system is whenever you're in the headset, you're constantly aware of all the obstacles around you. Like you're just sort of tentatively moving around. You're like, am I going to run into someone? Am I going to fall? Am I going to trip?
Right.
I was doing that last night. At the Power Rangers VR
Okay, wait,
experience.
we got a whole sidetrack here. Power Rangers, what now? You got to be a Power Ranger yesterday?
I wasn't a Power Ranger, but I got to fly the Zord, the dinosaur T-Rex Zord for about
You were the
15
Red
seconds.
Ranger from the Mighty Morphin Power
I
Rangers.
was the Red Ranger, but from the movies. So he's all amped up.
You're more emo
He's
that day?
definitely emo with a little bit more.
What did you do? What was in the?
I basically was in the cockpit of the Zord. He kind of you hear the Red Ranger talk about how powerful and awesome it is, and then it flies up, and then when you think something cool's about to happen, it ends.
Please tell me, was there anybody else in that experience that was more amped than you? Because you're just like, yeah, it's a Red Ranger, I'm a Power Ranger, it's really powerful.
You know what?
I
Actually,
was in the Zord.
Bryan
whatever that is.
Bryan Cranston was there as Zordon, and he seemed actually less enthusiastic about it than I did. So.
Ouch.
In person, or like, was he a virtual
It was his
representative?
head. It was like Zordon's head, but it was really just Bryan Cranston's face.
That's good.
Weird. It was
Not
weird.
like Walter White telling you that you have powers. Wonderful. So I just kind of got thrown off by the Power Ranger thing because I'm just
Yeah,
like,
sure.
that sounds crazy. But yeah, I don't
But
think.
actually the same deal with the position tracking. Like I was actually able to move around, and this was a wireless headset. I was able to get up, move around, duck. I found myself actually like 10 feet away from the Power Rangers, and I could actually walk closer to them. So it was actually a pretty cool experience.
So the first time I tried out a VR headset, I was in a little apartment on a chair. I turned my head to see something else, and bonk, I hit the wall. So I do like the idea of Intel actually saying, hey, by the way, don't turn into that, because I was wearing one of those daydream
Right.
views.
Well, it's an interesting idea of like, the merged and mixed reality, like what exactly is going to come next with VR and AR, and how are we going to integrate? I've heard this said so many times by different tech executives that the digital and the physical are merging together, and these are a continuation of that. So we're going to see more of this as we move forward.
And the last thing I liked about the Intel one is that you could actually see other players at the same time, so you're not just by yourself. I really,
That's nice,
Yeah,
yeah.
and it's
The
less
isolation is-
isolating. Yeah, that's
That social
definitely a good
aspect
point.
is really key.
We're gonna have a lot more tomorrow, aren't we, guys?
I
Absolutely.
hope so.
So I think that's gonna wrap it up for us. You can find the 359 on iTunes, SoundCloud, Google Play, and of course, CNET.com.
Of
for the
course.
For the 359 podcast, I'm Maya Zakhtar.
I'm Roger Chang.
I'm Ben Fox Rubin.
Thanks for watching. We're gonna take a break. When we come back, we'll have the president and COO of Sony Electronics.
So the Pico Brew Pico wants to make brewing beer easier by offering you prepackaged ingredients. Think of it like a microwave for beer. And now they're letting you decide exactly what goes in those packages of ingredients. It's called the Pico Brew Brew Style, and it's a really cool web interface in which you get to select your base style and then add hops, add malts to your heart's desire. So going through the process, you start by picking your base beer. We're gonna pick this American IPA, and then you actually get to drag and drop the different malts to build your grain. Notice that as I drag and drop the malts, the IBUs of the beer change, the ABV of the beer changes, and the color of the beer actually changes. Especially if I take a chocolate malt and add it to the beer. Notice Pico Brew actually tries to warn me against doing this, but I'm gonna go ahead and do it. Now notice the beer is much darker and the stats have all updated according to what I've done. Once you select your grains, then you move on to picking your hops. And again, you get to drag and drop the different hops you want. It'll give you a warning if you're selecting too many of a certain type. And you do the same thing with fermentation. Pick your yeast. You'll notice the price always updates as you're adjusting things. Then, once you're done picking your hops for dry hopping, you actually get to name your beer. We'll of course call this Andrew's Awesome Beer. Then notice on the checkout page that the Pico pack actually has the name of my beer right on it. So I'm really excited about this system and how it allows prospective brewers to try their hand at tinkering with recipes.
There are companies now, like Fove, that are releasing the first ever eye-tracking VR headsets that you could buy and take home. Why use eye tracking? Well, it can do several things. By tracking your pupil motions, Fove can know where you're looking and know to only focus on making the graphics look great in that zone. Also being able to focus and hone in on certain objects, much like your eye does, which means you can actually control or shoot little things like these little drones in the sky. There are 6 infrared emitters per eye that form a ring, 1 infrared camera in each eye. That's how it tracks what you're doing. Fove supports Steam VR, but it doesn't work with all glasses wearers, including me. It was a tight fit on my head, but it's not designed for the average consumer. It could be used for people like marketers to look around and check out what things are more interesting in a store, or doctors to notice where you're looking and how your eyes are moving to potentially diagnose diseases. Fove admits that this is really for developers and those who want to explore what to do with it. Fove is available now, and it's a sign of VR to come.
The Hydro Smart Shower Head uses color-changing lights to give you warnings when you're using too much water in the shower. Here's how it works. It starts with a little bit of green, then goes to blue, purple, and then red when you're starting to use too much water. The shower head also works with Alexa, Amazon's virtual voice-activated assistant. So if you want to know how much water you're saving, you can ask Alexa to ask Hydro how much water you've saved in the past week or month or year. You can change the settings of the Hydro so you can determine when you need a warning color to stop showering. The Hydro is currently available online for $99 in the US. There's going to be 2 more models that come out later this year. One is a higher end model and the other is an attachment you can use with your existing shower head that will still provide those same color changing warnings about how much water you are really using with each shower.
Hey look, it's a sneak peek at the next BlackBerry phone. We got to go hands-on with this pre-production unit, which will officially launch at the end of February. It's rumored to be called the Mercury. BlackBerry phones and keyboards go together like peanut butter and jelly, so for longtime fans, the return of the keyboard is going to be a huge relief. You can type all over it, but also swipe left, right, up, and down to scroll on the screen. See that little divot on the space key? That's where the phone reads your fingerprint. There's also a button on the right side that you can program to launch different apps like the camera. We don't have a lot of details about the next BlackBerry yet, like the price or specs. We see that there's a single camera on the back and one on the front, a USB-C port, and your traditional headset jack. The phone will also run Android 7.0 with a modified look and feel and come with BlackBerry apps. We also know that you'll be able to buy it around the end of February, soon after its official launch.
Okay, I'm actually feeling this in my chest and in my biceps. Now, Does this mean that I actually just got a really good workout in just a few minutes? Not necessarily. It's the Active 5, and it's a little puck that senses the amount of pressure you apply to it. There are a ton of different exercises you can do that work your chest, your core, your arms, and your legs. Active Body, the company that makes it, says that in clinical studies, it increased strength by 5% per week when users worked out with it several times a day for a few minutes at a time. Now, I have no idea how true that is, how it was validated, what the user's starting strength was, but in the few minutes I used it, I did get a pretty good pump, and it was actually fun, and felt like a really good challenge. The Active 5 is available for pre-order now and will start shipping at the end of January 2017 for $100. Check out more info on the Active 5 at CNET.com.
The mnemonic Mango Slab has a weird name, but it's actually a pretty cool device. It allows you to write notes on your smart device and then quickly print them out. Basically, it's a small printer that prints sticky notes, just like Post-its. It doesn't use actual Post-its though. It's a thermal printer that offers 5 different color papers, and the company guarantees that your Mango Slab sticky notes will last you 2 to 5 years, unlike the thermal printers that print your grocery receipts. It uses an app that allows you to write whatever you want, or you can use a template, or if you want, you can print a photo. The notes, no matter if it's text or a photo, print within 5 seconds. The Mango Slab is available in 4 colors, and it's expected to cost $100 to $120. The rolls of paper, which make for about 200 notes, cost $4. It's expected to go on sale in June or May in the US, Europe, and Japan, with Australian and UK availability planned in the future.
If you're looking for an inexpensive phone, LG has added 4 new handsets to its series of mid-range phones. And they're all here at CES 2017. These phones fold under the company's K family of handsets and include this year's newest K10, K8, K4, and K3 phones. The 5.3-inch K10 is the biggest and most advanced of the 4. It has an 8-core processor, a 13-megapixel camera, and a fingerprint reader. Then there's the K8 and K4. These guys are pretty similar. They both have a 5-inch display and a removable 2.5 ampere-hour battery. But the K8 is slightly more advanced with the recent Android Nougat OS, a better rear camera, and twice the amount of built-in memory. The smallest and the most pocketable of the 4 is a 4.5-inch K3. It has a 4-core processor like the K8 and K4, but it has a smaller battery, a 5-megapixel camera, and Android 6.0 Marshmallow. All these phones will hit retailers at different dates depending on the region. Though pricing hasn't been announced, the K8 will be the most expensive and the K3 will be the cheapest. Whatever your budget is, if you're not looking to spend a lot, one of these 4 phones is probably going to hit your price range. For more information and all our coverage of CES 2017, check out CNET.com. Samsung's Galaxy Note 7 may be done and over with since its recall last fall, but if you're looking for a stylus-wielding phone, LG may have something to offer. At CES this year, LG showed off the 3rd iteration of its stylus phone, otherwise known as Stilo in the US. It's a mid-range 5.7-inch handset with an 8-core processor and a 13-megapixel camera. The stylus isn't as premium as the Note 7. It has a plastic body, a 720p display, and its processor isn't as fast. But it's less expensive and usually costs somewhere around $200. Its stylus can be tucked inside the device, and you can jot down memos on the screen, scribble away doodles, and add notations. The device runs the latest Android Nougat OS, has a removable 3.2 ampere-hour battery, and a fingerprint reader on the back. The stylus may not be as high-end as other phones, but users looking for a phone that also packs a pen should consider it as an inexpensive alternative to the Note 7. For more information and all our coverage of CES 2017, check out CNET.com.
Hello, CNET superfans. Welcome back to our live coverage of CES 2017. I'm Bridget Carey, and with me is Jeff Bakalar. Yesterday, we had a big press conference day to show off all of Sony's latest products, and we're also with Sony's president and COO.
How you doing, Mike? Thanks
I'm
for being
doing
here.
great.
Round of applause for Mike, ladies and gentlemen.
Mike Pasulo.
Wow, that's a first.
I think you deserve it.
Well, thank you very much.
How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. Press conference wrapped up yesterday. You've brought some products with us. You want to talk maybe more about where kind of Sony is going this year at CES, what you guys are kind of focusing on?
Sure. Sure. We had our press conference at 5 p.m. last evening, and we introduced more than 25 new products, so which is, it's great, but it needs a little bit of explanation. So 25 new products that in and of themselves can stand on their own, but secondly, we talked a lot about solving for customer pain points, making electronics entertainment more enjoyable. So how do we take apps and platforms, Google, Android, Dolby, Atmos, etc.,
Right.
and actually make it more convenient for the consumer. And you know, we really, I'm thinking this year technology, if it has an H and an R in it, you know, it's catching on. So
Right.
high dynamic range, HDR,
Sure, and a K.
on the video side,
Right.
and high res audio on the audio side. I guess you could use R and VR too.
Sure.
Right? So,
Yeah.
yeah, it's alphabet soup.
What do you think about, you know, because I play a lot with PlayStation 4 Pro. I reviewed it for CNET, and my biggest thing was communicating like, oh, you know, HDR is something that is the thing you're probably going to notice first and foremost. You talked about kind of explaining and decluttering what Sony's announcing.
Yeah.
What's the biggest struggle, do you think, that you guys and maybe other tech companies have with explaining things to consumers? What's the toughest message to get across?
I think acronyms. You know,
Yeah.
we throw out a lot. I mean, this show alone, you could write a book on acronyms.
Yeah.
But you know, I said this last year. I was on this very set with two of you. Thanks for having me back. And we were talking about 4K ultra high definition.
Right.
Now it's 4K ultra high definition HDR. Right.
Right.
So it's evolving.
Sure.
But really, what it comes down to is seeing is believing.
Sure.
So put all the acronyms, put all the technology aside, go to a retail shop and actually take a look at the television, and what's most pleasing to your eye is what you should actually buy into. You know, last night we announced our very first entry into OLED.
Okay.
We had 3, I wanted to bring it. It actually, it's not so portable. From the side, not so bad, because it's less than a half an inch, but 77 inches, I don't know if I would have.
You would have been wobbling a little bit.
Yeah,
it would have
yeah.
been difficult.
But what's so cool about it is we actually add our technology, proprietary technology in video to the screen, which makes it the best screen, I believe, on the planet. But we also introduced the world's first. It's called acoustic sound. The sound literally comes through the screen. So there's no speakers on the bottom or on the side.
How does that work?
It emanates right behind the screen center, and from the vibration, produces sound right through the screen.
Huh.
It is amazing. It's a world's first, and I guess in that case, hearing is believing.
For sure.
But yeah, really, really, really exciting. So
You also have some televisions that are incorporating Google Home, right?
Yes.
So now Sony is also getting into the smart home. Smart home is a big theme this year with lots of different companies. Virtual reality is a big theme this year with a lot of companies. Where does Sony see the bigger, I guess, focus? Are you guys more into the smart home, or is VR more important?
yes.
Yes.
So I don't know.
It's a tough tough question.
Yeah, I don't think you can separate them. They're not mutually exclusive, although there are differences. I think it's about entertainment, right? And it's about enjoyment. So when you look at it from a smart home, we're still defining what a smart home is. Like, what a smart home to you may be very different than what a smart home to me is. So how do we get to those pain points and solve for them? The OLEDs we introduced last evening, the Bravia Z series and our new 9 series of televisions, LCD televisions, are all on the Android platform. Right? So we have on the Android platform all of our televisions, and we're also connecting with Google Home. So not only making them smart TVs, but also making them voice-activated, controlled televisions, as well as audio.
Is there a reason you guys went with Google over Amazon? Everyone's always talking about which is the smart home center that is going to be the more popular one.
Well, we're working with Amazon as well, and with Alexa and Echo, but we're about choice, right? So what we want to be able to do is take the confusion out, but offer the customer choice, and not have them always repurchase everything they already own.
Right.
So where we can apply an application, a patch, a software download to upgrade their product, or do connectivity software, that's what we think is really important going forward. On the VR side, huge opportunity. Obviously, we own a gaming company, PlayStation, and even though that's managed by a different group than mine, had great success this holiday, sold over 6 million PlayStations into the market, and VR launched great. But we're thinking of VR not only for gaming, although that's priority right now, but beyond gaming.
We only have a few minutes. I want you to show us a little bit of a demo here. This guy was firing on all cylinders with the light show. Maybe you tell us a little bit about that speaker.
Yeah. I'm going to end on this one.
Great.
So, because I know you want me to show this one, so you'll give me maybe a little more time.
Yeah.
These headphones, this is called the 1000X.
Okay.
And they look like just your basic wireless headphones, right? They're noise canceling.
Sure.
And the uniqueness of these are not only are they the best noise canceling headphones, but they have a ambient.
What? I can't hear you.
They have an ambient. Yeah, most people say that. They have an ambient sound capability. So, best way to describe it is you're on a flight. You're coming to Vegas, and the flight attendant, he or she, comes up to you and says, "What would you like to drink?" Typically, you take your headphones off.
Right. You do the
respond.
little peek.
Here, all you have to do is put your hand up to the right cup, and you can hear him or her speaking to you.
And it works.
Or ambient sound.
And
It's the best because they start yelling at you. They're like, "What would you like to drink?" It's okay. I'll have a Diet Coke.
Yes, it'll be okay.
Yeah. So those are really cool.
Excellent.
Those just came into the market, doing great. This is a mini sound bar for smaller areas of living space. It actually has a subwoofer that can be hidden or go underneath your sofa.
Oh, wow.
And really powerful.
I don't think it's like going under my sofa unless I lose it, but you know.
Yeah, true. But the one you were looking to see, is it on? It is on. This is our new wireless speaker. We have a lineup of new wireless speakers. This is called the XB40. And not only is it Bluetooth and near-field connection, high-res audio, we're calling it the portable party. And I'll demonstrate what I mean.
Oh, wow. It's got moves.
A little strobe light show there to go with the music.
You guys know who's playing? You guys know what band it is?
Of course. Got some serious moves, this guy.
It does.
So are there different modes you can do with the light show?
Yeah, there's different modes. There's it'll actually change the beat to the beat of the music. You can tell it to change the beat to other genres or.
So if it's not playing ZZ Top, it'll have a different kind of light show for different kinds of bands. I like that.
Yeah, it will.
Very
cool. So it's fun. So fun. This is fun industry we're in. So these are great fun products.
Excellent.
Well, thank you, Mike Priscilla, for coming by once again with the fun gadgets. We appreciate it always.
For sure.
And we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Brian Tong is going to take a VR ride on the gyro at the Samsung booth. So that's something we're not going to want to miss, I guess. Anyway, stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're here at CES 2017. We show you the biggest, the baddest, the roughest and the toughest stuff here. I got my man Mike on my left side. You ready for this? I got my man Logan on my right side here. This is Samsung's Gear VR 4D experience. We're in the gyro. We're gonna go space racing. I just ate breakfast and I might throw up. All right, you guys ready to do this? We're gonna strap on, put on the goggles. Okay, hold on tight, mama. Let's do this. Ah, shoot. Okay, here we go. We're going down a track into this like spaceship ball right now. Everything is very smooth at the moment. Mama, initializing the system. Oh shit! It's blowing air into my face. Okay, I'm gonna close my eyes for a second. We're holding on tight. We're chilling. We're chilling. 2. We're gonna launch. Okay. All right. Here we go. We're going down this track. We're gonna launch, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in space right now. Oh, this is tight. There's large ships that are kind of like Star Destroyers. And we got some, dude. Oh, okay. We're going through these like little tunnel targets. No, okay. More tunnels, more spaceships. Okay, we're doing these twisty things. Uh-oh, there's some blue tunnel. Damn. Hyperspace. Okay. There's like asteroids and more spaceships and air's blowing in my face. I haven't wet myself yet. I'm still holding on to my lunch. Okay, now I'm going through these like crystals. I'm getting rocked. Stay on target, stay on target, stay on. Great shot, red one. Okay, lava monster finger. What? Oh my God. You said this is 2 minutes, right? Get me back. I gotta close my eyes. I'm gonna throw up. Okay. Here we go. We're home. What the? Wait, what? Stop that. Why they? All right. That was the gyro space racing. Were we upside down that whole time? I don't even know. Hey, everybody outside, you want in on this? You want this? Let's hear y'all. Make some noise. Look at a bunch of nerds ain't making noise about getting on a Samsung VR gear ride. They're just jelly. That's why they couldn't make noise. They're jelly. All right, we just have plenty more of this from the show floor at CES 2017. I'm Brian Tom. This is my boy Mike. This is our producer Logan. We'll see you at the next spot. Woo!
Hey, we're back with CNET's live coverage of CES 2017. I'm with Dino Lalvani, CEO of Hubble Connected. He's here to show us something very cool. It's the Hugo robot that can sense your facial expressions and what kind of mood you're in. So Dino, tell me about this robot and what kind of demo we have going on right here.
Well, first of all, we're very proud to launch at CES this product, which actually we've called it Hugo. So you could say it's like a butler. So of course it's a smart camera with intelligence. But most importantly, it's got expression detection. So we've added a whole layer of intelligence so that it can react, the robot can react depending on your mood. So it detects if you're in a good mood, bad mood, upset, angry, and then does the IFTTT, if this, then that.
Oh, cool.
So plays music if you're sad, if a baby's crying, it will play lullabies.
Oh, I was going to say, what else can it do for the baby?
Yeah, you can have storybooks read to your child if you like. So the idea is we've embedded Alexa inside what we call a robot-like device, but it's a smart, intelligent home monitor. That's the concept.
So the whole butler theme, that's the sort of notion that he'll kind of react to what's happening?
Yeah, well, because effectively with Alexa built in, obviously it acts as an assistant,
right.
And with our layers of software on top, it basically becomes smarter.
Okay.
And personal. So
give us some. So we have the technology built into this laptop.
Yeah,
here.
I don't know if you've got the feed here. So
okay,
for
let's
example,
maybe pull that up. There you go.
Yeah. But I don't know if the others can see it. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, they can see it.
Okay, so if I'm smiling, it will see that it says joy. If I'm upset.
Oh, anger just pops up there.
So why don't you have a try so that you can,
let's see.
So that it knows me already. That's why.
It's having trouble. It's got my glasses. I respect that. Oh, it's got the right emoji. Oh, it's nailed surprise. I want to try and get the disgust. How?
Make a disgusting face, or shall I tell you something rude?
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Wait, hold on.
There you go.
Wow, I really nailed it.
So I guess also, for example, if you're parents and you're in the office or you're remotely viewing your home,
right.
You can be alerted if your kids are upset or screaming, or so then it just gives you that interactivity.
How often do you do this all day? Just kind of make
all
faces
day.
At your computer?
All day.
That's really cool. I want to get sad. Oh wait, maybe fear. Okay. Can you do something scary real quick?
Sure.
Like,
there you go.
Surprise! Or like,
it's pretty accurate.
Yeah,
it's 99% accurate. So
excellent.
So we're very proud, and it adds a new dimension to the smart home market.
For sure.
And Hubble even though Hubble's a 4-year startup, our parent business is #1 in the world in baby monitoring. So under the Motorola brand, which we license. So from all that experience, we've basically come up with this device, which we're very proud of.
Now, the robotics inside the actual unit, can you tell us a little bit about how that works? Because it looks pretty sophisticated.
Yeah, so it's a 360-degree pan-tilt zoom. It follows you around the room. Unfortunately, because of the interference here, you can see it moving up and down. It blinks,
right.
It makes expressions, and when it talks to you, tells you jokes, it laughs at you, so kids can play with it. So it acts as a home surveillance, home security, interactive monitor, with the pan-tilt zoom following you around the room. So effectively, I think it's the best home monitor on the market.
So when you talk about the home monitor stuff, do you see this being like a sort of modular system where you have a few of these in the home?
Well, you don't need to have them. You need to have a few. Of course, we'd like you to have a few, but
right.
The idea is with the Hubble platform, it's agnostic and works with all the major IoT products. So it's interactive with Nest and all the other leading players as well. So effectively, the way we see it is that once you have one, you'll probably want to have one in every room. And what we've also got is the partner to Hugo is Ivo, which is a viewing device. So, for example, if you're using it as a baby monitor, then it's basically a screen that is also interactive. So the base of that parent unit, if you like, also has Alexa-enabled devices as well. So if you're in your bedroom and you want to play lullabies or a storybook to your child, and this Hugo is in your child's nursery, then you just speak to your Ivo and explain as well. And then you've got a viewing device as well, so you're not reliant to use your smart device.
Very cool. Now, obviously here, this one's wireless. Is that how they all will?
So it's powered, but obviously it is portable. It's got a 4.5 hour battery.
Okay.
So it is supposed to be in an AC, but it can be moved around, of course, during the day. So that gives it extra flexibility.
Excellent. And what are we looking at in terms of price?
So $299 launching in May. In $299 US dollars. We're launching it worldwide over the summer.
Okay, great. All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's been fantastic. I appreciate all the facial expressions. We're going to wrap it up here with Dino and the Hugo robot. There's lots more to come here from the CNET stage at CES 2017. Stay right here.
happens to almost everyone. It definitely happens to me. You lose your wallet and your keys, and you go on a mad search to find them, only to tear your house apart. But you know what? There's a small startup that may have figured out how to make this never happen again. And you know, I could use something like this in my life. So tell me about their products is Tracker's Christian Johan Smith. He's the company's president. So welcome.
Thank you.
And you have some new toys for CES.
We do. We have. We are launching a small coin-sized device called Pixel that you attach to your keys, slip inside your wallet, stick to the remote control. And the moment that you can't find something, you can open up the application and just tap a button to make that item beep or see where you last had it on a map.
Now, you guys have had these Tracker coin-sized devices for a while now. What's the new one that's, I guess, different this year?
So the innovation with Pixel is we found that many people were searching for things in bags. And I'm not someone who carries a purse on a daily basis, but many of our users do.
Yeah.
So we started to...
A little feedback there, but it's okay.
We started to really listen to our users and understand why, what they were looking for and how they were searching for things. And we wanted to make it really fast for them to find what they were looking for. So the Pixel has an LED ring around the edge of it.
Now you've actually, before we got started, you put one in my bag with
I
the
did.
challenge that I must see if I can find it.
So
now I have a lot of junk in my bag because, you know, being a lady and all, we carry our whole lives with us. So, all right, you're going to set this thing off.
Right, so the test is that we have Bridget's key is added to her phone.
All right, so you can see that here.
If she wants to find it, she can just tap the button and I can
hear it
hear
going
it
off.
beeping.
All right, hold on. I hear it. Oh, I saw the light. That made it faster. There you go. So this is pretty lightweight. It looks different than the one you have here. So this is the original, what do you call this one, the Bravo?
Yes, that's the Tracker Bravo.
So this new one is the Pixel. It's smaller, it's plastic, and it lights up on the side here.
Yes, and it's $25. The Pixel is $25.
That's about $5 less than the current one, right?
And the Tracker Bravo is $29.
Okay. So, all right.
And then we're also launching a Tracker wallet at the show. So we used carbon fiber to make that object ultra thin so that you can just slip it right into a credit card pocket.
Now, I mean, someone could still put one of these small ones in their wallet, but the idea is, I guess, if you want to put it in a credit card slot and always have it there, you can just use the wallet, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Well, what about this little doohickey you have on stage?
So we realized that our customers were telling us they could see where their objects were on the map, but then they wanted to know which room in their house. They could say, I see the pin is at my house, but which room in my house is...
Yeah, because when you're using these devices, it's giving you a sense of where it is, but I mean, how exact can it be when you're using just GPS?
Yes.
I mean, you might know you left it at the restaurant or at your friend's house or in the car, but like, I guess this is trying to make it more exact in the home?
So this product is Tracker Atlas. It's a Bluetooth Wi-Fi wall plug, and you would just plug it into the major rooms in your home.
Okay.
And so I can show you...
you have one of these in your house?
The map of my home.
Okay.
So I have 4 major rooms, my kitchen, living room, bedroom 1, and bedroom 2. And so right now I can see that I left...
Let me hold this up for the camera here. So this is the map of your home. You have the atlas in your home. How does it know where the kitchen begins and the living room ends?
So we train the atlas to detect the zones, and essentially it's triangulating between the 3. So
is it bouncing off the walls to know where a wall is? I guess that's what I'm asking. Like, how does it know how to divide up the bedroom?
So if you have 4 devices, then we can triangulate between and see the different distances and detect which objects are in which room. And we also have the ability to query that database. So you can say, Alexa or Google Home, okay Google, where's my backpack? And then it would show you that, it would tell you, oh, your backpack is in the kitchen.
Okay, so on this one, what are we looking at? What do you have tracked?
So currently I have my camera, my cat, my dog.
Your cat has a tracker on it?
Yes, yeah, so you can see, we can show everyone the cat is in the living room currently.
Oh, it's let's see, living room. Oh, I see.
And so it will give you some history
cat,
on
and
how
you
that
see,
item
like,
moved around.
Where your cat has been throughout the day. That's kind of cute. Now, do you get alerts if like the cat like goes into another area that maybe the cat's not supposed to be?
If the cat was to leave the home, I would get a push notification here. So Atlas is a really great remote home monitoring system that would allow mom or dad to know when things are leaving the house, or maybe if their child gets home from school safely, they get a push notification so they know right away.
Oh, so when they enter the area too, they'll be able. That's pretty handy. So go over again when we can get these items. When will they be available?
Mm-hmm. So Tracker Bravo will be available in spring 2017, as well as the Tracker Pixel, and then we'll be launching the Tracker Wallet in the summer of 2017.
Okay.
And the Tracker Bravo is currently available.
Now, there also are other products out there that do this. Tile comes to mind. Like, how do you guys stand apart in this space?
So we see that there are lots of Finder gadgets out there, and it's so exciting to see the space starting to grow. We see that Tracker's very different in our approach, that we're taking this whole task of remembering items and then moving it to the phone. We're not a tool that helps you find things once you realize you've actually lost them. And we also have a free battery replacement program, which allows our users to stay active and continue in using the products.
Oh, so the batteries are replaceable inside, but you have to like send it out, or how does it work?
So in the application, we show you the batteries running low, and you can just order a new one for the cost of a stamp and envelope.
Oh, you send the battery and you just pop it in and pop it out yourself.
Exactly.
Okay.
Because keeping people using the system will help everyone find things better. So if I was to say, you were to leave your keys in a restaurant and another Tracker user comes within about 100 feet, their phone anonymously and confidentially sees your lost item and then uploads that to our server. And then we can tell you, your keys were just seen right here.
So the success of Tracker depends on more and more people using it, so that way if someone's walking by me, it's actually adding to the information of where every item is. In Vegas, are you seeing a lot of people have them here?
Yes, yeah. So when we were looking at the app earlier, there were 1,400 other Tracker users nearby that would help me find.
What's nearby count as? The whole city, or like on the show floor?
About 1,000. It's a 1,000-meter radius.
So in 1,000 meters, there were 1,400 people with trackers?
Yeah, we are currently finding about 1.2 million objects every day on that Crowd GPS network.
Is that security-wise, does that weird people out, or are people comfortable with it?
So it's all anonymous and confidential. There's no way for somebody to see that those are your keys or your wallet. Okay. So we encrypt everything, and then all of the information is stored in a secure database.
Okay, in your research, what are you finding that consumers are maybe using? Obviously, you could put this on keys. You could put it on your wallet. Obviously, your cat. Are there any other like odd items that you didn't expect that you see people tracking, or what do you see people write their names of the products that they're tracking?
The funniest picked thing that I've seen is this. There are a few users that track turtles and tortoises, and they send us pictures because they'll let their tortoise roam in the backyard, but then sometimes they burrow or escape. And they can't move very fast.
Tortoise problems, yeah.
They once found their tortoise walking down the sidewalk using their tracker.
Well, I didn't expect that answer.
It was an escaping
Because you would
tortoise.
think, you're not worried about them going too fast, but still, you can keep track of your tortoise with the new tracker. Well, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it, Christian.
Thanks, Bridget.
We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, Jeff Bakalar is going to be here with comedian Nick Offerman. You don't want to miss that, so don't go away.
Ever wish you could blast surround sound on the go? That's basically what LG's Tone Studio does. It's a wearable personal speaker that gives you movie theater quality audio around your neck. The neckband itself is slightly thicker than LG's Tone line, but still pretty light. It has 4 directional speakers, 2 on top and 2 on the bottom. This includes its own bass, for that rich immersive sound perfect for movies and gaming. And even in this room full of journalists, it felt more like I was sitting on my couch because it does such a good job at canceling ambient noise. And of course, other people will be able to hear what you're listening to, but there's these optional earbuds, which are wired in as well. The Tone Studio lasts about 3 hours on max volume on 1 charge or 4 to 5 mid-volume, and they charge via traditional USB. They'll begin shipping in February and will be in stores by March for around $250.
I know the fastest way to most people's hearts, and mine included, is through the stomach. So today, I present a revolutionary cooking appliance, one that will completely transform at-home cooking. We created this product by listening to our customers whose cooking habits are changing. We developed a product to meet the needs of the North American consumer of today, busy, on-the-go parents and working professionals who don't have 2 hours to prepare a healthy cooked meal every night of the week. And truthfully, who does? We developed this product to make cooking healthy, delicious meals faster and easier than ever before. Today, we introduce the countertop induction oven, or if you're looking to save characters on Twitter, the CIO. Most of you are probably familiar with induction cooktops. They cook faster, safer, and save on energy. All features that consumers want for cooking appliance. Panasonic is a leader in induction heating technology and has been for the past 40 years. We harnessed that unique technology and decided to innovate, combining it with dual infrared heating to create the first induction oven that can fit right on the kitchen counter. The CIO means dinner is ready in just minutes. With 6 pre-programmed cooking modes, auto settings, and precise controls, the CIO takes the guesswork out of cooking, allowing consumers to grill, bake, broil, and even prepare quick, easy one-pan meals. Yes, one pan. Can you imagine grilling a steak or chicken, potatoes, and vegetables all together in one pan, and everything is cooked to perfection in just under 30 minutes without preheating? It's truly an appliance that does it all.
We believe in quantum dot. Quantum dot is the future, and to that effect, in 2014-15, we had quantum dot in tube. Our H9700 model was the first quantum dot in tube television in China and globally. Later on, we launched the H8800, which was quantum dot in film. So where is technology going? We're proud to announce that in the near future, TCL is going to be looking at launching the world's first quantum dot on LED chip TV. Over and above that, Slim is in. I mean, not quite here, but Slim is in. And we're looking at the world's slimmest curved television at 3.9 millimeters. That's really pushing our technology and R&D capabilities. So this now is where we're going.
Why take selfies with a phone when you could be using a drone? The Hover Camera Passport is a super lightweight, super easy to use drone camera that will take your selfies from boring old phone basics into 360-degree masterpieces. It's got a really lightweight carbon fiber body that folds out from about the size of a book. You flip it out and with the press of a power button, you've suddenly got a flying selfie camera. It's got a camera and flash on the front, and a sonar and camera underneath help detect how far the Hover Camera Passport is from the ground, so it will always follow you. It shoots 360-degree video so it can spin around you, and it'll shoot in up to 4K with 13 megapixel photos. Best of all, if you nudge or bump the Hover Camera Passport, it's going to stay right where it is. It's got a stabilizing mechanism that means your selfies will always turn out perfectly. Here on the show floor at CES, we've seen plenty to do with floating, flying cameras, but this one's certainly a standout. And it's lightweight enough that you can throw it in your backpack when you're done.
The Leica looks like a magical orb, and in a way, it kind of is. It's actually a smart toy for children with special needs. The Leica features various learning activities that helps kids with learning disabilities improve fine motor skills and visual cues. It has built-in sensors that detect and respond to a child's interaction, and it even has a multiplayer game. The interactive responses are for helping children better understand social cues and improve their socializing skills. It charges wirelessly, and right now, with heavy use, its battery life lasts around 3 hours. We saw an industrial-grade prototype at CES 2017. However, the real deal is expected to ship in November in time for the holidays. You can pre-order the Leica now, and it costs $700 to $800. However, there's currently a CES special that lets you order it for only $490.
At CES 2017, Samsung has not just one new Chromebook, but a pair of new Chromebooks. There's the Samsung Chromebook Pro and the Samsung Chromebook Plus. What's the difference between them? Well, it's kind of hard to tell because they look pretty much identical. They're both all metal. They've both got a 360-degree touchscreen hinge. They both have a built-in stylus pen. So Google's been working on a new version of Chrome OS, and this is one of the first systems they're using to promote and show off all the new Chrome OS features. And I saw some cool stuff on it, like being able to run standard Android phone apps on your Chromebook, which you can do on a few Chromebooks now, but it's coming to these as well, running multiple Chrome and Android apps at the same time, and everything scaling itself well to the 12.5-inch display. Now, what's the difference between the Pro and the Plus? Well, the Pro is Intel-based. It's got a Skylake Generation Y series Intel processor, while the Plus, that's an ARM-based Chromebook. We have not seen too many of those yet. You should see both the Chromebook Pro and the Chromebook Plus later this year.
The Smart Beings Woohoo does so very many things. I thought at first it was like an Amazon Echo, but a rep compared it to an Echo plus a smart home hub, and it's got a 7-inch touchscreen running Android. The hub has Zigbee, Z-Wave, Bluetooth. It backs all of that up with a cellular SIM card, and if your power goes out, it even has backup battery life in case your power goes out. As a security cam, of course, it has facial detection, and it spins a full 360 degrees. It has motion detection and facial recognition. Just like the Amazon Echo, it'll respond to voice commands, and you'll be able to control smart home devices. So like I said, it does quite a lot, but I'm a little bit worried it's going to be a jack of all trades and a master of none. Right now, it's just a prototype, but it's not that expensive. Right now, you can pre-order it on Kickstarter for $50, though there will be a monthly fee for all those services. So if it can master even a couple of those functions, it could be well worth it.
Samsung's got a new laptop at CES 2017, and it's not another ultra-thin, ultra-light model. It's actually a gaming system. It's one of the gaming system, and it's an entirely new gaming line. It's called the Notebook Odyssey series, and we saw the Notebook Odyssey 15. That's a 15-inch model. There's also going to be the Notebook Odyssey 17, which is a 17-inch version. In the 15, you've got an NVIDIA 1050 GPU. It's not the highest-end graphics card out there, but it is perfectly fine for current games at high detail levels and 1920 by 1080 resolution. Not quite enough for virtual reality, but still pretty good. 16 gigs of RAM. It's also got an anti-glare display, which I always like seeing, especially in a gaming laptop. And Samsung says they've built in some hotkeys for recording and broadcasting in-game footage, which of course is what everybody likes to do these days. In the 17-inch version, you can probably expect some better specs. I like the new design on these. There's a kind of angular pattern around the touchpad, and the bottom vents are done in a very interesting crosshatch pattern. And of course, you've got the prerequisite backlit keys, the multicolored keys. You see that on a lot of the new gaming laptops. So keep an eye out later this year for the Samsung Notebook Odyssey 15 and Odyssey 17.
From your hairbrush to your shower to your car, the technology at this year's Consumer Electronics Show aims to make things around your home smarter. And instead of using just your hands to control them, you're using your voice.
These are all about speakers connected in your home, like the Amazon Alexa, the Google Home, Siri integrations through HomeKit, so you can ask Siri to change the temperature and do all kinds of cool stuff like that.
Brighter, sharper televisions are a big attraction, and this year, there's a bit of a twist.
We're going to see a lot of flexible screens, a lot of big curved displays on laptops.
Car makers have an even bigger presence at this CES as they show off concept cars, self-driving technology, and greater connectivity with your home.
We're going to see a lot about self-driving cars. We're seeing a lot about new ways of manufacturing cars and new ways in which cars actually talk to your house. So really exciting field here is what happens when you're in your car and your car can communicate with the rest of your life.
Wearables are moving beyond smartwatches and fitness trackers. Now you can monitor contractions, help grow more hair, or control your music.
So we start to think about wearables not just as something that you put on your wrist or your lapel, but as the sensors that are integrated into your life all the way across the board from your car to your bedroom.
For the latest news on CES, be sure to check out CNET.com. In Las Vegas, I'm Kara Suboy, CNET.com for CBS News.
All right, everybody, again, we're here at CES 2017 on the show floor. Amazing things happening everywhere. Look around me real quick for a second. We're inside Intel's booth. They've got this really cool basketball demonstration showing off some sensors, okay, of how it can measure your activity. But here, it's even more important, right? If you're here for basketball, you need to bring your NBA friend, all right? I got my man Jerome Williams, long time, the junkyard dog. If you know, I'm trying to get up here. So what we wanted to do is to talk to Tiffany over here and to give her a little breakdown of what we're going to do. And then I think you and me, we got ball so hard, right?
It's all about Intel. It's all about sports. You're powered by Intel. You got to know what's going on the court, know what your kids are doing, if they're improving on their basketball skills or not. We got to get Dog Pound wants to know.
Dog Pound. Are you sponsored by Intel? That sounded very nice.
No, but I understand technology.
He does.
You know, if you're junkyard, you know a little bit about what the future holds.
Okay, one other thing though, just to let you know that the JYD is legit. Okay, I saw Jerome on his own hanging out with the Osmo, okay? This is his boy Brian, but he was live streaming from an Osmo, so that's instant tech cred points right there.
We're live
right there.
streaming
Right
right
there.
now
Yeah.
on Facebook Live.
That's what I'm talking
Junkyard
about.
Dog Champions Basketball Network. We're live. Go to us live. You'll see the CES
Or watch
behind the
ours
scenes.
live, dog.
Or watch yours live. That's it. We gotta be live.
All right, Tiffany, can you come over here for a second? Now, I wanted Tiffany to talk to us a little bit about what we have here going on the demo.
Hi, Brian.
Hi.
So, yeah, well, if you have been here for a little while, you might have walked around the booth. We're telling a broader story about new technologies here at Intel, powering every segment of the smart, connected world, but we're focused here at the Intel Sports Court on fusing sports with technology, showcasing amazing analytics, changing the way that coaches and athletes train and fans engage. So we're doing a couple of drills, and we also have Dunk Elite in the house.
Oh, yeah,
So,
yeah.
Oh, very excited about that. Very excited about that.
So do I need to get fitted with some sensors or
We would
whatnot?
love to put sensors on you.
Okay. Oh, wow.
Are we gonna put
This
sensors
is
on you or Jerome? I don't know.
well,
You
I'm gonna
go
have Jerome be
first?
I want to see if I can hang. Jerome can criticize. He's the expert here, right? I'm gonna have him be. He's like the judge. He's like the judge.
Yeah, he's your coach. He's going to coach you.
Yeah.
I like
Exactly.
that.
This
I
is like a
that
team
side.
effort. All right.
All right.
All right.
We're going to get Melissa to get some sensors on
Okay.
you.
Okay. There we go.
So first, actually, let's put this on your belt. And you
Okay.
right in the middle.
Right in the middle. Okay.
And then next, let's have your right arm.
Okay. Right arm. Let me
And
take.
then okay.
I'm gonna take off the jewelry here.
Flip
Thanks.
your arm this way.
All right. Sensor number 1 is in here.
All right. And then let's see your left arm.
I'll take this one off. All right.
And make sure this goes on with the zipper side.
Okay.
up.
Got it. Okay. And there's 3 sensors here
Yeah, so
that are talking to each other. Correct.
2 wrist sensors.
Okay.
And then we have a sensor on your waist.
Okay.
And all of that data is being sent over to be processed and then we'll display the analytics up here
All
on
right.
the court.
This is Intel's Curie sensors 1, 2. Don't zoom in too tight there. I don't want to, you know. All right. So all 3 sensors talking together. I shot some shots and was able to make it with my shirt, but it's like restrictive. If I'm not doing so hot, I'm gonna have to take the shirt off.
Yeah, it is hot in here. A lot of
Oh wow. Tiffany's like, it is very hot in
Very
here.
hot,
You think I should? You don't. I don't want to.
I'm
This is
trying not to ask any more people to take their shirts off today.
I understand. Let's just see what we got here
Cool it
first.
down. Let's do
Okay.
this. All right,
So
we're gonna do a shooting challenge?
shooting challenge.
Let's start with dribbling. I'm trying to see what you're working with.
Okay. So I'm not embarrassing my. So dribble.
Dribble first.
Okay.
I like, Brian, that you try to act all modest. You got a few practice shots in. This dude has been on this court for 2 hours.
No, that's not true.
Hours.
I'm not.
It's not true. It's not true. All right, so we're going to set you up for success, Brian. Very
Okay.
easy to do. All you got to do, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
You're going to dribble through the cones, all right?
Notice that. Notice the right to left right there. Notice
Yeah.
the right to left.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah. Right to left combo. Right. The crossover.
That
Crossover.
Bam. Get to the end.
Okay.
Hit her back.
I want Jerome to receive that chest pass. Right. Okay.
JYD, you ready?
JYD in the house. Yeah, here we go. Boom. Okay. He's got my coat. Let's go. Okay. Ready? Woo! Oh! Jerome, you gotta put it up, boy. He's gotta put it up. It's the JYD.
That was it right there. That was.
All right, so Brian, we're going to have you do that 2 more times. Then we're actually going to put your score up on the leaderboard. How do you feel about that?
I don't know. I don't know if they're ready for this, but yeah, okay.
Okay, B. First of all, you're
Yeah, I need
already
to-
in first place. You're already in first
Jerome
place.
says I'm already in first place.
Already in first place, but you're going to analyze. Intel's going to give us this data. We're going to make it happen one more time.
Okay.
Hey, JYD, we don't give out participation.
Hey, he's in first place.
No participation points.
Come on, Paul.
So is the point here to be faster now and more efficient, or what?
So the point here is consistency. So
Oh,
what
okay.
we're monitoring is dribble power and speed.
Okay.
So ultimately what you want to do to get better at anything, Brian, what do you got to do?
Focus.
Practice.
Practice.
I know AI said, but
Practice? We talking about practice? We talking about practice?
All right, so
my
all you
teammate
need
Alan.
to do
Come on.
yourself, Brian. So whenever you're ready, let's
Practice?
go
We talking about practice? All right, here, ready to go?
You gonna get him?
Got him.
Okay.
I got him.
Ready? Yeah, okay, here we go.
There he goes. There he goes. Uh-oh.
Whoa! Too much show. 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 Too much show.
One more time. They say one
Too much show. Too much show. I'll keep it fundamental.
Right, you should have took that shirt off, though.
Don't listen to him. I'm gonna keep.
Last cone.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I'm no more Curry. Let's keep it basic. Let's keep it basic. All right. All right, basic. That's right. Yeah, ready, go.
Here he goes. Here it goes. All right. And it culminates in a nice. Was it technical though? What would you say, Coach?
You know, that last cone right there did a lot better job. He was on, got the right to left, shifted the weight really quick, got the balance down, got around the last cone. We're fine.
All right.
All right.
I love my pro. I love my pro here.
All right.
No shot.
So, hey, let's check the data out real quick.
Okay.
I know JYD, you really want to talk about this data.
Let's talk about data. That's what the key is.
Data. So we got some tech-savvy folks that want to know what we're showcasing here at Intel. So what we got here is your pass power. So JYD, how did it feel when you took it in that chest?
The second pass was definitely had a lot more meat on it.
Okay, a lot more meat on that second pass.
You got to get him across that court, right? You got to get a nice.
Here is that pass power on that second one was at 119, and you're absolutely right because the average of the boat was 94. So that first one basically was a little suspect.
I was getting warm. I was getting warm.
He went with finesse. Finesse. That was the breakaway. He knew he was getting an assist.
I can tell you've been coaching a long time.
The third pass was through tracking. Yeah. A lot of hands, a lot of things happening. I saw it. He had to put some more stink on it.
All right, we're going to finish up this shooting drill here. We're going to toss back to break. I'm still here with Jerome and the Intel crew. Look at it, I'm like right at his armpit right there. It's all good. All right, back more at CES.com. All right, let's do some shooting now.
Hey everyone, welcome back to CNET's live coverage of CES 2017. Right now we've got a very special guest. You likely know him from his roles on Parks and Recreation and Fargo. Please help me welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Nick Offerman. Round of applause for Nick Offerman. Thank you for being here, sir. Pleasure.
Thank you for
That is a
having me.
firm handshake.
I appreciate it. I've had a lot of practice.
I have you now. I heard you were going to be here, and I said, well, that doesn't make any sense. When I think of Mr. Offerman, I think of someone drinking scotch or whiskey and whittling wood or something like that.
That's a fine compliment.
Yeah. So what exactly are you doing here?
Well, the fine folks at American Greetings brought me on board to deliver the message of this incredible original piece of technology, the greeting card.
I've heard about this.
Which I thought was very clever at a tech conference to say, technology is amazing. It allows us to exchange a great deal of information very quickly, but it's a little cold. It's a little impersonal. And with this original technology that has never really been improved upon, you can deliver a more heartfelt sentiment. So you want to choose the right technology for the right occasion.
Absolutely. And this is something that's been around for ages.
It has. In fact, the company has been around since the 19th century.
Really?
Yeah, they really are old school. And it's something that speaks dearly to me. My mom and dad are incredible card users.
Okay.
And my wife and I use cards.
Like the ink to the paper, that experience.
When you use a card, it says to the recipient, I took the time to, instead of like to whip off some emoji,
Right.
which is totally cute. I get it.
That's a safe word to use for that.
But that I took the time to choose
Yeah.
a sentiment and hand it to you, and then you have an experience where instead of like whipping through your emails like, oh, somebody thanked me for parking well, instead you have this moment where you say, holy cow, somebody thanked
There
me
was
or
thought here. There was
congratulated
planning.
me. There's love.
There's love.
It's an envelope of love.
I love how American Greetings sort of debuted this campaign. We have a clip that we're going to roll kind of parodying product debuts. Check it out.
Since the last time we danced, I learned some brand new moves. Since the last time we kissed,
Take that, electricity. Right?
It's compatible across all devices. Can't be hacked.
Lefties and righties.
Virus proof.
Of course.
And it's slimmer than your tiniest tablet. I can fit a dozen of these things in the space that one of those Palm Pilots would take up.
Palm Pilot, that's a throwback. I appreciate
It
that.
is. I play the field.
I appreciate you reaching back into
Here
the
at
vault there for
CES.
that. So I do enjoy kind of poking fun at the modern conveniences that we call good technology. Is there something that kind of irks you? For me, it's kind of what we've fallen in love with emojis.
Well, I think it's important to be, technology is amazing. It really is going to help us hopefully save the planet and,
Hopefully.
create a world where we're decent to everyone. And that's very important, but we have to be very selective about when and where we use technology.
Right.
Or we'll become those fat baby-like adults in the movie WALL-E.
Why does everyone go there
We're
for
floating
that?
around. I just think that was a genius representation of where we're headed.
Yeah.
15 years ago, I would have referenced Terry Gilliam's Brazil.
Yes.
But
Excellent.
It's the great sci-fi mentality of if we only keep using emojis, then we turn into fat babies.
Right, and I feel like it seems like we're chasing those sci-fi movies in a weird way.
Well, it's human nature. That's what that's the double-edged sword. You know, we always want to make the most comfortable choice,
Sure.
which is like, oh, it takes some effort to like choose a card and send it to somebody,
Right.
but it's worth it. It's maintaining a relationship of love. You know, people here today at this big conference are trying to like do deals and like present their new products. And that's great, and they're using technology like, hey, Beth, get over to the booth. Somebody's going to buy our cool new chip,
Right.
which is a tech item. But if that sale gets made, then it's going to be appropriate to bust out a card and be like, Beth, you kicked crazy ass.
You really pulled through here.
Please enjoy this card.
So these are like limited edition kind of cards here for CES?
Yeah, we have cool limited edition ones. This is, you create your own hashtag on that one. This
Hashtag blank space.
Yeah,
I like that.
Hashtag Beth kicks ass.
Right.
Open it up. We did it.
Just a reminder.
And I also love you. Please don't tell my wife. This one says, I got you the thinnest, most powerful messaging device at CES, and you thought this was just a card.
Yeah, it's.
And then you drop your microphone.
Leave the room. And
Yeah.
there, the statement has been made.
And not only that, but we have these great products. You know, there's going to be an unveiling at noon.
Okay. Make sure you're there.
The American Greetings product.
Get a little preview. Right. Look at this.
It's the greeting card.
And there's no charger below this.
There's no charger. It's compatible across all interfaces.
You don't need to carry a chamois with you to keep the screen clean.
Comes with a custom stylus. A number 2 stylus is preferred. The sleek designing.
Equipped for mistakes, should they occur.
That's right. Yeah, that's for others.
So is what it's amazing because like greeting cards have, like we said, survived the test of time. What else do you think is sort of like a lost art that we are rapidly losing our grasp on?
Well, that's the thing about technology. I run a furniture shop called Offerman Wood Shop in Los Angeles, where our thing is we make you things out of wood by hand.
Right. Imagine that.
Yeah, and it's, you know, there's an artisanal quality to it, but it bleeds into the rest of our lives. I mean,
Right.
we're much more likely to be able to change a tire or a doorknob, or if there's an electrical problem, we know where to look.
Sure.
And so hands-on skills are also very important. Now, if I find a question I can't answer when I'm dealing with a plumbing issue, then I have my technology, and that's amazing. I can find a video of a guy teaching me about the wax ring below my toilet.
Sure.
And those videos are amazing. Google wax ring, and you'll have hours of pleasure.
The fun never ends.
It's a lot of personality.
I'm sure there is. It's a different kind of YouTube channel for a different day.
But this, I mean, it ties into, for me, that's what my wood shop is all about, is that instead of trying to make a profit or sell as many shelves as we can, we want to make you something that costs a little more, but will last your family 300 years. And you can see that we love what we do. You can feel it. And so that's an expression of love to our clientele. And this is a small version of that. It's simply saying, and every occasion, you know, if somebody passes away, or if somebody gives birth, or if somebody makes a terrible mistake,
Right.
you can also give a card of admonishment.
Right.
And those are a lot of fun.
They are a lot of fun, and there's the right kind of occasion that this will always find a useful place for, right?
Yeah, there's no occasion, you know, texting and emailing are great and fast for more business-like,
Right.
disposable.
It's not always the most practical, though, the most heartfelt, or like you said, the most love.
It's not. If you want to say to somebody, happy birthday, nice going, thank you, I love you, will you have oral sex with me, any of those sentiments.
Sure. That's worth a card.
If you give them that document, then they have that forever.
Right,
You know,
and there's more thought. They're like, well,
Then
maybe
you
on that,
can't-
maybe a text I would have, not gone all the way through, but the time, the effort was made there.
Yeah, when I hear about people dating or like breaking up or
Yeah.
getting together by text, I think that can never work because you haven't begun things on a substantial, firm foothold.
There's a lot of people out there who think this generation that's growing up without the human interaction, going through, doing the time of like getting to meet somebody, having a drink with somebody, is kind of like ruining our relationship sort of psychology.
I think, yeah, personability, yeah. I mean, I think there's something to it. At the same time, I mean, it happened with our generation too. I mean, first, you used to have to shake hands and talk to people.
Sure.
Then you had a telegraph, then you had a telephone, and when you remove these moments, you're allowed to become less sincere.
Sure.
Your word is no longer your bond.
Right.
We see it even on all levels of politics. I don't know if you've read the news lately, but
I've heard about it.
There's some suspected insincerity happening in
You don't say.
in world politics. But if the cool thing about young people is, even though they're crazy on their phones and with texting, they still generally are being taught to use cards for thank yous and things like this, which I think not only is that important as an established delivery system for sentiments, but also for maintaining the ability to use handwriting.
Sure.
Because that's no longer being taught in schools.
It's pretty scary.
The greeting card business, which by the way, in my briefing, in my vetting for this occasion, I was amazed to discover that the GCA, the Greeting Card Association, estimates that Americans buy 6.5 billion greeting cards a year.
That's intense.
It's not going anyplace.
No.
And young people are still being taught this, which I think it gives me hope.
So in 50 years, that'll just be the only remnants of actual handwriting.
We're communicating with our Silinks. For special occasions, we're still going to be like,
That's
you know
still
what?
going to show up in the mailbox.
What's your address?
Well, this has been great. Thank you so much for being here.
My pleasure.
Round of applause for Nick Offerman, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you.
We have a lot more coming up right after this break. Please stay with us. We'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back to the CNET live stage at CES. Joining me now is Francis B. with 00 Robotics, the company that makes the hover camera. Welcome, Francis. Tell us about this. This is a drone?
This is actually what we call a flying camera.
A flying camera.
This is called Hover Camera Passport. So as you can see here, it actually unfolds, which is actually quite unique design. At the same time, it's completely enclosed in carbon fiber.
So you can't get hurt by the propellers or anything?
That's exactly it. So essentially, if you're flying it, if you bump into it, you won't get hurt, you won't have to go to the hospital.
This is a major concern with drones. So let's actually see this thing fly because it looks pretty interesting.
Right, so actually we built a lot of AI into this product, and the whole point of this is that we wanted to make it truly easy to use and truly consumer friendly. So anybody could really use this product. And it's as simple as just pressing this button right here and then letting it hover. And as its name is called, it's called Hover Camera.
So this thing will just stay within 3 or 4 feet of somebody or wherever you set it off right there?
Pretty much it stays within the range of wherever you set it off.
So I know you can start actually bopping the thing and it'll try to stay level, right?
That's correct. So actually you'll see here it has a camera and sonar, and actually it helps it stay within a specific position.
Right here?
That's correct, right there. So you'll see the camera right here and the sonar right here. Okay. And so it actually uses computer vision to stay put essentially. And as you'll see here when we let it off, if you give it a little bit of a tap,
so
it tries
you
to
can
go
just bat
back.
it around if there's some jerks around.
Yeah, so we've actually implemented that algorithm to make it sort of stay put.
Now, the actual Hover Camera Passport, this thing was introduced last year.
That's correct.
Right? But there's a new feature for CES. It's called Owner Mode.
Yeah.
Now, this device doesn't have it. Could you explain what Owner Mode is first?
Yeah, so actually we ultimately want to build a flying camera that's truly accessible and truly easy for people to use. So easy that eventually you can just throw it up and it'll automatically find you and follow you around. So actually we've sort of hit a first milestone with this beta feature that we'll be releasing in about 3 weeks that allows you to actually scan your face with your smartphone and it imprints your face onto a Hover Camera Passport here. And then after that, what will happen is that when you throw it up, it'll actually try to find you. Once it finds you, it locks onto your face and you can sort of walk around and it'll walk and actually even record you at the same time.
So it seems to be going away from us right now. It's not following anybody just yet. So this one doesn't have the Owner Mode thing. That's a firmware upgrade that's coming.
That's correct. In about 3 to 4 weeks, it'll be a firmware upgrade. And our existing buyers will be able to access that new feature.
All right, so can we just grab that out of the air?
Yeah, sure.
All right, so you guys, this is the Owner Mode. This is what it's going to look like?
Yeah, so essentially you just let it out of the air. Once your face is imprinted, it'll circle around and find you and then automatically just follow you.
And you won't need your smartphone to interact with it at that point.
Right, so actually your face will already be imprinted and you won't even need your smartphone to activate it.
All right, so that's that. So scan your face, let it go, it finds you. So we've got, this is pretty much like a marvel of engineering. This thing is super tiny, it's super light. What does it weigh?
So it actually weighs under 250 grams, and it weighs actually 242 grams to be exact.
So you don't need to register with the FAA or anything like that?
Yeah,
which is
you
really
could say
important.
that.
Now, so this has, I believe, a really tiny gimbal as well in here?
Yeah, so right now it has one directional gimbal. However, at the same time, it does have image stabilization embedded in the device.
Okay, so we got electronic. I know it's got electronic image stabilization up to 1080p.
Yep.
Now, because of the size, I got to ask you about some potential quibbles about the actual device. Image quality. Are you looking for any improvements with image processing or not? Because it's a really small device, so you have to have a small sensor, right?
Yeah. I mean, the processor has to be sort of this size, which is the size of 2 coins, and it runs at 100% at all time. So we've actually made some pretty significant improvements to the image quality through the firmware updates, and we continue to provide those firmware updates to our existing users.
So currently, before you get the Owner Mode, you can live stream, you can actually see what's going on the phone, right? Can you actually try that out? Can I actually try this? I haven't tried this yet, ever.
Yeah, sure.
Let's see how easy it is. It's magnetic.
Yeah.
I hold it up, I press the button.
Press the button, and then as
Just
it
let it go?
revs up, let it go. That's it.
Right over my iPad, so I'm trusting this thing.
Yeah, so,
All right, so let's,
as you'll see here, actually.
So you can see what it's seeing real fast. You can actually,
And you can actually move it around here.
You're getting a view of what we're seeing from the stage at CES, by the way.
Yeah.
And that's Brian. He's so happy. He's been here forever. All right, we'll put that down. You can see this.
Sure.
All right, so the battery life on this thing, it's not meant to follow you around everywhere forever. It's about a 10 to 13 minute battery, right?
Yeah, so I mean, it's a 10-minute battery life, and a lot of people will use it to capture video and photos of themselves. We call it a self-flying personal camera, because of the fact that we want to make sure that people are always in the picture. So it's sort of, some people like to call it a photographer that takes photos of oneself.
What's funny, the thing is, this was at CES Unveiled, and there was such a huge circle around you guys.
That's right.
And even though we've seen the product before, but it just draws so much attention due to the design and what it is, because it folds up like a paperback. You keep it in your bag.
Yeah, I mean, people when they see this folded up, especially, have made interesting references to it as like VHS recorder or such. But it's pretty unique design. People would not expect this to just hover in place, right?
So this thing costs what, $5.99?
Yeah. So right now the full package actually costs
screams when you grab it. Okay, that's weird.
So actually, the reason is because what we've done is that when you
should grab it from the middle.
No, I mean if you just tilt it up, actually the blades will slow down.
Okay.
And so it's actually also trying to reposition itself because it uses computer vision.
So when I grabbed it by the cage here, and that high pitch was the propellers getting better.
Correct itself.
So yeah. So what it sounded to me as a scream. It's not that that kind of robot. Good to know that that's a better way to handle it. Otherwise, I thought I was killing it.
You can grab it out of the air, just through the grills over here. Yeah, it might give you a little bit of a spin, but it's safe.
All right, so thanks Francis for joining us. We're going to keep the CES coverage train moving along. We'll be taking a break, roll for you few new brand new videos, brand new products, and come back with Bridget Carey. So easy to talk to me today, and a very, very smart mirror coming up. Stay right here.
One really interesting prototype Lenovo had at CES 2017 was the Lenovo VR headset. It doesn't have an official name now, they're just calling it the VR headset. It's built on the Windows holographic platform, which is a Microsoft-endorsed platform for making less expensive VR headsets. This is also lighter than other VR headsets like the HTC Vive or the Oculus Rift, and in trying it out, this was a non-working prototype, I found it easier to put on. The front panel lifts up and out, and it works better with with glasses, I have a hard time fitting my glasses behind, let's say, an Oculus Rift. But the big difference here is the Lenovo VR headset doesn't use external sensors or trackers like those other guys where you need to set up a lighthouse or a little camera. And this is an inside-out model. It's actually got 2 cameras built into the headset that look out and do all your positioning and room tracking for you. Now that allows for more augmented reality because the cameras on the headset can look out and present to you inside that view of what you're seeing and then put things on top of it, a little bit like Microsoft HoloLens, just in a more traditional VR setup. Now this guy should be out in the second half of 2017, and like a lot of the other proposed Windows holographic platform devices, it should be less expensive and cost around $400.
Lenovo's 12-inch Mix 720 tablet has all the makings of an excellent laptop replacement. For starters, you get this touchpad-enabled keyboard cover, and when I say get, I mean it's bundled with the tablet, even at its starting price of $1,000. Flip out the kickstand on its watch band-like hinges, log on with Windows Hello facial recognition with the built-in IR camera, and you're ready for work or to binge-watch shows on its Gorilla Glass QHD Plus display. Or use its Thunderbolt 3 port to connect to an external display for easier viewing. Lenovo says it will get up to 8 hours of battery life too. Switching to tablet mode, you can grab Lenovo's new $60 Active Pen 2, which promises 4,096 pressure levels, and that's 4 times what the current Surface Pen offers. Specs-wise, you'll be able to get it with up to a 7th gen Intel Core i7 processor, 16 gigs of memory, a terabyte of storage, and integrated Intel HD 620 graphics. Just don't expect all of that for $1,000 when the tablet arrives in April.
So here we have one of LG's Super UHD TVs new for 2017. Now this is not an OLED television, which LG is known for, that have the best picture quality on the market. This is a less expensive television that uses standard LCD technology, but LG's talking about some new improvements they've made this year. This is their best LCD TV for 2017. This is the SJ9500 series, a little different from its less expensive counterparts, mainly because it's really thin. If you look at it from the side here, you can see almost OLED in thickness, but of course it bulges down at the bottom for all the electronics and connections you need. So in terms of picture quality, LG says it's improved the black levels on this set to be less reflective and improve the contrast when you're watching in a brighter room. It also says off-angle video quality has improved a little bit, and it's got the color a little bit better. So in the past, we've not found LCD TVs from LG to perform that well. Those improvements might change that this year. LG also says these sets can work with 4 HDR formats. That's Dolby Vision and HDR10 like last year, but this year they've added Technicolor and a new format called HLG. Neither of the last two have any content out right now, but the idea is to add those extra improvements for getting future compatibility when more HDR format does come out. Of course, these sets are 4K resolution, and you can see styling-wise they have this pretty slick little stand here. It's very curved looking. Of course, the TVs themselves are completely flat. This is the most expensive. There's also a couple in the Super UHD line that have a little bit less in terms of features and a little bit less styling, but again, they have a lot of those picture quality improvements. That's a quick look at LG's Super UHD line of LCD, not OLED TVs at CES 2017. I'm David Katzmeyer for CNET.
If you've never used a laptop with a 360-degree screen, then you've never lived. Okay, that's admittedly going a little far, but the point is that this handy design, with its thick hinges, 4 configurations, and touchscreen, makes for some pretty flexible computing. Added to HP's lineup are 2 new 360-degree convertible laptops, the 15-inch Spectre X360 and the EliteBook X360, the latter of which you're more likely to have as a work computer. The Spectre is a little thinner and lighter than past models, just shy of 4.5 pounds. It has that nice wide trackpad we've come to expect from HP, lots of ports, including one with Thunderbolt support, and Windows Hello to unlock the laptop with your eyes. There's also up to 1 terabyte of storage on the Spectre's SSD, and up to 15 hours of battery life. Now, the more business-focused EliteBook shares a lot of the same Surface features, but it also has a fingerprint scanner for extra security, an HDMI port, and tools to make conference calls and phone calls simpler. The EliteBook is a USB-C laptop that has a 13.3-inch display and comes bundled with HP's Active Pen for countries like the US. Look for the new Spectre to go on sale February 26th, and the EliteBook X360 to ship at the end of January.
There are companies now, like Fove, that are releasing the first ever eye-tracking VR headsets you could buy and take home. Why use eye tracking? Well, it can do several things. By tracking your pupil motions, Fove can know where you're looking and know to only focus on making the graphics look great in that zone. Also being able to focus and hone in on certain objects, much like your eye does, which means you can actually control or shoot little things like these little drones in the sky. There are 6 infrared emitters per eye that form a ring, 1 infrared camera in each eye. That's how it tracks what you're doing. Fove supports Steam VR, but it doesn't work with all glasses wearers, including me. It was a tight fit on my head, but it's not designed for the average consumer. It could be used for people like marketers to look around and check out what things are more interesting in a store, or doctors to notice where you're looking and how your eyes are moving to potentially diagnose diseases. Fove admits that this is really for developers and those who want to explore what to do with it. Fove is available now, and it's a sign of VR to come.
What you've got here is a color-changing smart light from an Austrian startup called Luke Robert. It's called, fittingly enough, the Luke Robert Smart Light. And what's cool about it is that it offers color-changing light up above the light and white natural tones down below. It's very bright with 3,000 lumens going down and 2,000 lumens going up. That's a lot more than you'll get from Philips Hue or LIFX, and that's because it's got more diodes inside. It's got 312 diodes that all emit light. A Philips Hue bulb's got like 25, so that's a very big uptick from what you'll get from a smart bulb. Now, the cool thing about this Android and iOS app is that you can actually paint the direction and the color of the light that you want in your room. So if you want red light to the left and blue light to the right, you can do that. You can do whatever you want, kind of play with it. Sort of a playful, fun product. And this was successfully crowdfunded and will be coming to the market in March. At that time, it'll be $700. I also asked the Luke Robert people about third-party integrations like Amazon Echo and HomeKit from Apple. They wouldn't tell me anything, but this is a Bluetooth product, so its options are a little bit limited. HomeKit might be a good fit, though, because you could connect it with an Apple TV. We'll know more when it arrives in a couple of months, but certainly something worth keeping an eye on if you're a fan of color-changing light.
So similar to the Piper Classic, the Piper NV, and the Canary device, Somfy One is an all-in-one security device with a built-in 100 decibel siren. It also has motion and audio detection, and it is supposed to work with Amazon Alexa, IFT, and Nest at launch. So that's a pretty cool thing that we haven't yet seen with its competitors. They had to scale up over time, and this one's going to integrate with all of that stuff right off the bat. Currently, it's only available for the European market, and that will be available in Q2. Hopefully, it'll hit the US market soon, so I can test it out at the CNET Smart Home, because this device is a little interesting in that it offers 24-hour free motion and audio detection, or you can pay for continuous, or you can scale up from there, integrate a whole bunch of other devices, and pay for professional monitoring.
Ever wonder what a $9,000 laptop looks like? Well, here you go. The Acer Predator 21X is a ginormous gaming laptop with a 21-inch curved screen. Yes, a 21-inch screen that's also curved. If it looks heavy, that's because it is. It weighs about 20 pounds. And it's heavy for a reason. Inside lives a laundry list of specs that reads like a gamer's wish list. It can store up to 5 storage drives at a time, has a 7th gen Intel Core processor that's overclockable, 2 NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1080 GPUs, NVIDIA G-Sync, a 120 GHz refresh rate, Tobii eye tracking, 5 system fans, 9 heat pipes, 2 power supplies, 4 speakers, and 2 subwoofers. Oh, and its touchpad can also flip over and transform into a number pad. If you like what you see, start saving your pennies now. The Acer Predator 21X is set to hit stores in February.
This is the 50th year for CES, also known as the Consumer Electronics Show, and the gadgets and services on display today would seem like science fiction back in 1967. Self-driving cars, voice-controlled personal assistants, robots, and drones galore. Here's a quick rundown of the hot trends everyone is expecting for 2017's biggest technology show. The big buzz is going to be about Alexa and smart home assistants. More gadgets are getting a smart home upgrade. We're talking refrigerators, washers and dryers, light bulbs, smoke alarms, toasters even. All sorts of home products are getting the power to connect online and the power to be controlled through smart home hubs with voice commands, like the Amazon Echo and its Alexa voice assistant. In fact, the new format war is going to be between these smart assistants. Amazon has Alexa, Google has Google Home, there's Apple's Siri, and Microsoft's Cortana, and oddly enough, none of those companies officially exhibit at this show. The battle is over which smart home assistant will play nicely with the most gadgets. Expect Samsung, which is at the show, to also promote its own smart voice assistant. As for televisions, the big talk is going to be around a new term, quantum dot. It's supposed to outshine OLED in terms of picture quality, and we're hearing from more up-and-coming Chinese brands like TCL and Hisense. That goes beyond televisions. We're seeing a rise of China-based companies on the show floor, including Xiaomi, Leeco, and Huawei, all who are using CES to shine a spotlight on their products. This show is also where you can see creative concepts for laptops, and we're also expecting more types of tablet and laptop hybrids. But the more exciting tech will center around using artificial intelligence, machine learning, robots, virtual reality, and augmented reality. CES is where we really get to see the evolutionary process of these high-tech trends. From the Las Vegas Convention Center, I'm Bridget Carey for CNET.
The Honor Magic is a beautiful phone with some clever built-in settings that go a step further than other phones to anticipate your needs. I got a quick look at the device, which is already on sale in China and should come to countries like the US soon. It's made of metal and has a curved front and back. There are also 2 cameras on the rear that sense depth in addition to all the usual photo filters. And there's a single home button on the front that doubles as a fingerprint sensor. But what's really special about this phone is all under the hood. Huawei says that it's using AI on top of Android software, so it can sense who you are and what you want. For example, if the room is dark, or if you put your finger over the light sensor like I did, then you'll see an option to turn on the flashlight from the lock screen. You can also set up smart notifications so that the phone shows your alerts only after it's scanned your face to make sure that you are really you and not your nosy neighbor. There are also tons of other settings for your upcoming flights, detailed taxi information, and streaming music. Some of these tools feel a lot like what Google Now already offers, but others are new. I didn't get enough time with the Honor Magic to test out all of its claims, but it is one of the more exciting phones that I'll be keeping an eye on in 2017.
We're back with Guillaume Lachenal from Miliboo and the company's product, the Echo Smart Mirror. So thanks for joining us. And I'm curious, it's not often we see smart mirrors like this, but I'd like to hear a little bit about it. Now, this is like a piece of furniture you would just put in your home, right?
Yeah, Miliboo is a furniture manufacturer, but at the beginning we was using technology to make our products, and now we put technology inside our product. But basically, it's a mirror.
So you can kind of see this like transparent sort of coming through menu here with different faces. What am I seeing here really? Are these different profiles?
Yeah, you can. This is a profile of the family. You have an LCD screen inside the glass, and you also have an application you can use on your mobile to set up the profile. Like I can set up my profile, your profile, my kid's profile. And when we want to use the mirror, you just have to select your profile to access all your data.
So what are you seeing on the mirror? Like, can I go through the menu here? Do you just wave your hand on the side like this? Okay.
Yeah.
This is my first time using it now, because you were saying don't touch the mirror, don't get fingerprints on the mirror.
Of course.
But like, I can see you just kind of wave your hand around and it kind of does the back and forth. Okay.
You don't want to have to clean your mirror all the time.
Right.
That's why we put sensor around the mirror. So you just have to use the mirror by putting your hand in front of the sensors.
So sensors are here.
You have 4
over
sensors.
Here? Okay.
You can see here, you have 4.
1, 2, and then 3
Yeah,
and
exactly.
4. Okay.
So you have 2 rows each. You can choose the profile. Then with the last one, you can select it.
All right. So how do I? Oh, fixing my mic here. How do I select something then? I've been scrolling, but how do I select a profile? How do I make a selection?
You have to select the other sensor at the opposite of the mirror.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
You've got it.
All right. So you can play music. There's a time. There's weather. There's radio.
You can watch. You can watch YouTube. You can have your news feeds.
Yeah, it's actually like coming in now with like different news announcements. Okay.
Yeah. It's depends of what you set up in your profile.
So when you're getting ready for the day,
yeah,
you're basically hearing the news, the weather, you're getting updated.
Yeah, but more than that, if you have like a connected scale, the scale can discuss with your mirror, and you can find like your weight, your charts. It can discuss with other connected devices.
So you're getting ready for the morning, you're being reminded about your weight.
Yeah, it can do that, I'm afraid.
Well, okay, so is this based on a certain operating system? Does it matter what phone you have to sync up your data?
It's the mirror run by itself. It don't need a special other application. You just need your mobile or your laptop to set up your profile, and that's it. After that, mirror is Wi-Fi, so it can get all your data by internet.
Okay, so is it I guess just really more about like I'm getting ready in the morning and I see news, or I mean, is there potential for other apps like playing games on here? I mean, what is the potential here?
Well, the potential is in a house. Now we have all of us. We have connected house. We have connected stuff. We have home automation, many things. But you don't have so many display. You just have your phone, your tablet, and your TV. And this is the next generation of mirror. Maybe in a few years, when you get in front of every mirror of your house, it's a display. And you can have all information about heater, about light, and you can do everything you want with it.
What's the difference between this and other smart mirrors that are out now? Why would I want this one and not maybe something that, I mean, I'm not. This is an area that's like very new right now, right? And when you buy a mirror, you're making an investment to make sure it's going to keep working with whatever smartphone you have in the future. So, what is the angle that you're going for in your smart mirror?
First, the mirror is open. You have an API, and it's running. It's based on Android, so that means almost every application which can run on Android can discuss with the mirror. So this is the line we decide to follow, and this is working very well, actually. Yeah.
Now you have more than one type of mirror, right?
Yeah.
There are some you can mount up on the wall.
Yeah. Actually, we just have two kinds. That one, and another one is a room one. You can put it in your bathroom or on a wall.
How much do they cost?
Retail price will be $399.
Okay, for this one in particular, the Echo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Both are at the same price.
What did you find that were some of the challenges in figuring out what to put on the mirror? Were there some things that you just said, you know what, let's not put this on the mirror? Or
well, the idea came easily. I was just in my bathroom and just shaving and say, okay, shaving for 5 minutes now, but I do nothing instead shaving. With this mirror, I can have all the news feed. I can know if my appointment is canceled. I can know everything just being in my bathroom.
Right, because most people keep their phones in their bathroom, and now I guess you don't need to have your phone necessarily in your bathroom. Are you going to get text messages on this? Am I going to be like brushing my teeth and I get like a ding?
Yeah, you can have voice recognition.
Oh yeah, so it can it
As it's
understands
based
voice.
on Android, that means every application that run on Android can run on the mirror.
There's a lot of talk about the smart home.
Yeah.
Is there consideration to make this tie into other smart home products? Does this work with the Google Assistant, like you said, because it has Android? Will it work with Amazon Alexa? Are you having that conversation now among your team? Like what is the smart home hub to win them all?
Of course. We want more acting as a display, in fact. This is really the line. We want to display information. We can put on the mirror every content of internet.
Is this open for other programmers to mess with if they want to put a game on here?
Sure. We have API, and we also have like IFTTT and things like this.
Oh, so if they want to have like the if this then that, right? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's kind of neat. Have you had anyone come up with a something creative to do with it besides whether like if you have if working with this? Has anyone like set up a series of events where this might like alert you if someone turns the light on, or like what kind of connections can you make with this mirror?
We can make any connection with any device in your home, in fact. Actually, we just unveiled the mirror today, so it's new for everyone. But of course, we are open to any partnership with any device or any technology.
So tell me about like what's needed for the power. Is it just plug and play, or?
That's it. You plug it.
Okay.
Inside you have Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, but you just need your mobile to set up the mirror, connect it to your Wi-Fi, and you set up the family profile from your mobile or your laptop, depends on what you prefer, and that's it. It's standalone.
All right, so there you have it, an option to kind of like get the news of the day, play a little music. How is it, like, are the speakers on the side, or?
Yeah, you have speakers, very good speakers on the side, so you have a very good sound.
Is this wooden base part of the mirror?
Yeah, We are
Okay.
furniture manufacturer, so the mirror is in oak.
Okay, gotcha.
It's
So-
solid wood.
What about the one that hangs up on the wall? Does that play music?
The same, just the shape is different.
Oh, okay.
But it's the same mirror.
Okay. So I guess now I can stay connected without having my phone in the bathroom.
Yeah, you can do everything. Even if you're doing your makeup, you can answer the call with the mirror.
You can answer a call.
Yeah, of course.
Well, just don't put video in there, please. I don't need video in there.
You also have makeup tutorials, if you want.
All right. Well, that's actually kind of neat. Well, I like that. Like watch a YouTube video and then get my work on the same time. So that's interesting stuff. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
And this is once again the Echo Smart Mirror. And we're going to take a short break to take a look at some of the newest first look videos. And then we're going to replay NVIDIA's keynote from last night. It was definitely an interesting display of some future tech and smart driving cars. So stay tuned.
At CES 2017, Samsung has not just one new Chromebook, but a pair of new Chromebooks. There's the Samsung Chromebook Pro and the Samsung Chromebook Plus. Well, what's the difference between them? Well, it's kind of hard to tell because they look pretty much identical. They're both all metal. They've both got a 360-degree touchscreen hinge. They both have a built-in stylus pen. So Google's been working on a new version of Chrome OS, and this is one of the first systems they're using to promote and show off all the new Chrome OS features. And I saw some cool stuff on it, like being able to run standard Android phone apps on your Chromebook, which you can do on a few Chromebooks now, but it's coming to these as well. Running multiple Chrome and Android apps at the same time, and everything scaling itself well to the 12.5-inch display. Now, what's the difference between the Pro and the Plus? Well, the Pro is Intel-based. It's got a Skylake Generation Y series Intel processor, while the Plus, that's an ARM-based Chromebook. We have not seen too many of those yet. You should see both the Chromebook Pro and the Chromebook Plus later this year.
LG is taking its OLED TV concept to a new level by combining minimalism and perfection into one single TV. A new definition for simplicity is beginning today. We call this new design Picture on Wall OLED TV, a panel measuring just 2.57 millimeters based on a 65-inch TV. Ladies and gentlemen, that's 1/10 of an inch. The W7's sleek, razor-thin profile gives it a unified look with the wall. This causes it to appear as though it's levitating and creating a natural sense of immersion for the viewer. The panel itself can be attached directly on the wall with the use of magnetic brackets, which eliminate any gap between the LG OLED TV and the wall itself. Surveys show that TVs hung less than 4 millimeters from the wall is what's going to produce this immersive sense, as if the TV is one with the wall. And even with brackets, the W7 sits less than 4 millimeters from the wall. This allows it to not cast a single shadow within your home, theater, and cinema space.
If you're looking for an inexpensive phone, LG has added 4 new handsets to its series of mid-range phones. And they're all here at CES 2017. These phones fold into the company's K family of handsets and include this year's newest K10, K8, K4, and K3 phones. The 5.3-inch K10 is the biggest and most advanced of the 4. It has an 8-core processor, a 13-megapixel camera, and a fingerprint reader. Then there's a K8 and K4. These guys are pretty similar. They both have a 5-inch display and a removable 2.5 ampere-hour battery. But the K8 is slightly more advanced with the recent Android Nougat OS, a better rear camera, and twice the amount of built-in memory. The smallest and the most pocketable of the 4 is a 4.5-inch K3. It has a 4-core processor like the K8 and K4, but it has a smaller battery, a 5-megapixel camera, and Android 6.0 Marshmallow. All these phones will hit retailers at different dates depending on the region. Though pricing hasn't been announced, the K8 will be the most expensive and the K3 will be the cheapest. Whatever your budget is, if you're not looking to spend a lot, one of these 4 phones is probably going to hit your price range. For more information and all our coverage of CES 2017, check out CNET.com. Samsung's Galaxy Note 7 may be done and over with since its recall last fall, but if you're looking for a stylus-wielding phone, LG may have something to offer. At CES this year, LG showed off the 3rd iteration of its stylus phone, otherwise known as Stilo in the US. It's a mid-range 5.7-inch handset with an 8-core processor and a 13-megapixel camera. The stylus isn't as premium as the Note 7. It has a plastic body, a 720p display, and its processor isn't as fast. But it's less expensive and usually costs somewhere around $200. Its stylus can be tucked inside the device, and you can jot down memos on the screen, scribble away doodles, and add notations. The device runs the latest Android Nougat OS, has a removable 3.2 ampere-hour battery, and a fingerprint reader on the back. The stylus may not be as high-end as other phones, but users looking for a phone that also packs a pen should consider it as an inexpensive alternative to the Note 7. For more information and all our coverage of CES 2017, check out CNET.com.
Ever wish you could blast surround sound on the go? That's basically what LG's Tone Studio does. It's a wearable personal speaker that gives you movie theater quality audio around your neck. The neckband itself is slightly thicker than LG's Tone line, but still pretty light. It has 4 directional speakers, 2 on top and 2 on the bottom. This includes its own bass, for that rich immersive sound perfect for movies and gaming. And even in this room full of journalists, it felt more like I was sitting on my couch because it does such a good job at canceling ambient noise. And of course, other people will be able to hear what you're listening to, but there's these optional earbuds, which are wired in as well. The Tone Studio lasts about 3 hours on max volume on 1 charge or 4 to 5 mid-volume, and they charge via traditional USB. They'll begin shipping in February and will be in stores by March for around $250.
Samsung's got a new laptop at CES 2017, and it's not another ultra-thin, ultra-light model. It's actually a gaming system. It's one of the gaming system, and it's an entirely new gaming line. It's called the Notebook Odyssey series, and we saw the Notebook Odyssey 15. That's a 15-inch model. There's also going to be the Notebook Odyssey 17, which is a 17-inch version. In the 15, you've got an NVIDIA 1050 GPU. It's not the highest-end graphics card out there, but it's perfectly fine for current games at high detail levels and 1920 by 10 1080 resolution. Not quite enough for virtual reality, but still pretty good. 16 gigs of RAM. It's also got an anti-glare display, which I always like seeing, especially in a gaming laptop. And Samsung says they've built in some hotkeys for recording and broadcasting in-game footage, which of course is what everybody likes to do these days. In the 17-inch version, you can probably expect some better specs. I like the new design on these. There's a kind of angular pattern around the touchpad, and the bottom vents are done in a very interesting crosshatch pattern. And of course, you've got the prerequisite backlit keys, the multicolored keys. You see that on a lot of the new gaming laptops. So keep an eye out later this year for the Samsung Notebook Odyssey 15 and Odyssey 17.
I know the fastest way to most people's hearts, and mine included, is through the stomach. So today, I present a revolutionary cooking appliance, one that will completely transform at-home cooking. We created this product by listening to our customers whose cooking habits are changing. We developed a product to meet the needs of the North American consumer of today, busy, on-the-go parents and working professionals who don't have 2 hours to prepare a healthy cooked meal every night of the week. And truthfully, who does? We developed this product to make cooking healthy, delicious meals faster and easier than ever before. Today, we introduce the countertop induction oven, or if you're looking to save characters on Twitter, the CIO. Most of you are probably familiar with induction cooktops. They cook faster, safer, and save on energy. All features that consumers want for cooking appliance. Panasonic is a leader in induction heating technology and has been for the past 40 years. We harnessed that unique technology and decided to innovate, combining it with dual infrared heating to create the first induction oven that can fit right on the kitchen counter. The CIO means dinner is ready in just minutes. With 6 pre-programmed cooking modes, auto settings, and precise controls, the CIO takes the guesswork out of cooking, allowing consumers to grill, bake, broil, and even prepare quick, easy one-pan meals. Yes, one pan. Can you imagine grilling a steak or chicken, potatoes, and vegetables all together in one pan, and everything is cooked to perfection in just under 30 minutes without preheating? It's truly an appliance that does it all.
We believe in quantum dot. Quantum dot is the future, and to that effect, in 2014-15, we had quantum dot in tube. Our H9700 model was the first quantum dot in tube television in China and globally. Later on, we launched the H8800, which was quantum dot in film. So where is technology going? We're proud to announce that in the near future, TCL is going to be looking at launching the world's first quantum dot on LED chip TV. Over and above that, Slim is in. I mean, not quite here, but Slim is in. And we're looking at the world's slimmest curved television at 3.9 millimeters. That's really pushing our technology and R&D capabilities. So this now is where we're going.
Why take selfies with a phone when you could be using a drone? The Hover Camera Passport is a super lightweight, super easy to use drone camera that will take your selfies from boring old phone basics into 360-degree masterpieces. It's got a really lightweight carbon fiber body that folds out from about the size of a book. You flip it out and with the press of a power button, you've suddenly got a flying selfie camera. It's got a camera and flash on the front, and a sonar and camera underneath help detect how far the Hover Camera Passport is from the ground, so it will always follow you. It shoots 360-degree video so it can spin around you, and it'll shoot in up to 4K with 13 megapixel photos. Best of all, if you nudge or bump the Hover Camera Passport, it's going to stay right where it is. It's got a stabilizing mechanism that means your selfies will always turn out perfectly. Here on the show floor at CES, we've seen plenty to do with floating, flying cameras, but this one's certainly a standout. And it's lightweight enough that you can throw it in your backpack when you're done.
The Hydro Smart Shower Head uses color-changing lights to give you warnings when you're using too much water in the shower. Here's how it works. It starts with a little bit of green, then goes to blue, purple, and then red when you're starting to use too much water. The shower head also works with Alexa, Amazon's virtual voice-activated assistant. So if you want to know how much water you're saving, you can ask Alexa to ask Hydro how much water you've saved in the past week or month or year. You can change the settings of the Hydro so you can determine when you need a warning color to stop showering. The Hydro is currently available online for $99 in the US. There's going to be 2 more models that come out later this year. One is a higher end model and the other is an attachment you can use with your existing shower head that will still provide those same color changing warnings about how much water you are really using with each shower.
The Leica looks like a magical orb, and in a way, it kind of is. It's actually a smart toy for children with special needs. The Leica features various learning activities that helps kids with learning disabilities improve fine motor skills and visual cues. It has built-in sensors that detect and respond to a child's interaction, and it even has a multiplayer game. The interactive responses are for helping children better understand social cues and improve their socializing skills. It charges wirelessly, and right now, with heavy use, its battery life lasts around 3 hours. We saw an industrial-grade prototype at CES 2017. However, the real deal is expected to ship in November in time for the holidays. You can pre-order the Leica now, and it costs $700 to $800. However, there's currently a CES special that lets you order it for only $490.
Hey look, it's a sneak peek at the next BlackBerry phone. We got to go hands-on with this pre-production unit, which will officially launch at the end of February. It's rumored to be called the Mercury. BlackBerry phones and keyboards go together like peanut butter and jelly, so for longtime fans, the return of the keyboard is going to be a huge relief. You can type all over it, but also swipe left, right, up, and down to scroll on the screen. See that little divot on the space key? That's where the phone reads your fingerprint. There's also a button on the right side that you can program to launch different apps, like the camera. We don't have a lot of details about the next BlackBerry yet, like the price or specs. We see that there's a single camera on the back and one on the front, a USB-C port, and your traditional headset jack. The phone will also run Android 7.0 with a modified look and feel and come with BlackBerry apps. We also know that you'll be able to buy it around the end of February, soon after its official launch.
Okay, I'm actually feeling this in my chest and in my biceps. Now, does this mean that I actually just got a really good workout in just a few minutes? Not necessarily. It's the Active 5, and it's a little puck that senses the amount of pressure you apply to it. There are a ton of different exercises you can do that work your chest, your core, your arms, and your legs. Active Body, the company that makes it, says that in clinical studies, it increased strength by 5% per week when users worked out with it several times a day for a few minutes at a time. Now, I have no idea how true that is, how it was validated, what the user's starting strength was, but in the few minutes I used it, I did get a pretty good pump, and it was actually fun, and felt like a really good challenge. The Active 5 is available for pre-order now and will start shipping at the end of January 2017 for $100. Check out more info on the Active 5 at CNET.com.
Are being built all over the world today, so that all of you, when you're talking to the internet, when you're making queries, those searches all pass through artificial intelligence, so that the query that you make, the assistance you seek for, is much more helpful to you. And then lastly, some of the most exciting things we're working on today, the most impactful work that we're doing for the society, for the industry, self-driving cars and autonomous vehicles. These 4 areas we've been endeavoring for some time. And then all of a sudden, the last several years, an enormous breakthrough happened. Researchers all around the world working in a new field, a new technique of machine learning called deep learning, met the GPU, and the big bang of artificial intelligence happened. This technique allows software to write software, allows computers to learn from experience and data, and allows the computer to recognize complex patterns that are easy for you and I, but incredibly hard for computers. And it does so by hierarchically building up feature representations to represent very complex information, complex patterns, but building it up from hierarchies of simpler patterns. The ability to recognize a face, for example, with its infinite variability, built on layers and layers and layers of artificial networks. The lowest layer could just be edges made up of pixels. The layer above that could be contours, shapes, textures, motifs. The layer above that could be parts of a human face. And then eventually, it's able to understand the representation of a face. And understand the representation of a face in its incredible variability. It could be, you could be wearing your hair a little bit differently. You could be wearing a hat. You could be looking away partly. And somehow, we human can recognize that person. Finally, for the very first time, using this technique called deep learning, we're able to do the same with computers. This ability to perceive the world is just an enormous breakthrough, and I'm going to show you why. Why this foundational technology, foundational capability was so important. It just had one incredible challenge, one incredible handicap, and that is the amount of computation necessary, the amount of data processing necessary is absolutely enormous. And then one day, the AI researchers met the GPU that we invented, and the big bang of modern AI happened. The achievements have been fast and furious. Some of the things that we've been able to accomplish in just the last several years, absolutely mind-blowing. You have all heard about the AlphaGo achievement. Demis Hassabis and his DeepMind team was able to teach a computer how to play Go, the most complex game we know how. More variability than all the atoms in the universe, more moves. And yet, this computer was able to learn Go from the world's masters and then play the master of our modern era and beat it. Network has been able to play Doom, which is a game of maze finding, resource management, while you're staying away from monsters. A network is able to learn how to play Go. A network has been able to learn the style of artists, Van Gogh, Monet, Picasso, and apply that style to photographs. A network has been able to synthesize our voice. Instead of our voices stitched together from a whole bunch of little tiny chunks, this network is able to learn the tonation of our voice, and from the words that we feed it, synthesize how we would speak. A network was able to learn to recognize an image and understand its context and caption that image. A network was able to turn images that it sees in computer cameras and translate it directly through repeated trial and error, called reinforcement learning, to eventually adjust its motors and learn motor skills. A network was able to learn how to walk by itself. Just by teaching it the kinematics of a robot that is actually sitting on the ground, after repeated trying, the robot was able to stand up and walk. And in fact, we've been able to teach a car how to drive. Driving is a skill. It's not mathematics. Kids can learn how to drive. Adults drive. And yet, we do no computation whatsoever. We do no Newtonian physics whatsoever in our head. We just drive. We've been able to teach a car how to drive. The achievements that you see in front of you is impossible until just recently. It was just impossible until recently. And all of a sudden, because we're now able to understand the complex nature of the world, to perceive the world through vision, through audio technology, through natural language, we're now able to apply artificial intelligence to solve problems that we had never conceived of in the past. The enabling technology behind all of these great achievements is GPU computing. And that GPU had the benefit over 23 years. That GPU had the benefit over 23 years to be fueled by the single largest simulation industry in the world. The single largest entertainment industry in the world, video games. Just for fun, to us, it's incredibly fun. Not to mention, it propels the science of our company. PC gaming is thriving and vibrant. It has doubled in the last 5 years to $31 billion. It is the single largest game platform today, and GeForce is PC gaming. GeForce is also thriving and vibrant. In the last 5 years, it has doubled in revenues. There are 200 million GeForce gamers around the world. The dynamics that are driving this business is multidimensional. Of course, it is a global industry. And before anyone has a game console, or even ever gets a game console, everyone has a PC. And almost every single human today is a gamer. There are several 100 million core gamers in the world today. I expect there to be several billion gamers someday. Our technology is also fueled, and this market is also fueled by the amazing production value of the video games that continues to come out. In the last 5 years, gaming technology has increased in performance by a factor of 10. And now 4K, HDR, and virtual reality is coming. Gaming is no longer just about games. Gaming is now the world's largest sporting event. The world's largest sporting event. In fact, it is very, very likely that esports will someday be larger than all of the other sports events combined. Esports, 100 million video gamers. When you watch them play games, it's a game of intelligence, it's a game of tactics and strategy, it's a game of teamwork, and it's also a game of incredible hand-eye coordination. The training is intense, the number of people who enjoy it, 325 million spectators for esports, are now part of this very young sport. Not only is gaming a game, a sport, it is also now social. There are more people than ever that watch video games, watch other people play video games. 600 million video gamer viewers. 2 trillion minutes have been watched in just the last several years. This is now a $5 billion advertising industry, one of the fastest growing areas of internet video that we know. PC gaming is thriving, GeForce is thriving, and all of that is propelling the incredible R&D budget that we're able to support. Today we're announcing, the first announcement is to connect GeForce, the #1 gaming platform in the world, to the #1 social platform in the world. And I'm going to show you what that means in just a second. But basically, GeForce has a software platform above it that's connected to tens of millions of gamers. And this software platform today is able to allow you to capture pictures, capture a video, capture a VR picture, so your video game could be shared with other people who want to spectate and watch it in VR, and you could also live broadcast. Our platform, the GeForce platform with GeForce Experience, is connected to all of these social networks. And today we're going to connect it directly with just 2 clicks to Facebook. There are already millions of people who are watching us stream this on Facebook, and they've been told that there's something really, really amazing that's going to be revealed. And to help us celebrate this incredible connection, we're going to share with the world never before seen footage of one of the most anticipated video games of 2017, Mass Effect Andromeda. Let's welcome Aaron Flynn to the stage. Aaron, it's great to have you here.
Thank you so much, Jensen.
Well,
Thank you.
know, you're going to tell us a little something about Mass Effect, but before you tell everybody, you guys have been working on this for quite a few years. I mean, this is the 4th chapter of this incredible franchise, and it is just going to be a doozy of a new chapter. Tell us about
thank
it.
you. Yeah, absolutely. We've been on this game for almost 5 years now since it started as an idea. We'd wrapped up the Mass Effect trilogy and knew we wanted to tell a new story with new characters and new places to go and explore. And so we reached out and decided we need new technology to do that. That's why we turned to Frostbite and started working with the Frostbite team and really investing in that and building on that. And that's allowed us to do all sorts of really cool things, larger environments than ever before, more dynamic, more detailed characters than ever before to tell stories with, and even better gameplay now with verticality and destruction.
Now, the thing that's really amazing about Mass Effect is it's a RPG, but the story is really, really deep. I mean, these are explorers that are traveling to the Andromeda Galaxy.
Absolutely, yep.
And they're able to do so, of course, at faster than light, speed of light.
Absolutely.
Because they're able to use this incredible element that they found called Element Zero on Mars, and as a result, reduce their mass to zero.
That's excellent, Jensen.
Isn't that
That's
right?
amazing. Wow. That's great. Jeez.
and you and I both know that unless your mass is zero, you have no shot of traveling at the speed of light.
I've heard that, yes.
And therefore, Mass Effect, ladies and gentlemen,
Brilliant.
Mass Effect. And this is the thing that's really amazing. And as we're talking about this, and I just want to take just a couple more seconds to build a suspense for all of the gamers that are on the web. There are millions of people who are watching, and they're going to tear down everything that you show them in a moment. I mean, all the skill trees that are going to be revealed for the very first times, the weapons that are going to be revealed for the first time, the aliens that you might show for the very first time, right? The battle tech that you might show for the very first time. I mean, every one of those frames are going to be stop framed, and they will be dissected endlessly until this game launches.
Endlessly, yeah.
Would you say?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And I expect no less of our fans, to be honest. It'd be great to have them do it.
Okay, so what we're going to show you here is this. These are real game footage.
Absolutely, yep.
Running on a GeForce GTX 1080.
Absolutely.
And it's captured, and it uses some pretty amazing new technology that you guys are going to show, and it's never before seen. Ladies and gentlemen, Mass Effect, Andromeda, Aaron Flynn's studio, BioWare.
Thank you.
Sam relayed to the Tempest that we're stranded but alive. No choice but to investigate PB's signal.
Pathfinder, this console controls the gate.
Is that right? March 21st?
Yeah, March 21st. Somebody pointed out to me that was 3, 2, 1, so I guess blast off then.
March 21st. That's amazing. Now, of course, I could sit here and look at that forever. I just love explosions and fire and smoke and all the particle effects. And of course, everybody sees beautiful things, and all we see is computer graphics and the mathematics behind it. And so the things that how about highlighting a couple of things about the Mass Effect game, the game mechanics, or things that you might want to highlight?
Yeah, sure. So in that mission there, we were helping one of our squad mates named PB go and earn some loyalty from her. So that was part of her loyalty mission. That's a whole new planet there you get to go to and explore. You're learning about her background, learning about the background of the Remnant, who are the robots there who you're fighting. And you're seeing things like our dynamic profile system, which lets you change your character class dynamically in real time, something new to Mass Effect. You're seeing all sorts of verticality in there. You're seeing the destruction. You're seeing all that good stuff now available in Andromeda.
That's unbelievable. Everybody, Aaron Flynn, thank you.
Thanks so much. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Mass Effect Andromeda launched here, direct to gamers all over the world on Facebook Live, streamed directly from CES. Well, you could see that video game is just unbelievable. And yet, if you think about the number of PC gamers in the world who would like to get into PC gaming, or there are people that they have a thin and light notebook, but they would like to enjoy some PC gaming every now and then, and just haven't dedicated themselves to build a new GeForce PC. The number of those PC users is shockingly high. There are 2 billion PC users in the world. We estimate some billion users with integrated graphics or Macs or older PCs or thin and light notebooks that would love to be able to enjoy games but simply don't have the capability to do so. And in fact, there's really no real way of installing a new GeForce graphics card into those computers. And maybe they're rather intimidated by opening up their computer in the first place and building something new. And we thought that wouldn't it be amazing if we were to put a GeForce gaming PC, a state-of-the-art GeForce gaming PC powered by Pascal, in the cloud like AWS. Build a supercomputer. Like AWS does for enterprises, we would do this for consumers. And as a result, these supercomputers in the cloud could be shared by millions of gamers around the world. They could try video games for the very first time. If they don't play frequently, they could launch a game whenever they want, wherever they want. And if they could just enjoy state-of-the-art video games like this with just a click of a button, wouldn't that be utterly amazing? So after many years of endeavor, this is just one of those incredibly hard problems. And it's incredibly hard because the computational capability necessary for video games is so high. And the interactivity requirement is so high that any little bit of latency would ruin the experience. And so after just so much refinement, so much re-architecture, so much engineering, the team has finally done it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're announcing today GeForce Now for PCs. GeForce Now. It turns any of your PCs with the download of a little tiny client with a click of a button, into essentially your most powerful gaming PC. And it's all in the cloud, just one click away. Why don't we take a look at it? Okay, so what you're looking at here, 2 computers in the back. One is based on PC, one is Mac, your usual desktop that you recognize. The thing that you instantly recognize on the PC side is all of the major stores and hubs are now available, and they work perfectly. Steam, with 150 million users, works perfectly. Origin from Electronic Arts works perfectly. Uplay from Ubisoft works perfectly. Multiplayer works perfectly. All of your stored states, your checkpoints, all of your friends, all work perfectly. Every single game works exactly as it should. All of the software has been updated. And Dave, are you in the back?
Yeah. Hi, Jensen.
Hey, Dave. Happy New Year, first of all.
Hey, Happy New Year to you.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we launch Steam? Steam is the single most popular video PC gaming store in the world. And here David's launching Steam on GeForce Now.
And we're just
Usually
going to launch
takes
this on
about
the
15
PC.
seconds or so. Okay, there you are. And there you are, just a few seconds and you're into Steam, and all of the games that you've purchased or all of the games that you brought into Steam are all there. It also works on a Mac. So why don't we go over to the Mac? It's just one of the apps on Mac. Double click on that. There it is, Steam on Mac. And you could buy a game right there. You could buy a game right there. We won't do so right now, but we could buy a game. And usually when these video games are so large, they're so large because they have so much content, and it takes hours and hours to download it. But in the case of Steam, in the case of GeForce Now, it only takes about a minute. And so why don't we go ahead and launch a game. Now that it's installed, let's launch it. And this game doesn't run on a Mac, and this game runs very poorly on integrated graphics, but yet we're going to see it working here in its full fidelity. And one of the things that's really cool is that it just works exactly the way you would expect an app to work on a computer. It's completely seamless to you. You pretty much forget that it's even in the cloud. And video games are complicated in the sense that the game is always being patched, there's always digital download content, the drivers need to be enhanced all the time, and we can do that all behind your back, update it all the time. Keep your computer always fresh. And there it is, Tomb Raider, running on GeForce Now, over the cloud, a click away. Video games for the other billion PC users. Okay, thank you. So GeForce Now will be available in March for the early users. It's coming very, very soon. We're putting the final touches in there. And it'll be available for $25 for 20 hours of play. It's basically a GeForce gaming PC on demand. GeForce gaming PC on demand. There will be several grades of performance that are available to you. The higher performance grades, you'll have fewer hours for each 25 hours of play, for every $25 of credits. Okay, so GeForce Now. Incredible value for somebody who doesn't have the ability to access a gaming PC, somebody who hasn't taken the effort to build a gaming PC, or somebody who just plays infrequently but would love to be able to enjoy a video game from time to time. GeForce Now. Thank you. Why don't we take a look at television now? A year and a half ago, we announced our partnership with Google to build the world's first Android TV. Our vision was that just as smartphones has revolutionized the way we do mobile computing and communicate, that smart TVs would also revolutionize the way we enjoy entertainment at home. That with a powerful computer connected to a cloud store, able to run applications, that we would be able to realize this new revolution in how we enjoy content at home. We call that Shield, and it was the world's first Android TV console. And it was built by NVIDIA, of course. You would expect the performance to be incredibly good. Users all over the world have been absolutely delighted by it. We've continued to refine it and support it and enhance it. The number of applications is growing. The performance keeps getting richer. Today, we're announcing a major upgrade to Shield. Ladies and gentlemen, the new Shield. The new Shield is amazing on so many different fronts. But the most important thing, the first thing that you get hit by, it's the world's first entertainment platform that is full 4K and HDR. Netflix and Amazon worked closely with our engineers, and we're announcing that Shield will be the first entertainment platform that is able to enjoy Netflix and Amazon's library of content in 4K HDR. We have 4K services from YouTube. We have 4K services from Google Play. We know that they're all tens of millions of PC gamers around the world, and they have GeForce Gaming, and they would like to take that GeForce Gaming PC and connect their Steam service to our television. We worked with Valve, and we're making available for the very first time a Steam app on Android Play, a Steam app on Shield that connects to your PC, and you can enjoy 4K HDR gaming on your TV while it's playing on your PC. And if you would like to have access to even more games, we now have 1,000 games in the NVIDIA Shield game store. This is just an incredible amount of content. 4K HDR, you could stream content from your PC through Valve Steam, and you could, of course, enjoy great games on the NVIDIA store. 4K HDR. But we didn't stop there. The two most popular consumer electronics platforms today, one is the smart television, products like Apple TV and the Shield, but the other is the Amazon Echo. It brings AI into your home, allows you to communicate naturally with an AI assistant. We thought, why have two devices when you can have one? And so we decided to work with Google to create the world's first Android TV with the Google Assistant. Now your television, which is the largest screen in your house, can be controlled through natural language. You can control your content, you can access your content, seek content, find content, play it, stop it, fast forward it, look for photographs, ask it questions. You could even control your home. But we didn't stop there. We felt that if you had a Google Assistant and you had an AI agent in your home, it seems to me that you would want to have it all over your home. That you shouldn't want to have to lean over to the coffee table and yell commands at it all the time. Wouldn't it be nice if your AI was completely ambient and you're just talking naturally? And there are all kinds of many spots around the house where you could ask your AI agent to help you do things. Maybe call an Uber, maybe make coffee, maybe turn on some music, ask it about the weather. So we decided to create a peripheral for Shield. And this is an AI microphone, and this AI mic could be anywhere in the house. And there's this little tiny thing, I'd love to show you to you now, announcing the NVIDIA Spot.
Hi, how can I help?
This little tiny device plugs directly into the wall. And because the computing is done on Shield, we could have a whole bunch of these all over the house. And this little tiny microphone has far field processing, has echo cancellation, so it picks up your speech relatively naturally, 20 feet away. And if you have multiple of these devices in a large room, it also does triangulation of where you are using beamforming. It figures out, based on the different arrival times of your voice, subtle arrival times of your voice, and it's able to triangulate where you are in the room, who's talking, and with beamforming, focus the energy of the beam, of the antennas, to the person who's actually talking. You could have all of these devices all over the house, and they all go through one Shield over Wi-Fi. Incredible, incredible capability. brand new NVIDIA Spot. We made a short little video to help you understand how we imagine people using the Google Assistant and the NVIDIA Spot in your home. Let's play it.
Okay, Google, start my day.
Okay, I'm turning up your thermostat and brewing you a fresh pot of coffee.
Okay, Google, play the news.
Pending home sales dropped in November to the lowest level in almost a year.
Okay, Google, I'm leaving.
Shutting down your house. Have a great day.
Okay, Google, show me some popular TV shows.
Just drama.
Only recent ones. Play trailer from Stranger Things.
You're in trouble. Hey, that looks like your grandma's house.
Kind of. Okay, Google, show pictures of Grandma Mary's house.
See what I say?
Yeah, you're right.
Do you want to watch it?
Yeah, let's watch.
Okay, Google, play Stranger Things on Netflix.
What do you guys think? The combination of a smart TV and an AI assistant in your home that is completely ambient completely changes how we interact with our house. I think in the future, our AI, our house is going to become an AI. And increasingly, the vision of Jarvis is going to be realized. And whereas Mark Zuckerberg at Facebook has incredible programming skills, and he could take his year to build Jarvis for his home, I've decided that we should build it for all of you. And so today with Shield, with the new Shield, with the NVIDIA Spot, the Google Assistant, and the integration with the SmartThings Hub that connects to hundreds of consumer electronics devices, smart plugs, coffee makers, garage doors, locks, thermostats, smart cameras. We can now integrate all of those consumer electronics devices and all of the exciting ones that will be announced this year into the Shield experience, and all controlled by Google Assistant. So ladies and gentlemen, the brand new Shield for $199. The NVIDIA Spot will be available as a separate peripheral, and we'll announce it in the coming months. The NVIDIA Shield. Now let's talk about AI for transportation. As we all know, transportation is one of the largest industries in the world. There's 1 billion cars on the road. Just in a single day, 20 million ride shares are hailed on just Didi and Uber alone. There are 300 million trucks on the road carrying things to us so that we could live our lives. The infrastructure of society is made possible by all of these trucks, and they're carrying things over 1 trillion miles a year. There's 500,000 buses in just large cities alone helping us with public transportation. This transportation industry is one of the largest industries in the world. It is also one of the most vital. Without it, society doesn't move forward. Without it, we don't have the fundamental infrastructure to live our lives. Everything we enjoy, everything we own, everything we eat and nourish our families with, all as a result of transportation. And yet, this is also one of the industries that has the largest waste. And the largest waste comes from human error. The fact of the matter is, these massive machines shouldn't be operated by humans, or they should be operated by humans with quite a substantial amount of assistance. The amount of waste that comes from accidents, whether it's damages or loss of lives, emergency room visits, insurance, measures in hundreds of billions of dollars a year. Over the course of a decade or two, the waste and the human suffering that comes from it is enormous. There's other forms of waste as well. Most of the cars that we enjoy are mostly parked. By and large, everywhere we look, there are parked cars. There are parked cars in beaches and parks. There are parked cars in cities. There are parked cars on campuses. By the way, this is the NVIDIA campus. There are parked cars all over the streets, littered everywhere. Wouldn't it be amazing if we also reduced that waste? And how could we change the face of our community? How can we reinvent our lives? The amount of waste that we could help contribute to reduction, if we could somehow bring to bear autonomous vehicles, what is otherwise known as self-driving cars, would be absolutely amazing. This is the reason why we've decided almost a decade ago to start working on autonomous vehicles and to start developing the technology necessary for someday for your car to become essentially your most personal robot. And it is so intelligent that it's able to perform its function, enhance your mobility, keep people safe, while, of course, do it intelligently and keep people out of harm's way. The technology necessary to do so is incredibly hard until just very recently. GPU deep learning has made it possible for us to finally imagine realizing this vision in the next year. We can realize this vision right now. Now, when you think about self-driving cars, at some level, it's relatively easy. It's easy because we all do it. It's so easy that we can't even explain it. How do you explain to somebody on a sheet of paper that has never driven a car how to drive a car? Well, the reason for that is because intelligence that we've come very naturally with is incredibly hard for computers. And as I mentioned earlier, deep learning has made it possible for us to finally crack that nut. That with deep learning, we can now perceive the world, not just sense the world. Sensation is seeing, hearing, touching, those are senses. Perception is accumulating all of those senses and building a mental model of what it is that you're perceiving. We can now finally, with deep learning, perceive our environment surrounding the car. We can also reason about where the car is, where everything else is around the car, and where everything will be in the near future. We can predict, using artificial intelligence, where everything else around us and where we will be, so that we can decide whether the path that we're on or the new path that we're going to take is going to be safe. We also have the ability now, as I've shown you earlier, with the same with robotics, motor skills, and walking skills, that we could use the same technology to teach a car how to drive, just by watching us. By watching us, observing us, learning from us, a car could literally learn how to drive. That, supported by HD maps, which are maps in the cloud, another way of thinking about, in the context of intelligence, knowledge, a priori knowledge, we can now compare what we perceive with what we know to be true in the cloud and determine what to do. And meanwhile, you can never stop learning. The world is changing all the time. It seems every single week a new road is being beaten up or fixed, something is being added, lanes are being added, roads are being shifted. We have to continuously map, continuously relearn the environment. All of that requires AI computing. It is one of the reasons why we dedicated ourselves to building a fundamental new computer that would go into a car that has the ability to do all of this deep learning processing and to do it at very high rates. We call it an AI car supercomputer. And our AI car supercomputer used to be multiple chips. And we're building a new one, it's called Xavier, that fits into a little tiny computer like this. This is what an AI supercomputer looks like for your future self-driving car. It's a little tiny computer like this, and it has sensor information that comes in, and CAN information controls the accelerator, the brakes, the steering, and all of the other things that you want to control inside the car. This runs a new operating system we call DriveWorks, that takes multiple sensors in, fuses it, recognize and perceive, localize, reason, drive, and it does so while connecting to the HD map and comparing ourselves relative to the information that we get from the HD maps. Incredibly powerful. 8 high-end CPU cores inside this chip, 512 of our next generation GPU. It is ASIL D. The computer is ASIL D. The chip is ASIL C. It is the ASIL automotive safety integrity level. The quality level, the reliability level of this computer is bar none. And then lastly, we do all of that. The performance of a high-end gaming PC shrunk into a little tiny chip, 30 tera operations, trillion operations in just 30 watts. Little tiny computer. We can chain a whole bunch of these together depending on the application, and this will be the future of our self-driving car strategy. Let me show you now what our AI car computer can do. We created a car called BB-8, and it's an AI car, and it runs everything that I just described, this computer, this brand new operating system, and a whole bunch of AI networks. Let's roll it, please.
Take me to Starbucks in San Mateo.
I wanna live like it's Mardi Gras with a phone call and an entourage. Don't need no R&R to regular life. I say I was. Hey, living life in the fast lane. May your pain only be champagne. So please come join me. One thing, good vibes only. I just cash my check. I ain't paying rent. I just quit my job. Go to the mall, get lost. Don't care who you are. Don't care where you're from. We all got one thing in common. We just wanna have fun. Hey. One thing, good vibes only. I just cash my check. I ain't paying rent. I just quit my job. Go to the mall, get lost. Don't care who you are. Don't care where you're from. We all got one thing in common. We just wanna have fun. Hey. Think about to do it. Think about to do it. Do something crazy.
Disengage autopilot.
Switch up the style. Do something crazy. Do something wild.
BB-8's running in the East Coast, is running in the West Coast, and it's just incredibly fun watching BB-8 zipping around. Incredible. Whoop, whoop. So the NVIDIA BB-8 AI car. So our vision is that these cars running all of the AI networks that I just described, connected to HD clouds, should be able to drive from address to address in a very large part of the world. However, there are always places where the confidence of the AI, the confidence of the car, is not high enough to drive by itself. But because it knows where it's going to go, it knows the path. It could determine its confidence level in different parts of the path. And it could tell you which part you should drive yourself or it has low confidence in supporting. We believe that the car is going to be an AI car for driving, but we believe the car itself should also be an AI co-pilot. So ladies and gentlemen, today we're announcing a new capability on the NVIDIA AI car computer. It's called the AI co-pilot, and it basically works like this. Remember, the car has sensors all around it. It's got cameras, it's got radars, it's got lidar, so it has surround perception. The car also has cameras and speakers inside the car. And so it has internal car perception. It is aware of its surroundings. It's aware of the state of the driver. It's aware of the state of the passenger. And just as the NVIDIA Spot gives you an array of speakers and microphones. There's an array of speakers and microphones inside a car. And so this car has incredible perception capability, if only the AI was running all the time. We believe that the AI is either driving you or looking out for you. It's either driving you or looking out for you. When it's not driving you, it is still completely engaged, even though it doesn't have the confidence to drive, because maybe the mapping has changed, or maybe the road is too tricky, or maybe there's just too much traffic, too many pedestrians, and that it shouldn't drive. It should still be completely aware, and it should continue to look out for you. We call that AI co-pilot. Surround and environmental awareness, as well as in the cabin passenger driver awareness. Let me now show it to you. And so what you're looking at here is the four cameras.
There is a bicycle on the right 45 feet ahead.
So notice there's a four cameras, front, rear, left, and right. And the front camera, notice there's a biker to the in front of you about 45 feet ahead. And maybe your eyes aren't looking in that direction. Maybe your head's not looking in that direction. And the car realizes that you might be more cautious. And in this case, it detects that there's a biker and tells you through AI, natural language processing. And so by talking to you very naturally and alerting you of the condition in front of you. Here's another example.
Careful, there is a motorcycle approaching the center lane.
And so in this case, the idea is relatively simple, incredibly complex to execute. You have to understand what you're seeing, and you have to convert what you're seeing into natural language, otherwise known as captioning, and then saying it in a natural way in the car so that we can understand what the car would like us to be concerned about. And so that's environmental awareness, surrounding awareness. We also would like to have the capability for inside the car AI. The AI should be paying attention to you too. Maybe you're not looking where you should be driving, where you're driving. Maybe you're dozing off. Maybe you had a little bit too good of a time. The AI should pay attention. Maybe the AI notices that you're a little bit aggravated and probably should pull over. Too much road rage. And so those capabilities modern AI networks can absolutely do. And so let's take a look at that. Okay. So this is Janine. This is one of our employees. Like, hey, let's put our hands together for Janine. So the first network does facial recognition. Okay, and it does facial recognition incredibly well. This is deep learning facial recognition networks are among the best in the world, and it's reaching human level capabilities. This next one is head tracking. By looking at Janine with a camera, the artificial intelligence network is able to determine where her head is looking. Okay, this one's really cool. The artificial intelligence network, the deep learning network, just by studying her eyes, is able to figure out what direction she's gazing. Maybe she's looking at, no, shouldn't do that. Okay, so that's called gaze tracking. And this next one is really cool. This is inspired by, this is lip reading. Take me to Starbucks. And so if your car is too noisy, and there are too many people talking, and yet you said something rather important, wouldn't it be nice if your AI car was able to recognize and read your lips and determine what it is that you said? This particular capability was inspired by the researchers at Oxford working on the LipNet, and they've been able to achieve a lip reading capability that's 95% accurate. The best human is about 53% accurate. And so this gives you a sense of the state-of-the-art of artificial intelligence networking. You combine what I just described on the external surround perception capability and in-car passenger and driver perception, The combination of that allows us to always be aware and to keep the car, keep the driver as alert as possible and always be on the lookout for us. Not to mention all of the things that I described to you earlier about Shield and Google Assistant. We'll surely have that assistant capability inside the car so that you can talk to your car and get whatever access to any information or enjoy any content and media you would like. This is the NVIDIA AI car platform. From the bottom up, starting from the bottom, this is the Drive PX computer. And on top of it is the DriveWorks operating system. These two things are probably the most complex computer that we have ever built, and we built some of the most complex computers the world's ever known. The amount of data that's coming into this computer, the richness of the artificial intelligence networks and algorithms that we have to run, and the performance by which we have to run it, because time in the case of a fast driving car is reaction time, and reaction time is safety. And so it is vital that we do this very, very quickly. On top of that are all of these artificial intelligence networks that I talked about. There's the autopilot AIs. Perception of the world, reasoning about where you are, reasoning about where everybody else is, driving the car, continuously mapping the car, and exchanging that information with the HD maps in the cloud. Make sure that all the data is coherent and things are changed if necessary. The co-pilot deep neural net, so that there's an AI that's watching out for you all the time. It might even, in the near future, say something like, Jensen, you're driving up the hill, you'll be home in 5 seconds, would you like me to go ahead and open up the gate? So that by the time I actually got there, just a second prior, the gate opens up and I pull right into the garage. The AI co-pilot. We also need the ability to converse and interact with our computer in a very natural way. So natural language processing has to be done inside the car so that if the connection is not very good, you can still communicate with the car. And that the reaction time, the latency between your spoken words and its recognition of your speech is as fast as possible. And yet it's connected to the cloud to an AI assistant. This architecture, on top of that, is an API called MapWorks. This is one of the most important things we do. MapWorks interacts with all of the mapping companies in the world. And it does basically 4 things. We basically do 4 things with mapping companies. The first, of course, is the surveying car. Some cars record all the data and do the processing on GPU supercomputers in the cloud to extract the 3-dimensional data from the video. Some survey cars do the processing using a computer like Drive PX, either one of these or something with a discrete NVIDIA discrete GPU, so that it could essentially do mapping in real time inside the car. So that's survey car. Number 2 is the GPU supercomputer that's inside the cloud for mapping. Number 3, the interface of data, the exchange of data, so that our car can always see the HD map in the nearby surroundings of the car. And then number 4, as we continuously map the world and notice changes, we would update the changes to the live map in the cloud. These 4 things, these 4 functionalities, is vital to the ability for self-driving cars to be realized in a very high confident way. And so we've been working with the world's leading mapping companies. We announced several weeks ago, I guess a few months ago, the leading mapping company in China, Baidu. Incredible partner of ours, working across all 4 layers that I described, all 4 functionalities that I described, from surveying all the way to map processing, all the way to synchronization with the local computer inside our car. The reason why Baidu was so important is because every car company in the world and any car you build should be able to drive anywhere in the world. And China is now the world's largest car market. It is too large to ignore. And yet, only a Chinese company can map China. And Baidu has mapped more of China than any other company. And so partnering with Baidu was a very logical first. We then partnered with TomTom, leading mapping company in Europe. Today, we're really super excited to announce that we're partnering with Zenrin, the leading mapping company in Japan. Japan's roads are incredibly complicated, and it is such a dense population. The mapping of Japan is quite an extraordinary task. Zenrin is an amazing company, and we're working with them to map Japan. And then also today, super excited to announce that we're working with HERE to integrate NVIDIA technology into their data centers for mapping, working with them on map algorithms, as well as connecting to all of the NVIDIA AI car computers inside cars as we synchronize the live maps. Let's thank all of our partners to make this, create this incredible dream. Well, building this ecosystem, building this computer is a gigantic effort. As I mentioned, this is the most complex computing problem that we've ever tackled. This is high-performance computing done in real time. And the AI algorithms that we're developing are all first of its kind. And yet, the endeavor is such great importance. There are so many companies who could really help us realize this dream. I'm super excited to announce today that ZF is now a partner in helping us turn this computer into a production computer for the automotive industry. ZF is the leading truck and commercial vehicle supplier in Europe. They're also one of the world's top 5 suppliers to the automotive industry. This is an extraordinary company, and they are the first to announce a production drive AI computer to the market. It's available commercially for sampling, and it will ship into production this year. Ladies and gentlemen, ZF. I have another partner I'd like to announce. There are a lot of cars, as we mentioned. 1 billion on the road, 100 million sold each year, several hundred million trucks. It's going to take an enormous amount of engineering to transform the entire automotive industry into an autonomous industry. And so today, we're announcing that the number 1 automotive technology supplier to the automotive industry, Bosch, is going to adopt the NVIDIA Drive computer. The largest and the 5th largest automotive supplier in the world have now adopted the NVIDIA computing platform so that we can bring AI computers to the autonomous industry. Bosch, a 130-year-old company, 375,000 employees, over $70 billion over 70 billion euros, enormous company. They serve every single car company in the world. Unbelievable reach, and it's just such a great pleasure to partner with them. I will be at the Bosch Connected World in March, and with a little bit of luck, we're going to give you guys a major update on the work that we're doing together. So Bosch. Well, I just have one more announcement. And, you know, the momentum behind the work that we're doing after all of these years is clearly accelerating. And I think people are realizing that creating an AI car computer is a really enormous undertaking. And we've worked at it for quite a few years. And as you know, NVIDIA is one of the companies in the world who could specialize in building the most advanced computers, from the largest supercomputers in the world to the most advanced gaming PCs in the world to AI car computers. And these computers are just an enormous undertaking. And without a great car company to partner with, it is hard to realize this vision. And so today, we're announcing that Audi and NVIDIA will partner together to build the next generation AI cars. Audi and NVIDIA building an AI car, the world's most advanced autonomous vehicles, powered by NVIDIA's AI car computer. We'll have cars on the road by 2020. Let's welcome Scott Keogh, the president of Audi America, to celebrate this moment with us.
Cool stuff, Jen.
Scott, it's great to have you. Happy New Year.
Thank you.
My God.
I'm glad you saved the best for last, so I appreciate that.
You should always go last because you're always the best. And gosh, we've been working together for 10 years, and we've been building these advanced cars for quite a long time together. You know, frankly, when we first started working together, the car had no internet. When we started working together, there were no internet-connected maps. And when we started working together, there were no rich graphics inside the cars that we enjoyed.
Yep.
And because of the efforts that we've worked on together, we now have millions of cars, millions of Audis that are driving all over the world, and we really led in technology, information technology.
Yep.
Now, the next phase of information technology is artificial intelligence.
Yep.
And when you think about artificial intelligence and the concept of someone who's been so long in the automotive industry, what is the implication of AI to the automotive world, and what is the implication of AI to Audi?
I think it's massive. You know, the first thing on your first statement, I just want to say, you know, our partnership goes back 10 years. And if you think about where Audi was in America, we were selling 60,000 cars a year, didn't have much of an impact. If you look at this year, we sold a record 210,000 cars. And the reason we did it, honestly, is the crazy technology that Audi engineers and your engineers put together. It's a virtual cockpit, Google Earth, Google Maps, point of interest, incredible stuff. So that's the secret sauce. And I think with you, we want to keep the secret sauce moving. Look, if I think of your entire presentation, it's quite simple to me. We want to get to this nirvana state safer, and we want to get there sooner. And really, the only way to go about doing that, there's no amount of programming in the world that's going to manage the complexity of what happens in the street environments daily. The only way to get there is with artificial intelligence. So clearly what we're announcing is the first thing is a really cool demonstration. In the Gold Lot, you can drive a Q7. And I think what's phenomenal, when you look at the course, this vehicle, if you want to use the term, has been trained for only 4 days. So in 4 days, it's dealing with obstacles, it's dealing with different roads, it's dealing with complex environments.
Did you guys just pick that up?
4 days.
There's an Audi with an NVIDIA AI car computer in the Gold Lot driving by itself today, right now.
Exactly. And I think, thank you.
Not end of next year, not end of this year, right now.
Yeah, and I think that's classic Audi. I mean, we want to put things into the real world, put things into action, and I think it's cool. Now, if you want to go program this, it would probably take months upon months, so this gives you a sense of the power. And then, of course, the announcement here, we're excited. We're talking highly automated vehicle in numerous situations by 2020. This will be in production, level 4 automation, so this is huge, really huge.
You know, we've been in the auto.
Yeah, I got one back there.
We've been working together for 10 years, and we've been in the automotive industry a long time, and obviously we're both car buffs, and we love car technology. But in no time in the history that I remember has the technological change in the automotive industry has been so dramatic, so imaginative, so exciting, and yet so fast. You know, and yet at Audi, you guys have managed somehow to always keep up with the pace. How would you describe the culture and the reason why it is that you guys are able to stay up and you know, always be in the forefront of it all?
Yeah, I think the thing we love at Audi is I think most car companies like to look to protect themselves. They protect themselves with their scale, they protect themselves with regulations. And I think at Audi, we don't look to protect ourselves, we like to compete, we like to innovate. And obviously, you know, the automobile business has sort of been stuck in the automobile section for probably 50 years. Now it is in the front page of everything. Whether it's mobility, whether it's car sharing, whether it's piloted, whether it's connectivity, all these powerful things that are happening, it's so cool to be integrated in society. And I think what we also look at, which is important, is, of course, what is the real meaning? And I think now we have a real societal meaning. You mentioned the great stuff. We move goods, we move people, we share freedom, we do that kind of things. But the fact that we can bring this kind of safety onto the road, You know, and it's sort of, you know, breathtaking, but you can drive a car perfectly, drive it perfectly for years, and 1/100th of a second look away, and then look at the disaster that can come. You can prevent that. My mother, 80 years old, drives a B9 A4, loves the car. You know, her driving career is going to be coming to an end. This can extend that. My kids, who are going to be teenagers soon enough, it's the most dangerous thing you can do is drive a car as a teenager. So these are big societal changes that we can make together. This gets you out of bed in the morning in a very big way. This is cool. This is cool.
Well, let's make sure none of our kids ever have to drive.
Amen.
Scott Keogh, President of Audi America, incredible partner. Can't wait to come share with you guys the progress we're making in the next coming years. That's it. Oh, come on. That's it. No more announcements. No more announcements. Well, you know, hey guys, this is the largest electronics show in the world. 200,000 attendees. It is so fun. It is so fun to be in the middle of the technology industry today. It is so fun to be in the middle of the computer industry, and it's just incredibly thrilling to be in the middle of the automotive industry. Because of artificial intelligence, the technology that is going to really reshape how we all enjoy technology in the coming years, we're able to now realize the dreams that we've been dreaming about for so many years. What used to be science fiction is going to be reality in the coming years. Today, I had the privilege of sharing with you a few announcements of the things that we've been working on. We want to bring video games to 1 billion people who currently just simply don't have the computers necessary to enjoy the type of video games that you see from Aaron Flynn and Mass Effect Studio. We want to be able to turn your home into an AI. We believe that your home will engage you, and you will engage your home in natural, simple ways. And it will arrange your life, help you, find content for you, connect you with people, and just make your life better. And, of course, we would like to turn your car into an AI. That by applying this technology, we could revolutionize the automobile and bring joy and delight and the safety to millions and millions of people in the future. Thank you very much. Have a great CES.
Hello world, I'm Bridget Carey.
And I'm Ashley Esqueda.
And welcome to our daily afternoon CES Extravaganza show, live from the Las Vegas Convention Center.
It is the biggest tech show of the year, and we are here to break down the weird or wow products on the show floor. And we're also serving reality checks for lunch, everybody, so get hungry.
Every day at 1 p.m. Pacific time, you're going to tune in for live demos, celebrity guests, gadget battles that you can get involved in at home. And, you know, we also have a tiara because we can. You're going to stay tuned for that later, though.
Yeah. Today we're going to fight over robots. We're going to check out new cruise ship technology. But before that, we have to talk about one of the most bonkers things here at the show, a laptop with 3 screens. And to do that, Razer CEO Min Liang Tan is joining us on stage to tell us all about it and what other cool concepts Razer has at this year's CES. So welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So let's talk about Project Valerie, because this is a showstopper. If you guys haven't been to the Razer booth, for the audience, it's 3 full 17-inch screens that are expandable from a laptop. It's amazing. So tell us a little bit about A, how that came about, and B, what it is now.
Sure. Well, at Razer, I think if you've come to CES before, we've been the only company to win Best of CES for the past 6 years, and every time expectations are insanely high for us. So this year we've brought 2 concept designs. The first of which, as you've mentioned, is Concept Valerie, and what we've got is essentially we've designed a laptop that when it unfolds itself and it automatically opens up another additional 2 screens to give you a full 3-screen triple monitor display that gamers with desktops will be really familiar with.
We have video of it we're showing now. So
it's got Chroma technology in the keyboard. You guys have that nice mechanical.
Absolutely.
It's a great tactile experience. And then of course this 3-screen experience. I mean, and these screens are not, they're no joke. These are very high quality screens.
Yeah, well, bear in mind that this is an actual fully working, it's not just a prototype, we're ready to roll if we wanted to. And essentially what we've built this off the Razer Blade Pro, and it's got a GTX 1080 running in that. It's driving 3 screens at the same time. It's got phenomenal gameplay, it looks beautiful, and that's what we've done. We've really wanted to create the best possible immersive gaming experience in a single thin laptop.
This is nuts. I'm not a gamer like you are, Ashley, but I'm looking at this going, what? I mean, this is the kind of thing you see on a desktop, and now you could just, I guess, take it now. 3 screens wherever you go.
Watch 3 YouTube videos at one time.
Yeah, you can do that.
It's not just gamers, but we've had a ton of non-gamers reach out to us.
Video editors.
Traders, Bloomberg, for all of that. They're all really looking at productivity, for example, and the things that you can do with a multi-monitor screen setup. So these are things that I think we can bring a huge amount of value to gamers and non-gamers alike.
So in terms of battery life, I feel like 3 screens is a really big drain, but have you guys figured out like how to squeeze some time out of that? Because it feels like this will be something that just needs to be plugged in wherever you go.
Well, bear in mind that this is a concept design, I think, first up, but secondly, this has been built off the chassis of the Razer Blade Pro. And what we've got in the Razer Blade Pro is a 99 watt-hour battery, and that's the largest capacity of a battery that you're allowed to bring onto the plane. So what we've got is pretty decent battery life for what it's worth, and if you're not gaming. So it does work out if you use it for productivity, if you're on battery. But yes, we would advise if you're running a game at full board, try to get connected.
Plug it in.
Absolutely.
That makes sense. So in addition to a laptop with 3 screens, you also introduced Project Ariana, which adds an even larger level of immersion for anybody using a computer. So let's talk a little bit about projection technology and how Chroma, which is something that Razer has been working on and expanding for years now, how that kind of has culminated almost in Project Ariana. Because this is a really cool piece of technology that I don't know that I would pick for myself right away, but it also feels like something that I go, when I see the right thing played on it, I'm like, ooh, I want that.
Absolutely. So at Razer, one of the things that we're really focused on is immersiveness, right? And Chroma is the platform that we've got natively supported by all the big game companies out there, if it's Blizzard or Activision, so on and so forth, if it's Overwatch or Call of Duty. What we've got is a platform that allows the game to come onto your desktop itself. So we started Chroma with just making sure the lighting and stuff like that synced up together with the game. You get hit with the game, it flashes red, you pick up a mega health, it flashes blue, so on and so forth. Now, we've expanded it right here at CES to bring it outside from just your desktop. So now we're working with our partners like Philips Hue, we're working with Nanoleaf, we're working with tons of partners out there to kind of bring the immersion from your game outside. And that's what we like to call Chroma Step 2. Now, Project Ariana takes it, we crank it up to 11. So what we've now got is we've taken the game and expanded it to the entire room itself. So what we've got is everything. As you play, it's projected on the screen. We've designed it with the human eye as the basis. A central focus where you've got the screen itself in front of you and the entire game in the peripheral vision. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and it's almost as you're looking at the screen, it's an extension of everything you're seeing on the screen, which ends up being if you're staring at something on a screen, let's say you're playing Call of Duty, you're looking for a health pack, or you're trying to figure out where you're going to camp out as a sniper, you have this amazing peripheral vision outside of your monitor that you're kind of aware of, but not necessarily focused on,
Absolutely.
and it's just something that really kind of brings the game to you, which is a really impressive thing in terms of, I think gamers are always looking for the next big thing that's going to immerse them. We've had, 7.1 audio,
Sure.
all these great kind of advances in technology for gamers, and I think this in particular is something that a lot of gamers are going to say, you know what, I gotta have that. I want that.
Think about it as something in between the current generation desktops and VR, right?
Sure.
So instead of having to put on a headset, right now we're putting the gamer right in the middle of a game, and it's incredibly immersive. As you're playing, you're sitting there, you can spend all day, and you're just right there in the middle of thick of everything. It's great.
Everyone's talking about VR though at this show. What is your take on where it's going next? In terms of, I see a lot of strap into like a big ride simulator and but
or
that
haptics. Like
right.
haptics seems like a really special thing. Like, what do you guys at Razer, or you in particular, as just a person, think the next step is for VR?
Sure. So we are really excited about VR. We've invested in a really open platform with OS VR. We're working with some of the top VR content providers out there. I think there's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of expectation about what VR can bring for gamers and non-gamers alike. But I think it's both a premise of trying to get the hardware and the hardware platform over there from a tethered to an untethered solution, and over and above, trying to get the right content, the killer content. I think that's what everyone's waiting for, the holy grail, but I believe we're going to see it sooner rather than later.
I think you're probably right. I think there's been some really great strides in terms of good gameplay that takes advantage of VR in a way that's not just, it's a port of something on console or something on PC into VR that sort of feels a little clunky because it's not meant organically for it's not built organically for VR. And I do think that the tethered issue is for me, I think that's the biggest hurdle that everybody needs to kind of leap, so that way people are not tripping on cords or having to worry about, and also a lot of the extra sensor stuff is problematic for a lot of people who have smaller apartments or weirdly shaped living rooms or however they want to do their VR setup.
And that's one of the things that we've also realized, that not everyone wants to put a headset for them all the time. And that's what we really designed Project Ariana to be, to instead of having the gamer have to put on the headset, we actually put the gamer within the environment itself. And that's one of the reasons why we're getting so much attention at CES. Everyone's trying to line up and get into the room to check out Project Ariana. It's pretty cool.
That is really, really cool. Yeah. Well, I have a very short last question. Do you think that Razer someday could just build me a really cool robot that uses Chroma in my house that could just be my friend?
You just want like a personal favor,
play
right?
Overwatch with me, because I think that would be amazing.
What makes you think I don't have one?
Next year, CES.
Maybe next year, CES. Yeah,
next
perhaps.
Year. Thank you so much for coming on the show. That is Razer. If you guys want to check out Razer's booth, if you are here at the show, I highly recommend it's in South Hall. If you're online, Razer.com. RAZER. Head over there, check out Project Valerie and Project Ariana because it is amazing. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to check in with Brian Tong, who's investigating some cruise ship technology.
Yeah, because even though we're in the middle of a desert, somehow that doesn't stop us from checking out high tech on the high seas, right?
That's right. So we'll be right back.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
Ashley Esqueda here with Bridget Carey, CNET at CES. It is time to sail away, guys, to the CES show floor. We're going to put on our sunglasses. We're going to check in with the one and only Brian Tong. He is investigating new technology with Carnival Cruise Line. Brian Tong,
all right,
what
everybody,
in the
we
world are you
here
doing?
Inside of Carnival Corporation. We got this nice fancy bar. I'm here with my two friends, Michael Jungian of Carnival, as well as Vince Ball of NITech. And what we want to really show you here is technology is everywhere here in CES, but it's also coming to a cruise ship near you. Michael, tell us a little bit about what you want to show me today.
We are going to enable magical experiences to take place
buzzword.
aboard everybody's cruise as we introduce medallion class vacations from Ocean with
Technology works. Can you give us just a quick breakdown of what people can expect and what they're really doing here?
Oh, it's amazing. We've really brought together some technology that enables an amazing personalized experience, and we've been great partners with Carnival. We're really happy to be partners with Carnival Corporation, and we're excited to show you guys a little about what we've built.
They don't want to see us talking. Let's go check it out, right? Let's leave the bar, come back to the bar later, and then we're going to go this way, all right? See, look at the grand entrance. All right. So what area are we going to right now? I see a lot of black curtains.
Going down to one of our tech demonstration areas, so getting away from some of the demonstration, big-time demonstration. Let's see what's behind the scenes.
Okay, we're going to go behind the scenes. Is this the first time that, obviously there's not cameras that are coming back here other than ours?
Very few who have been back here so far, so we'd set up some of the vignettes so that we could show off some of the great technology that's come to life. One of the most important things that we're doing, beyond creating the first discrete, non-functional wearable, our Ocean Medallion is discrete in form, simple and seamless, but powerful in every way.
Is that a medallion in your pocket, or?
This is a medallion. It was in my pocket.
It was a medallion in your pocket.
And I got one on my wrist, too, yeah.
I thought so, okay.
But one of the great things that your medallion does for you during an ocean vacation is it allows you access to your room. And so I've got Doug Steele here, who, this is your stateroom, right, Doug?
It is, Michael. It's right here.
Oh, wow. Doug, just let us into your room, please.
All Doug did is walk up and enter.
Let's go. It's so spacious in here. Come on, come in this room, Doug. Thanks, man. It's so spacious.
It's a party.
Now, he did that, right? Similar.
Show us your medallion, Doug.
My medallion's just in my pocket.
Show me your medallion.
It's right here. Oops, with a piece of paper, sorry.
And some lint and a variety of other things from CES.
To clean up the space.
But what's important is the portal, if you didn't notice, step backwards, Doug, and let it go back. So the portal at the stateroom door, in its default mode, just has the room number on it and the logo of the cruise line. And as Doug approaches, he's recognized.
You'll see.
His information comes
so
to
the screen changed.
And the doors open only by touching.
Very cool, very cool. Do you have any other examples in this little black room?
Let's see what's behind the scenes that makes all this happen.
That reminds me of kind of like when, there's cars out there where when you're in proximity, like that behavior, that experience, it felt like that to your door, right?
Exactly. You're in power because it's all about you. You're the one. You're the one the environment should respond to. So let you be powerful. And we do that by this great technology backbone of some seamless sensors, a bus, and our edge computing device. So we have a variety of sensors. Most of these here are about location awareness.
And these are placed all over the cruise ship, is that correct?
Absolutely, yeah. Right now we have one of our ships where 7,000 of these sensors have been embedded and 75 miles of this periwinkle cable. And
guys, first exclusive, periwinkle cable used in tech.
So what's important is on a ship, it's really essential that an engineer knows what system they're working with. So every electrical or every cabling system has its own color. Since we created the experience system, we had to have a unique color that would designate the experience system in the maritime environment. And so periwinkle just happened to be the color. There were 75 miles of it, and that became the color that now will be the standard.
I had a question for Vince. Can I hold this medallion real quick? Can you talk a little bit about this, because I was curious, which side of this is the beacon? I mean, what's happening here?
This is packed with technology. It's got BLE, NFC. We've worked really hard to make it this weight and have all the feel that Michael talked about being important about the experience. This is personalized per guest. It'll have your name. It'll have the voyage. It's about the personalization for each of our guests.
I think a lot of people watching this right now, they might on the surface think, oh, it's like a Disney Magic Pass, but this is different because of how specific, personalized things. See his eyes twitching. He's like, don't ever use those words near me. But what I'm saying is people that are watching, let's keep it real, right? That's what they think, but from what I've seen, it's more than that.
It is so much more than
I'm
that.
throwing you a softball right
Yeah, it's so much more than that. We're really proud of everything that happened with the Magic Band and what it continues to do. But what the medallion does is really differentiated, that it enables an aura of guest service enablement and experience triggering around each guest. And I want to give you an experience about what that looks like. And Rich Criato, who's working on PlayOcean, is going to trigger the PlayOcean sizzle to show how the medallion, once deployed, brings together Apex.
What is PlayOcean Sizzle? Come on.
PlayOcean is one of our engaging ways to deliver immersive experiences to our guests. And so one of those just happens to be gaming and play, which is really essential for any vacation experience. So we're going to fuse a bevy of play experiences, either wager or non-wager, into delivering immersive experiences.
So this is basically what, being able to take the casino with you wherever you are on the ship. Is that what we're talking about right here?
That's exactly it.
Absolutely. Then say it with me, Rich. Mo money, mo money, mo money. See, that's
right.
what it's really all about.
Enabled by the medallion, of course. So here, let's go ahead and take a look at the sizzle.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and trigger it, and then we can for PlayOcean.
Did I see karaoke?
Absolutely.
Okay, sign me up. Sign me up already. Karaoke. Anywhere on the ship? That's annoying.
Yeah.
So what we have here, right, they're showing us using your mobile devices, iPads, iPhones, Android. You're going to be able to access this stuff, correct?
Medallion of the casino, yep. Games on the compass all around the ship.
What about interacting with people? What happened to that?
We have plenty of interactivity with guests, between guests, creating active moments with our crew members, engaging guests, and drawing them into interactions with each other. Digital plays an important part in that, but digital is to elevate the experiences that guests have throughout their vacation.
Okay, I think the number one question for people that are on cruises and might be single is, can you use the medallion to buy someone else a drink based on their preferences?
Absolutely. We have a great form of social engagement, a little trick called message in a bottle.
Oh, no. Message in a bottle.
Absolutely. So whether it's grandma sending it to the kids to invite them to a great playtime together in grandma's stateroom, or anybody else that wants to invite another member of the cruise to come and join them in immersive experiences.
All right. Well, again, people that are watching this, no one else has really been able to get back here. They already put like no photography, no cameras. So we really want to show you kind of some of that cool flavor here at CES 2017. We will give it back to you guys on the set. Keep on rolling here. We're going to check out all this more cool stuff, okay? See ya.
Thank you.
All right,
BT.
thanks, Brian.
Is there other cool stuff?
I'm a little worried about Brian Tong's gambling problem with that medallion.
That gambling thing is dangerous.
Okay,
Oh my
it's like,
gosh.
just keep going. Just keep going. I just want to keep betting. I just want to keep betting all night. All night. Be terrible here in Vegas, right?
Oh my gosh.
Can you imagine? Oh, the ramifications. You'd all not be here. You'd all be still gambling. Okay. So the other thing we wanted to do here at the show is we wanted to have a little gadget battle.
Just a little gadget battle.
We like to fight, basically. And
this is the time to do it. This is when all the technology is out on display.
Yeah.
And you got to be critical.
And everyone's got an opinion about what's good and what's not good. So we decided it's time for the CES Gadget Battle today. And today's topic, adorable assistant robots that are invading your home. Which are very prevalent here at the show.
Yeah.
So the question we asked on Twitter 24 hours before this show went live, and we're asking you guys are going to have a little audience participation. Which adorable home assistant robot do you want in your home? Do you want Curry?
Curry is made by a small company. They're called, I don't have it in front of me.
Mayfield Robotics.
Thank you. Thank you for saving
and
me
they,
that.
Yes,
that's
it's super adorable. Look at this little guy or girl. You can name your robot a lady, that's fine. Curry. And then there's also the LG Hub Robot. This is the tabletop robot for your smart home. That's him. It's got a little face. So here's what we decided to do. Do you want to get out the crown? Where's the crown?
It's down here.
We have a crown. This is
a tiara.
A tiara.
To be specific.
Listen, we're ladies. We like nice looking things, shiny, sparkly things. So we're going to fight about it. We each have 60 seconds. We have to give our reasons why we each like one robot. And then at the end of 60 seconds, you guys will decide who wins. So listen closely to our arguments because I feel like we got some good ones.
Okay.
All right,
So
you're going first, right?
I'm going to pick Curry.
Okay, you're going to go with Curry.
Yes.
All right, so I'll take LG's. I could argue for either, and so can you, but you got Curry. You ready?
Yeah, I am pumped. All right, let's do this.
Go.
Okay, so personality is a big thing in robots, right? So little emoji faces. How cute is that, right? Because you want emoji faces. And you know what? He's not just sitting there. He's not just lazy. This guy is a working robot or girl, right? Moving around and is a security camera, right? So rolling around your house. Also able to detect when things are going astray. Dogs on the couch, you can yell at the dog through your own camera because what is better than like going talking through the robot, right? And it's not one that tip over. It's 14 pounds. It's got some heft to it. It's like a baby. It's like a baby.
It's like a little robot
It's
baby.
not going to fall over edges. It's that smart. Also, it has 4 microphones to hear where you're talking from, and it can see your face. So it's like a little baby pet too, because it knows if it's you or if it's someone else. So there
10
is.
seconds.
Oh, and it's also able to sync with if, and that means you can do a million things with it eventually. All right.
All right. I feel good about that. That was a good argument. You
pack it on.
packed a lot in there.
I tried to pack it a lot.
You did pack it a lot in there.
All right. So
now,
I
have to now.
Now you have to bring it.
I have to now talk about LG's Hub robot. Okay. Are you ready? Do you want to start the timer?
Let's go. Ready?
Go. First of all, it does the thing that everybody wants at CES this year, which is it is Alexa compatible. LG has made this thing Alexa compatible. It can connect to LG appliances. You can tell this adorable little hub robot with little cute screen. Look, and that's the other thing, screen eyeballs, you guys, not just these ridiculous analog eyes. This thing is gonna be able to smile at, it's gonna smize at you like Tyra Banks. And it's going to be able to make you happy. It's going to feel sad when you feel sad. It's going to have feelings. I'm telling you, you're going to really bond with this thing. It's smaller. It's much smaller. I appreciate that Curry's the size of a baby. This thing, small enough to put on a desk. You can take it with you. It's easy. It's portable. I also really like that LG is an established, trusted brand over Mayfield Robotics. I think that that's something that you should not sneeze at. And also, it is shaped like a snowman, which is adorable. And not only does it do all those things,
5 seconds.
It dances to music, Bridget. It dances, and that's adorable, and that's why you should have one. All right. We did it.
All
We
right.
made it.
There you go.
So, we have to ask you guys,
out of what you saw and what you heard,
is it Curry? You can clap.
All right.
That's a good response. You got a good response.
All right. Or is it LG's robot?
Oh, man. Bridget killing it right now. We also asked Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
Do we have the Twitter poll? Do you want to put that up on the screen? I think we have a Twitter poll.
You know, I don't have it on my screen right now. Beep. Sorry.
I do have it. Here, can I steal this from you?
Yeah, steal it.
I'm going to steal it from you and put my own screen on. Okay. It's loading.
Yesterday, and we're going to do this every day, we ask Twitter the same question, and we are just...
There it is. My conversations are also happening. You guys can all see my conversations. Anyway, we asked, and obviously Curry is the winner.
So
Curry's it.
So the world...
67% of people.
I win.
You totally win. Should we crown you? We should crown you.
Every day. Okay.
I feel like I should do it.
Thank you.
Oh, crown. Gadget Battle of the Day winner, Bridget Carey. We have another poll for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, and we want you to get involved.
Yes, tomorrow's poll
has to do with Alexa. I mentioned Alexa.
Right, because the smart home is a big topic this year.
It really
so
is.
is Alexa. So Alexa is in more gadgets, and we are asking everyone, would you rather talk to Alexa through a refrigerator or through an oven? Because both are realities here.
Both are excessive realities. Very excessive. But which one would you rather talk to? Would you rather use Alexa to talk to your fridge or your oven? That is the question. You can go to CNET's official Twitter account and be part of the vote. And we will tell you the results tomorrow on the show. And then we're going to fight about it again. We're going to do another fight. Also, I just really briefly about Curry. I just want to say, you mentioned catching your dog and yelling at them.
Yeah.
And I just want everybody to know that this is like the saddest thing ever. I caught my dog. Can we get a shot here? Here you go. I caught my dog peeing on my couch last night. Peeing on my couch. That's not a frozen shot, guys. He's just still going. He's just still going. It's like 30 seconds of him just peeing. And I would have loved to have had a Curry to yell at him, which would have been really great. But he just...
Robots that actually are useful.
You know, it would have been really nice to have that Curry to protect my house last night. And my couch. My couch doesn't appreciate that kind of behavior, Jenkins. I know you're watching.
I'm sorry about that.
So that is it for today's show. That is it.
Yeah, and we're going to be back tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific time with the CEO of Hyperloop One, Rob Lloyd. He's going to talk about the future of transportation.
Yes, make sure you hit us up on Twitter to talk about the show. I am at Ashley Esqueva.
And I'm at Bridget Carey.
And until tomorrow, be good humans. And we'll see you guys next time. Bye.
I'm Rich Brown, Executive Editor for Smart Home and Appliances. CNET bought a house in Louisville, Kentucky, and turned it into a living lab to test the latest, greatest smart home gadgets. CNET also leases an apartment in downtown Louisville, one floor above a city-sponsored hackerspace called Louis Lab. With me to talk more about Louisville's effort in smart technology is the mayor of Louisville, Mr. Greg Fisher. Mayor Fisher, thank you for joining us here today.
Good to be with you, Rich.
So I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the evolution of the city of Louisville's sort of interest in smart city, which is really kind of what this is, right? And how the Louis Lab came to be.
Yeah, you know, a lot of buzz, obviously, about smart cities and smart homes. We're interested in what's the intersection of those so we can make our citizens' life easier. So when people talk about smart homes, frequently they think about the consumer aspect of that. And we don't really look at our people as consumers, we look at them as citizens. So how can we meld that world of smart city, which is open data that's out there for everybody, all information from weather, policing, traffic, how do you integrate that into a smart apartment or a smart home to make our citizens' life easier? And also we have what we call citizen science. How do we involve our citizens so we can crowdsource data from them to make a smarter city as well?
Mm-hmm. So the city has some, I believe the city has some air quality sensors, for example, distributed around that we know pull in data, and we've had that in the apartment actually tied into a light bulb there. So if the air quality goes bad, the color will change light, or pardon me, the light will change color so that you kind of get an indicator. Maybe you can do something about it if you have an air quality issue. Are there other elements of smart city and sort of data gathering that you are particularly interested in Louisville or just in general?
Well, take an example, let's say you're a commuter, you want to know how things are going to be on your drive into work, and we have a partnership with Waze, so we know what our traffic data is like at all times as well. Obviously our weather conditions, we know what that is, we have a city feed for that. So we've worked with Alexa and others to create an agnostics app so that you can say, what if this is going on? And so let's say I'm going to work, and it'll say traffic's fine, weather's fine. So we want to make sure there's no weather issues. So it just helps me plan how I can get to work easier.
Mm-hmm. So I wonder if you can talk to some of the challenges particular to smart city data gathering, getting that information out to residents, how you work across socioeconomic lines.
Well, there's been such an interest in smart cities in Louisville, especially open data. So we've done a lot of experience with what we call, again, citizen scientists. So the air quality is an example of that. We're in the Ohio River Valley. Air quality is not as good as in other areas. So if you have asthma, it's a problem. We've got 1,000 citizens that have volunteered where their asthma inhalers have a GPS on it, so we know where episodes are taking place. So we can have identified the hot spots in our city, so we can mitigate those hot spots with either changing traffic patterns or vegetative medicine, and then we can do one-to-one health interventions as well. So the more platforms we create like that where people can get involved, we find very good, not just for quality of life enhancement, but also then in building trust between citizens and their government. So the more we can do to reach out to people, to ask them to be part of a smart city environment, we find people are very willing to participate in that. Our hacker community, our maker community, love for us to throw challenges to them as well, and they've really come through with a lot of solutions.
So that's interesting, the whole idea of crossing over from government to independent citizens, maybe private businesses, helping to see the smart city idea come to fruition. How has the interaction been with, say the business community and getting things off the ground here?
Well, it's been great with, I call it the entrepreneurial community. Mm-hmm. So let me give you an example of that. We want to increase fire safety like every city as well does, and then we had a vacant abandoned property situation. Those were two different silos, but when those groups got together and looked at their data together, they said, we've got an issue where if there's a fire at a vacant property, that can be a danger, obviously, to adjoining properties. But it takes longer for a fire alert to be called into the fire department if the property is vacant. Our maker community looked at that and said, well, what if we had a low-cost fire alarm that could notify the fire department? And they said, that can't be done. It cost $1,000 for a fire detector. You have to have power to the house. These homes are abandoned. Our maker community said, well, what if we make something that's solar powered, that is actually listening to a $15 smoke detector device, build a modem into that, and then off it goes to the fire department and also shoots a signal up to the web as well. For less than $50, these makers, entrepreneurs, created a company now that has the first of its kind for a low-dollar smoke detector for vacant properties that makes our city safer.
Is there a political element or a partisanship element that has come to play in any of the smart city, in any of this, really?
Well, I hadn't heard that before, but we are in uncharted political waters these days, so it's just a matter of time, I'm sure.
I would imagine so. So I wonder if you can speak to anything specific to the Louis Lab, which is sort of a brand new office, right? So what are you hoping will come out of that in particular?
Well, I think what's interesting about that is when you show the power of public-private partnerships. So we created a innovation center with General Electric Appliances, University of Louisville, called First Build in Community. So it's a co-located innovation space, micro factory. When we learned that you guys had a smart home in Louisville, and then we started working together around that, we said, well, what about the folks that are renting? So we were developing something called Louis Lab, where we were co-locating our performance improvement and innovation professionals. We're known in the country as the most innovative city as it comes to civic innovation. And you guys said, well, hey, what about a smart apartment? Why don't we co-locate that? So you're one story above our Louis Lab space, so we work together in that regard. So that's where we really see the partnership of opportunities. CNET in this case, GE Appliances and the others. We're working with our healthcare communities for different opportunities as well. And all the time we're trying to bring citizens into this loop. Because if we can enhance the quality of life of a citizen, what that does is grow the trust between citizen and government. And that's something these days that's being sorely tested.
Are you looking into other cities and what they are doing? Are there any cities you feel are doing smart city particularly well right now?
Well, a lot of people are talking about smart city applications. So, you know, it could be policing, it could be traffic, it could be a lot of stuff that we're talking about. Our sweet spot as a city is that we're big enough to be internationally relevant, but we're small enough to get things done. Our metro area is about 1.4 million people. So what we're interested in is enhancing that citizen experience and bridging that world between the home and the city, and have people look at really their home in an expanded sense. The city is your home. So how do you bring all this data together and let it talk to you either in the home, in your car, on your device, so that you're totally informed about what your options are to enhance your quality of life? That could be entertainment, it could be safety, it could be traffic, it could be a variety of things.
All right. Mayor Fisher, thank you for being with us today. Jeff Bakalar will be here with Polaroid CEO to show us their latest products.
Amazon's Echo is everywhere. It's the current standard for smart home assistants thanks to its easy to use and surprisingly good voice-controlled personality named Alexa. Now, the Echo is made by Amazon, but Alexa herself is slipping the bonds of corporate exclusivity and turning up in a handful of other products. One of them is the new Lenovo Smart Assistant featuring Amazon Alexa. It's not a very catchy name, but one look will tell you that this is clearly modeled very closely on the Echo. It's a tall, cylindrical device. It looks a lot like the Echo. It's got a little bit of the coloration of something like the Google Home. The top half is one color. It can have a different colored woven bottom in gray or green or orange. Now, like the Echo, it uses Alexa, the cloud-based smart assistant in the Echo. It even uses the Alexa smartphone apps. You can see they're very, very similar. It's actually a little bit less expensive, $129 in the US versus $179 for the standard Echo. But if you want an upgraded version, there's a Harman Kardon edition that will be $179 in the US, and that will hopefully give you some of the better audio that the Amazon version, the original Echo, is said to lack. You can find the Lenovo Smart Assistant coming in May.
Belkin Wemo gadgets are an excellent starting point for the smart home, and this year they've got 2 new devices coming out to market. First up is the Wemo Mini. This is a smaller version of the original Wemo plug that you'll plug in and then plug something else in behind it. You'll then be able to automate that device or turn it on and off remotely from your phone or by using this handy little button here. Next up is this Wemo dimmer switch. This is a long-awaited light switch that's going to be an upgrade to the original Wemo light switch. That original one couldn't dim the lights, it just turned them on and off. This one can dim them up and down using that capacitive slider or the controls on your phone. You can also long press on the button to get automated control over all of your Wemo gear or to trigger in a away mode that'll make people think you're home when you're not. The new Wemo Mini is going to debut for $35. It's already up for pre-order. That Wemo dimmer switch comes later in the year, and it should be somewhere between $50 and $100. We'll see when it lands this summer.
Not everyone has a computer hooked up to their main living room home theater setup, but maybe they should. It's a great way to get high-end PC gaming on a big screen. It makes it easy to stream a lot of content, and of course it's the best way to set up virtual reality in a big living room space. But the problem has always been, how do you drive that computer? Whether it's a mini desktop or a big gaming tower, you could get a standard wireless keyboard and put it on your lap, or I've tried a gyroscopic mice. Nothing really works that seamlessly. That's why I really like the idea of the Lenovo 500. It's a multimedia controller that looks like a combination of a tiny PC keyboard and an oversized old-fashioned BlackBerry keyboard. The big difference between this and other wireless keyboards is that it's the standard QWERTY keyboard, but the entire surface doubles as a touchpad. There's no separate touchpad. How does it work? Well, you click down on the keys to type as you normally would, but then you just swipe your finger over the actual keys without pressing down on them to use the touchpad. It's small enough you can hold it in both hands, and your thumb should be able to reach all the keys while you're typing. And then you can use one finger for a standard mouse input, use 2 fingers as a tap for a right click as opposed to a left click, and then you can even do 2 and 3 finger gestures like scrolling. It feels and works very much like a traditional touchpad. You just have to get used to the feeling of the raised keys under your finger. There's a little curve on the back to make it easier to pick up from a flat surface like a coffee table, and they say it should work from about 65 feet away. It's a clever idea that addresses a problem that to date does not have a definitive solution. Touchpadding by swiping over the keyboard, it's a little hard to get used to, but I got better at it the more I tried, so I'm looking forward to testing this out some more. The Lenovo 500, it's expected in March for $54 in the US. Lenovo has always been a bit of a stealth force in PC gaming. For years, the company has turned out some very good gaming laptops and desktops. They got a little bit of gamery flair, good performance, and generally good prices. But at CES 2017, Lenovo is rebranding its whole gaming line, hoping to make it more of a player in the high-end boutique gaming space. The new name is Legion. Inspired by Roman legions, and it's launching with 2 new laptops, the Y720 and the Y520. Of those, I think the 17-inch 720 is the more interesting. You get higher-end graphics options with it. It's the first Windows laptop with built-in Dolby Atmos, which is a surround sound ecosystem for positional content. But my favorite feature on that Y720 is the integrated Xbox One wireless receiver. If you want to plug an Xbox controller into a regular laptop, you need that big, chunky Xbox controller dongle that really doesn't work half the time and just sticks out from the side. Building in the receiver, which is something we we've only seen on a very small handful of laptops. I think it's a big, cool extra feature. The 720 is going to be available in April, starting at $13.99 in the US, while the 15-inch Wi-Fi 20, which misses some of these other high-end features, is coming in February, starting at just $8.99.
This is Curry, and it wants to be your friendly home robot companion. It's the first product from Mayfield Robotics, a startup from Bosch. When I first heard about it, I thought it was going to be sort of like an Alexa taped to a robot vacuum. But what Curry tries to do, and where it tries to separate itself, is with personality. It looks at you, it smiles with its eyes, it has a number of different greetings that are called, wait for it, Romojis. Curry can follow you around, it can respond to voice commands, you can have it patrol your home and take pictures if there's anything out of the ordinary. If your dog's on the couch, Curry's gonna understand context, send you an alert, and you can use the speakers in Curry to yell at your dog. It also has a 4-microphone array, so it can hear you and know where you're talking from, and then look at you when you give a command. In an extra bit of coolness, Curry actually uses lasers to help it map your house, so it can know where rooms are and not run into objects on the way. Curry's all about the personality, all about the adorableness. It can also do podcasts. It can also sync up with IFT. So hopefully in the future, you'll be able to do a lot of smart home functionality. I'm still hoping for some Alexa-like use here to help justify the $700 price tag. And it's gonna be out by December of 2017. By the time it launches, I'm hoping for a bit more smart home functionality and a few more voice commands. But for the time being, I can attest it's got the adorable part down.
Hey, welcome back to our continuing coverage of CES 2017 live from Las Vegas. Polaroid always makes a big splash here at CES, and this year is no different. Here to show us some brand new things is Scott Hardy, CEO of Polaroid. Scott, thanks for being here, man.
It's good to be here again, Jeff.
You've got a lot of stuff here, some stuff I quite honestly can't believe came out of a machine. But let's run through the gamut of stuff here. What is Polaroid showing off?
Yeah, so this is our 80-year anniversary in 2017, and the first product we're announcing is the Polaroid Pop. Okay. And the Polaroid Pop, what's cool about it is it prints an actual photograph in the Polaroid Classic border, which is what we're known for, for generations. And it's an instant digital print. So this actually has a 20-megapixel camera inside with dual flash. Okay. And then to print, you just pop off the bottom, and then the image will just come right out. It's using the Zinc Zero Ink technology. We've had many products in the market for quite a while. Right. And so this will be available later, call it summer, fall time frame for about $199.
Great, and it's I'm looking at the front there. It's got some ports. It's going to have like a rechargeable situation going on?
Yeah, you got your charger and your SD card, and then the port for the actual photograph to come out of. Pretty simple.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Pretty cool product.
So that's coming down the line. What else we got?
We've also got a 3D printer that we're announcing here at the show. Okay. And what's really cool about 3D printing is it gives kids the ability to print and really utilize their artistic, their scientific, their, we call it STEM or STEAM, those characteristics they could use in the future workforce as a mechanical engineer, an industrial designer, you name it. Right. And so this is a great product. It has a child safety lock on the front of it. It sells for $499. Okay. And it has an iOS Android app that you literally just download the image. There's plenty of files online that you can get. Kids can easily download it. They put it into the system, and then it just uses a filament and prints out the object you want.
And you can choose between different colors for your filament and sort of work that in.
We got 30 different colors of filament to choose from. And what's cool is you can do multi-layered kind of projects. Right. And so what I have right there in front of you.
This is just, can we get a close-up of this? This is unbelievable. This came out of the bigger model,
The bigger model, yeah. Okay. The big brother.
And, and then you told me, and then you said, yeah, and it just came built like this.
One shot.
One shot.
The only thing we paused the printer was to change the color of the filament.
So now I know you can just say that and everyone's like, okay, do you understand what that means? that means this whole thing was just built like this. And you just, right, and there's just maybe a little crack
it's a mechanical
to get
art.
like the plastic to sort of separate a little bit.
You got it.
And then you have, what are we calling this, an
I
expansion
guess we're calling
stand?
it like a podium.
It looks like that little thing Mario jumped on in Mario
It does look
Brothers,
like
right?
that, actually.
Where he was just
Totally.
like, that's what it is.
Yeah, and so you can print a mechanical object and have
unbelievable.
it come out in one shot. Crazy.
So this came out of the larger version, and
we got
that's
a
going to
larger
be
version.
how much? The
That
larger
one sells for a couple $1,000s. It's
Okay.
more of an education, more of a business-to-business kind of product.
Gotcha.
Yep, so pretty cool stuff.
And these little guys came out of some. This is more this.
Yeah,
one
that's more
speed.
that side. More of a
Okay.
5-inch cubed is what you can print.
Sure. Okay, great.
The other cool thing is we also have a pen. It's a 3D pen.
Oh, wow.
And so using the same filament, the consumer can actually print with their hands and make an object.
So you
And
did that. So you.
I wish I could say I did it. I'm not quite so artistic. But you can see how beautiful this
Yeah,
is,
that's
right?
amazing.
And so when you're making different things, you can make fun little objects like this little chicken here.
That's awesome.
This is actually a candle, like a candle holder,
Oh,
right?
cool.
And it's more of a clearer filament. And so these filaments come in so many different colors that your teenagers can have a lot of fun creating stuff and being artistic.
Right.
Yeah, so pretty
And
cool stuff.
what's the roadmap looking like for the pen? What are we? What
Yeah,
are we,
so the
what's
pen,
price
the
there?
pen will be available for $129. It works with the same color filaments that work with the 3D printer, and these are both going to be available in the spring.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, pretty cool.
So now, I remember you were saying something about how is there a wireless version of that and a wired one? How does
Yeah,
that?
so-
and like,
so-
what are the challenges there?
Yeah,
Because
so
I
you've
know-
got to power this device,
Yeah.
right? And so we have a battery-powered version too.
Okay.
The non-battery version sells for $129. The battery version will be $149. So it just comes down to, do you want to have a battery running? And then the filament just goes in the back of this. And so as you're printing, you're just literally, filling that out. And then if you set it down for a couple minutes, it turns itself off and spits out the remaining filament inside, so it doesn't jam.
Cool.
Yeah, pretty slick.
I want to pivot back to the printer because
Yeah.
for me that's like the most sort of, I guess, unexpected sort of turn for Polaroid.
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about
You
how
bet.
that process went?
Our brands always stood for innovation, sharing, fun, and products like 3D printing are all about that. You're making stuff that you can give to people. It's about creativity. You're making something. And so we feel like this is an emerging category that is very hot in the future. It's still a cottage industry.
Right.
And so we want to make stuff easy to use, which is also what Polaroid's known for. And why not do it in a category that is all about creativity and freedom of expression?
Right on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting because the big trend this year is a lot of digital assistant voice, home automation kind of stuff.
Yep.
But with Polaroid, I feel like that legacy is always like, oh, I'm going to get something out of this product. Like something's going to spit out at me, and I'm going to have a physical thing,
a tangible thing
like,
you can share,
like a souvenir
Right.
out of this thing. Where like, oh, I can go off and do my thing.
And that was the
and that's-
photograph,
yeah.
right? You took a picture,
sure.
you shared it, and it's that tangibility. We like to say that a photograph's not a photograph until it's printed.
Right.
Otherwise, it's just pixels and data.
Sure.
And so we really want to change that paradigm. And the younger consumer is embracing this idea of tangibility.
Right.
Yeah.
It's this foreign concept. We're like holding something is this amazing
It
new
is.
thing.
It
What,
is.
what have you found that sort of resonates the best out of the products that are sort of coming down the line?
Well, so the instant print category, and we've got some other products, including the Polaroid Snap we shared last year on your
Right.
show. That's selling extremely well. Instant camera print sales are up 166% as of this last September.
wow. Okay.
And the category, and this is in the camera space, right, where a lot of things are declining because smartphones are replacing that. In this category, it's on fire. And guess who's buying it? It's not mom and dad.
Yeah.
It is the younger generation, the Gen Y, who grew up as digital natives. They were born into touchscreens and smartphones.
And there's this
then they're
novelty
like,
now.
I can print this.
Yeah, I'm
and
holding
it's,
it.
It's incredible,
I can
yeah.
rip it. I can do stuff with it. I can
Right.
put it on the wall.
Yeah, exactly. And so it's making treasures that you can share.
Yeah.
And there's this weird paradox where the more digital pictures you take, the more your photos are getting lost.
For sure.
We're giving consumers the ability to say, I want to print that. I want something that I can,
special about
something
that.
special. I can
Yeah.
frame it. I can give it to somebody else.
Talk a little bit about the camera system, you guys, the sort of
so
monitoring system that's going
the
on
other
here.
cool product we're announcing here is this is the Polaroid Hoop.
Okay.
And the Polaroid Hoop, it's made of die-cast aluminum, and what it is it's a 1080p full HD security camera that connects via Wi-Fi.
Okay.
And what's neat about it is it has a two-way audio capability, so you could have it mounted on your doorstep. Someone comes, you could literally see them and talk to the person through the actual camera
You don't
itself.
yell at them like, hey, what are you doing?
What are you doing? What do you want? I'm not interested.
Go away. We don't want any.
you could also have the ability to mount it indoors and outdoors.
Okay.
And it has a battery pack that comes with it. If you can't get power to that spot in that location in the home, then you have the ability to actually put a battery on it that could last as much as a month.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so that's pretty cool. And then this wasn't enough though, right? We figured, how do we differentiate further?
Right, I was going to say, these are everywhere.
They're
so
everywhere,
what's
right?
What's the differentiator?
So one of the key things is the ease of use. We've always been the brand. We're the one-step camera, right? The easy-to-use products that are innovative.
Right.
This literally, you open up the box, you download the app, you pair it. You want to add 10 more? No problem. You literally just set them around your house. Everything connects through the Wi-Fi network. The out-of-box is super easy. But then we get better than that. We have an algorithm where it actually detects between a dog versus a car versus a human, and then even the three pillars of home. Right? and then from there, it actually goes and says, it stitches together events. And so, little Johnny comes home from school and you wonder, did he get home okay? It actually doesn't ping you every camera saying, oh, I have an event, I have an event, I have an event. Instead, stitches everything together, the garage camera and the kitchen camera and the entryway camera all talk and send you one event saying, Johnny's home, here he is, and you see the whole thing happen.
And that gets like stitched together as like a director would sort of conduct
that's right,
it.
That's right.
Really cool.
So a lot more easy to use, once again, going back to what our DNA is all about.
Right on. And what's the pricing looking like for that?
So this will sell, this is the Polaroid Hoop, it will sell for $199, also available this spring.
Okay, and you can combine how many?
Unlimited. We really, I mean, yeah, you could have 30 of these in your house, no problem.
Do you have 30 of these in your
I don't, but maybe I'll get like 5.
Just 5? Okay, very good. Always a pleasure having you here. Thank you so much for showing off Polaroid's line. We are going to take a break. When we return, T-Mobile CEO John Legere is here. Stay tuned.
Welcome back to the CNET stage at CES 2017. Joining me now is a very special guest, T-Mobile CEO John Legere.
Great to be here.
Thanks for being here.
You're a star, Roger.
I'm not, please.
Fans
They're
waving
taking
in there.
selfies with you, not me. Trust me.
Roger.
So you just wrapped up the T-Mobile presser. For the folks who didn't get to go, why don't you run through the announcements that you made for T-Mobile One?
Yeah, well, we did a couple things. First of all, and you've been a part of it. 4 years ago today, we announced the Un-carrier. And so we did a little recapturing of how much the world has changed. Right. 155 million people no longer have contracts, all that crazy crap you used to know about free devices, all overages. So we captured kind of what's gone on. Right. And then I actually announced Q4 results because I wanted people to know how well things are going. 2.1 million net additions, 1.2 million postpaid, 933,000 postpaid phones, and 541,000 prepaid.
So let's get into some of the news.
Well, it's easy for you to say, get on to the news. And so then what we did is we had discussed the fact that the world and mobile internet has changed. It requires new rules. So amongst the new rules were what you see should be what you pay.
Okay.
So we're the first wireless carrier on the postpaid side to go all in taxes and fees. So that's $40 a line, period, for a family of four. And then we announced something called kickback. Right. And what it is if you don't use it, we should pay you for it. So in effect, additional lines on T-Mobile One are $20, but if you use 2 gigs or less, we'll give you $10 back. We also extended the uncontract T-Mobile One Unlimited, which means we will never raise your rate, we guarantee. And lastly, what we kind of said is, mobile access shouldn't be sold in the bit and byte. So I announced that as of January 22nd, we're going all in on T-Mobile One, and all we're going to sell is T-Mobile One Unlimited.
So I want to jump in on that because when you first did that, you made that announcement in the summer with Un-carrier 12. T-Mobile One would be the one plan for you guys. You got a lot of backlash for that. You got a lot of heat. Folks weren't really happy with it. The cynical folks would say, well, you're eliminating the cheap plan for folks who don't use that data. So in effect, is this sort of your way of addressing some of those concerns?
Yeah, interesting. This is going to take some time for people to realize that it's not trickery, right? Because in effect, let's suppose somebody was a low-end user, minimal data plan. Suppose they paid $50. That plan with taxes and fees is more than you would ultimately get if you're a low user and you bought one line on T-Mobile One and got kickback. So in effect, $40 a line. Let me give you one piece that's cool. Verizon, I love Verizon, it's kind of the same colors. Their XXL plan, that's kind of like the me size plan, it's $110 a month. Mm-hmm. But the bill says $210.70 because it's part of the industry in the United States has $17 billion worth of fees that aren't part of what's advertised. So it's a big deal.
How does that work, though? Because taxes and fees aren't under your control, right? Taxes and fees can actually go up, or taxes can go up, state and local taxes.
Right. So in effect, what we're doing with this, we're not raising price. So voila, everybody will save money. Now, we anticipated this when we announced T-Mobile One, and we are not raising prices. And we are investing this money. These fees don't go away. USF, sales, et cetera, We're going to pay them investing in our customers, and that's what makes us the fastest growing wireless company in America.
Okay, well, look, moving on, I mean, you made some other bold predictions. One of which I found very interesting was Google. One of the big players entering the wireless business. What makes you think some of these guys are going to get in there?
For the people who weren't there, I decided at the end to just make a few predictions, like no big surprise that the cable players are coming into wireless.
Right.
So Comcast and Charter are coming in with an MVNO. And what I predicted is no. It's not going to work. Nobody's buying that crap. The Verizon MVNO is not going to provide them the ability to compete with us. And those monopolists, they don't know how to compete. So welcome on in. You're going to get your ass kicked. Now, second, then I said, the mobile internet space is huge. So if you're Facebook, you're Apple, you're Amazon, you're Google, you're going to sit by and watch? Somebody's coming in a big way. And I picked Google. I mean, they got Google Fi, they've got Pixel, they got Android. So I don't know, I'm not clairvoyant. I say they're coming in. And by the way, come on in. So I had a few other.
That's the thing, though. Google is a big company with a huge brand, right? I mean, why wouldn't you be nervous by a Google competing against Google?
Right now, Google is in wireless. It's called Project Fi.
Right. And you guys are a partner.
What do they do? Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Listen, I think what you learned from the Uncarry of the last 4 years is if you focus on your customers and give them that want, you shouldn't be shocked when they love it. And there's nothing Google has to offer except a whole shitload of money. You can't say that on this. You can
say it.
Oh,
We'll
boatload.
bleep it later.
But no, bring them on in. And by the way, remember, with T-Mobile, we do mobile very well. And the industry's going to change. I'm not saying we won't be a part of some of these things, right? We may find a way using our brand and capability to deliver. Right now, last thing I'll say on this, don't you think it's crazy that the industries are defined by the infrastructure that they built? So it's the cable industry, the wireless industry, the internet industry. I get news for you. These folks with their devices could care less. They want all of you to get your shit together and then figure out how to let them watch whatever they want, whenever they want, wherever. So bring it together. It's all coming together.
So I wanted to ask, and I asked you this at the press conference.
Yeah.
Are you looking forward to President-elect Trump?
Well, listen, so far, there's a lot of anticipation about an environment of less regulation, potentially lower tax environment, the ability to invest more. Some of the restrictions that have been put on us, there's a lot of expectation that they will be freer to compete. Certainly the markets have been quite responsive to a lot of his initial ideas. And I would tell you that I'm quite optimistic about the economic environment, and I'm planning in 17 to invest heavily in growing the business. And I wouldn't, do that unless I was.
You guys have made peace after your little Twitter feud?
I don't see anything as a Twitter feud. The issue for me is, I've always been outspoken on Twitter. So has President-elect Trump. And we did, at one point in time, what two people that play on Twitter do. Only for other people is that seen as abnormal. Somebody tweets a tweet back. By the way, I would say, before he came along and did what he's doing on Twitter, I was like, a pretty good Twitter guy. That guy's got game. He's not, when he gets up and does his, geez, it's a big deal.
No, that's debatable.
I actually think he's using social media communications in a way that no one's ever seen before, and I know because I do it similarly myself.
I mean, I would argue that you, from a business perspective,
I might use it against you there. See, Roger, I can, I can tweet about you.
Please don't.
Yeah, I got photos.
Please don't.
Just saying.
I know you do.
You got yellow shoes on, which is kind of annoying to me.
Laker yellow, by the way.
Yeah, okay.
Not Sprint yellow.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Just wanted to be clear.
Okay.
No, look, it leads me to my next question because Trump is all of a sudden very BFFs with Masa Son, who's head of SoftBank, who's a Sprint parent company.
Yep.
Do you see a Sprint T-Mobile merger down the line?
First of all, let's not trivialize Masayoshi Son to just being Sprint. This is one of the wealthiest, most powerful guys, in the world, and he made a $50 billion investment, 50,000 job commitment to President-elect Trump. That's a big deal, and it should be applauded. What gets into that is what's going to happen in the environment in the United States. And as I said, Sprint needs to do something. And some people are asking, is there a possibility? Yeah, there's a possibility of any different kind of consolidation. There's also a possibility that a cable company would buy Sprint. There's going to be change. It's going to be fantastic. And right now, it's certainly, it's created a lot of enthusiasm around the industry.
Yeah, certainly the telecom companies have been pretty happy about it. I don't know if everyone's happy about it, but
everybody except CNET. I mean, here, Roger. Come on, look at you. You're a star here. This is great.
I'm not a star. Please stop saying that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be an video interview with you without the word association game.
Of course.
So I wanted to end it with that. So I'll throw out a couple words. Please give me the first word that comes up in your mind. All right. AT&T.
Shit.
Verizon.
Oh, we can't say that.
Verizon.
Okay, dumber.
Sprint.
Yellow.
Google.
Big.
Unlimited.
Only at T-Mobile.
Okay. What about Sprint?
No, it's unlimited, but it doesn't work.
All right, last, Ben Affleck.
Oh, Batman.
All right.
Pretty good.
thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. Up
Thanks,
next,
Roger.
Intel's here. We'll be back right after a short break.
Hey, welcome back to CNET Live coverage at CES. I'm Ben Fox Rubin, senior reporter for CNET News. I'm here with Stacy Smith, former finance chief for Intel. He's now taken over as the head of manufacturing and operations for the chip maker. Stacy, thanks for being with us.
It's great to be back with you.
So what is this? What do you have for us today?
So this is a development platform that we call Project Alloy. And it's a all-in-one VR headset. So it
totally cordless, right?
Totally cordless. But what's really unique about this is that it's got a front-facing 3D camera. And so it enables something that we call merged reality. And so what that allows you to do is actually incorporate your hands and manipulate the virtual world. And so if you think about it, it has applications, ranging from gaming, obviously. I think you played a zombie game that included this yesterday.
I was terrified.
It is pretty amazing how immersive the world is. But think about this from the standpoint of probably more impactful applications. So like, for example, we're working with medical schools that over time won't use cadavers in order to train doctors. They will have a fully functional virtual model of the body, and the surgeons can actually train by using their hands and manipulate the image.
There will be some sort of like haptic response or something, so you actually get the full cadaver feel.
Exactly. maybe without the smell, but you get the rest of it. But what we hear from them is it allows the surgeons to work with a living body as opposed to working with a deceased body, which is an entirely different experience for them. And so just think about those kinds of applications where you can manipulate the virtual world and integrate your hands into it. We think this is a pretty game-changing device.
Yeah, and it's an interesting idea too to think about how it really takes concepts of VR and takes it out of just entertainment, movies, entertainment, gaming, different things like that.
Yeah.
Do you have another example perhaps of like maybe some other areas that Intel is considering for merged reality?
Yeah, absolutely. So, the consumer applications I think are pretty easy for people to envision. And we showed some stuff yesterday where we live streamed a basketball game in 3D.
I was there.
And you could change your seat and view the basketball game from different angles and look around and see what was going on. That being in a movie as opposed to viewing a movie, those kinds of things, similar with games. But I actually think some of the commercial applications are going to be the things that are going to be the most interesting. We again showed something yesterday where we so this is pretty cool. This is using RVR with Voke, and so what this is a 3D image taken in Vietnam. So this is a real image, and what's interesting about this is you can actually move, and as you move your head, you're looking around images, or you can look under something, or you can come over from the top and look inside something.
Yeah, it was interesting. During the presentation yesterday, there were people that were, in their VR goggles and were literally like standing up and looking around and really getting a fuller feel of things.
And so think about this from the standpoint of actually being in a movie as opposed to viewing a movie where you can maneuver around. I think it really does change those kinds of applications.
So what's the when are we going to see this, though? There was something that was mentioned at the presentation from Intel yesterday that it's going to be productized by the end of the year, and that was a new word for me. What is that supposed to mean?
Well, so productized is, this has the Intel logo on it, but it's probably not actually going to ship as an Intel product. We're going to create a development platform that allows others to then innovate on top of it. And so we're already working with many of the customers that you'd expect us to be working with, and as we get to the middle part of this year, they'll have devices in hand and they'll be bringing things to market by the end of the year.
By the end of this year, you're going to see a Project Alloy enabled merged reality concept. Okay, I want to switch gears a bit to a totally different subject, if that's all right with you.
Sure.
Tell me a bit about your new job. You do manufacturing and operations. What's kind of the day-to-day for Stacy Smith these days?
Yeah, so it's actually manufacturing, operations, and sales. So think of it as kind of all the operations of the company. And it's really making sure that from the supply line to our relationships with customers to our manufacturing leadership, that we're bringing all of those assets together to create competitive advantage and great products and delight our customers. I mean, that's ultimately the goal.
So one thing that I think is really interesting about Intel, you guys are not a small company. This is the world's biggest chip maker. Most of your manufacturing is in the United States of America. Is that right?
Yeah. So most of our fabrication, so the high tech part of our manufacturing, is done in the U.S. It's well over half. I think we're really unique in that we do most of our manufacturing in the U.S. and then the vast majority of those products get exported all around the world. And so we're kind of the poster child, I think, of what we want to see as a company that manufactures in the U.S. and then is competitive and ships all over the world.
So why is that, though? Why do you manufacture so much in the U.S.? Because I know Intel is a publicly traded company. It's not like you guys operate on puppies and rainbows. You're not doing it out of the,
no.
You could probably do it cheaper somewhere else, though.
Yeah, actually we can. And it's not so much, because of the kinds of jobs that we have in these factories, these are very high-end jobs. It's not so much the labor cost difference. What's really different in other countries is they would have a more competitive set of incentives to try to encourage a company like Intel to create manufacturing jobs. And they would have a tax structure that encourages the kinds of jobs that we create. It encourages manufacturing and research and development to happen inside the country. The U.S. is not terribly competitive in that way. What makes up for that, though, and the reason that we create these jobs in the U.S. is because we've got a great infrastructure and we can hire the best people in the world. And for us, that is the game. We want to hire the smartest people in the world. We want to be able to advance our technology at a pace that's faster than anybody else. If we can do that, we win in the market.
Yeah.
But we do it despite the fact that it's actually less, there's less financial incentives to do that in the US. And so,
it's interesting that you mentioned that. You may not be aware of this, but there's a new presidential administration that's coming in later this month.
I've heard this.
And there's been a big emphasis on bringing back manufacturing, or at least protecting manufacturing in the US. From your perspective, I mean, this is something that you deal with on a daily basis. What's your view on what will it take to bring back or create more manufacturing jobs in the U.S. so there are more companies, perhaps like Intel?
Yeah. So Intel is apolitical, but we focus on issues, and our list of what it takes is the same today as it was 6 months ago, and it's first and foremost to create a level playing field from the standpoint of the tax scheme that we have in the U.S. We pay American companies that manufacture pay among the highest tax rate of anywhere in the world, and so that creates less money that can be rolled back into R&D and capital. We're depending on the year anywhere between number 1 and number 5 of R&D spenders in the world, and so the more money that we can pour into R&D, the more competitive products like this we can bring to the marketplace, and the better we do. So that's first and foremost having a tax scheme that enables U.S. companies to be competitive. Secondly is the infrastructure. I talked about that. We need to have a world-class infrastructure ranging from the IT infrastructure to the power grid to the transportation infrastructure, because we're doing hundreds of millions of products and then we're exporting those all around the world. We need to be super reliable in that
None of that sounds easy, though. I mean, how realistic does some of this sound to actually be able to tackle some of these big challenges that you're describing as far as improving the manufacturing base in the United States?
I would say none of these are easy problems, but they're all solvable problems with focus. I mean, these aren't laws of physics. These are just creating the right set of incentives and the right infrastructure to enable companies like Intel to do their manufacturing in the U.S. like we do.
Good.
They're all solvable problems.
Oh, thanks for answering those questions.
Sure.
Last thing I wanted to ask you, what's the coolest thing that you've seen at CES so far that has nothing to do with Intel? Or at least doesn't have an Intel brand on it?
Well, so what's interesting as I spent a little time this morning early wandering the floor is that the VR, I'll answer it in two spaces. I think actually virtual reality, which we're clearly embedded in, to me, when you experience those immersive environments and you see the kinds of things you can do, ranging from being able to do inspection of dangerous places without actually having to go up and do the inspections to the content that we were talking about earlier, I think that really is game changing. How it plays out, it's like the early days of the internet. There's a lot of innovation out there. 9 out of 10 things I think will fail, but the 1 out of 10 I think is going to be big. And if we could pick which the 1 out of 10 was, we'd wouldn't have to work for a living. The other thing that I'm seeing is autonomous driving. It's moved from a conceptual space to a space where there's cars on the road. I spent some time with one of our partners today, and they were taking some of the executives on a quick tour around here using a fully autonomous driving experience, and it works.
Yeah.
I mean, they're there.
I've driven in one of them. It's pretty incredible.
It's pretty incredible, and it's the kind of thing that.
No, I was not driving.
No. Well, so and if you think about it, it's an incredible amount of compute in the car, and it's driving an amazing amount of data back to the data center. And so again, from the Intel commercial standpoint, we look at that, and the kind of end-to-end capabilities that we bring in that space are very high. And I think it's going to be, you go out 4 or 5 years, that's going to be driving a lot of compute, a lot of data, and disruptions across industries. It's just going to be a really fascinating time.
Good. Well, Stacy, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stacy, for joining us. We've got a lot more coming up after the break. We'll show you a few brand new first look videos, and then a smart pillow will be here. Stay with us.
Great.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Hey, we're here at CES, and we've come across what I think is the first smart shower. It's made by the company Monin, and it's called the U, like the letter U. What this is a smart connected shower. It has a digital interface that connects over Wi-Fi to your phone. You can have up to 12 different presets, and each preset could be for a different user. So, for example, I can set the temperature of the water I want. I can even set a timer for children on the water. I can even set a little alarm to remind me how long I've been in the shower. 2 of those hard presets are actually on the physical interface. The other 12 are within the app. Another really cool feature is the remote activation. So if I'm getting up in the morning, I can actually just tap on my preset, and the shower can start warming up before I even step into the bathroom. Once the shower warms up to the temperature you want, it will actually stop the water flowing until you're in it. So you're not wasting all that water waiting for it to get to the temperature you want. So the price on this thing, there's basically the digital interface with 2 buttons or 2 presets, and that's going to cost $1,160 US. But there's also a digital interface with 4 preset buttons that will cost $2,200. Both of them come with the digital valve that actually controls the hot water and the temperature. If you think about it, this is one of the more useful ways of connecting your home to your technology. And it's all about creating a personal experience for you and giving you a delicious and fun shower.
Bloom Life is this really interesting wearable that attaches to the front of your belly if you're a pregnant woman and basically tracks the muscle movements. It will tell you when you're having contractions and if they are contractions that you don't really need to worry about that are pre-labor, or if they're actually signaling that you're going into real labor. Now, Bloom Life isn't FDA approved, and so that means it's not going to give you any kind of diagnostic information. It's not going to give you anything more than you would get with a normal stopwatch, measuring the time between contractions and the length of contractions to know whether they're actually leading up to labor. So because of its price tag of $149 plus a slowly diminishing fee every month after that for the continued service of the app and the customer service, it really isn't a very economical choice to buy.
The dream of flying in a metal exoskeleton. CES is full of all sorts of strange experiments, and Hypersuit is the sort of thing you'd expect to see. Designed as a type of arcade attraction or something to be used in public spaces, Hypersuit is a giant metal device that connects with HTC Vive or Oculus Rift to create a feeling of mechanized motion. I tried it out. It is hard to control, but does definitely feel at times like I'm banking around with giant metal wings. Crazy, but that was the whole idea. The team wanted to live a dream, and this is what the product is. Hypersuit wants to make full metal exoskeletons next, meaning leg motion as well. Imagine hopping into a giant mechanized robot in VR at your local mall. Maybe that'll happen. My brief time in Hypersuit was spent circling over polygon-style planes and going through glowing rings, trying to bank around and get around the clouds and over mountains. I found that my right wing was a little more effective than my left wing. Maybe that's muscle control and my own muscle tone. Maybe it's the suit. I couldn't tell. But by moving your hands together, you could dive and lower. By pulling them back, you could raise. And you could also bank your arms left and right. It looked like I was doing some sort of robotic Tai Chi on a massage table.
We are back here. This time we are at the Sands Convention Center, where this is a lot of the emerging technology, everything from fitness to 3D scanning, a whole lot of really cool stuff, and even like, the Indiegogo, Kickstarter, up-and-comers. This is where, quite honestly, to me, a lot of really the innovation from smaller companies that are rising to the top all happen here. So we're here right now, but I want to show you something fun, right? We know that 3D scanning is still emerging as well. We love that buzzword, emerging. But behind me over here, I've got this booth from eSun 3D Plus, and we're going to do some fun stuff with our own scanning technology. So Joey, why don't you come in here? Joey and I are friends. What up, Joey?
Hi, how you doing, guys?
Okay, very good. I'll hold this. We just wanted to show you your technology. You guys are involved in 3D scanning, but you're showing off kind of something new here with 3D scanning myself and, I guess, turning myself in kind of like an avatar emoji?
Yes, we do. Actually, so with our technology, after we scan your face, we upload this to face in the real app. So we'll generate your own face with the real avatar. In this app, you can change your hair, the glasses, the clothes, and we'll generate do a little dancing show.
Oh, no.
And also we'll generate the emoji. We can send it with a friend, with a Facebook or Twitter.
Like, not like a Bitmoji. We're talking about a real, like a Bmoji. A Brimoji. Yes. Brimoji. Okay, so because we want to show you the process, we did get to take a photo earlier, a scan. We're going to show you at least, like, this is real. Like, if you look in there, you can see, don't get too close. Don't get too close. But they got my big juicy lips. They got my nice nose. They got the pores on my skin. But this is a scan we just did a few moments ago, and we're going to actually show you how it works. So can we go in the booth right now? Okay, so I'm going to go in the booth, and you're going to kind of walk through this process with us. So let me walk in this way, okay? All right. So, Joey, what I really have to do here? Just sit down and wait.
First one is sit down on the seat and sit tight, and stay on to 2 seconds.
Okay, 2
and
seconds.
Don't move.
All right. I'm going to hold the mic away from my mouth here because we want to show you, like, this is how they get all my handsome features, All right, let's do that. So, what do you want me to look at?
Yeah, look at the sit in the middle.
All right, stare here in the middle. Okay, there we go. Should I smile or just look normal? Smile or normal? Oh, smile's better? Oh, okay. Okay, so what we saw is it took a few moments to build that scan of myself, but it takes all those pictures from different angles and starts kind of building, right, a profile, right? Okay, so now look here. Right here, Celso? That's my face right here. Oh, my good. Okay, so we can change what? Skin? Okay, beautify.
Yeah, it's a beautify the skin and make sure to look more real and lively.
Wait, hold up. Okay, I can scroll. So if I lower the beautification, because I'm naturally beautiful, it's more pores.
Yes, it's right.
And then
sometimes your face doesn't fit your avatar.
Wait, what about skin? Can I make myself green?
Yeah, you can choose the green.
Ah! I'm nuclear.
Right.
Okay, I've got that nice brown, gorgeous tan. I'm going to go with that. Okay.
All right. Up and down the app and start set up a screen.
We can choose different backgrounds. Okay.
All right.
Oh, look at that. Wait, hold on. Go back to there. Let's scroll around. We gotta see my. Whoops, did I do that? Sorry. I made myself disappear because I touched somewhere. I made myself disappear. I touched it. I made myself disappear. I'm sorry. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. So here, I can spin myself, right?
Yes, exactly.
Let me see. I like to see what the Wait, let's see what the booty look. Okay. Can we make my booty look a little bigger?
No. Currently we don't.
There's no booty enhancement feature?
No, we don't.
There's beautify, but there's no bootyfy.
No, definitely
okay,
not.
Well, add that feature, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the other thing that was cool about this emoji, or we're going to call it Bemoji, is that you can plug this into other apps like WeChat, you said?
Yes, WeChat.
And look at all these different options. Cool. Look at this. That's very loving, right?
Yes.
Was that your idea?
Yes.
Okay. What about this one over here? Look at all this stuff. Bow down.
Yes.
Take a bow. Okay. What's this? Gigantic.
That's a Chinese kung fu.
Oh, okay. Hadouken.
Yes, exactly.
But this is fun. Again, right? You guys can scan anything from clothes to shoes, but you're showing off the face technology, right?
Yeah, exactly. Which is it's an APP, but also special design by face scanner.
Awesome.
Face scanner, yes.
Okay, well, I'm going to have more fun playing with this Bemojis. We'll have plenty more live streaming here at CES. Check it out. Keep locked here right now with CNET.com.
We are back with CNET's live coverage here at CES 2017 with Bridget Carey. Okay, we have something really, really cool to show you, and it may help get you a better night's rest, which is something all of us can use.
Especially here in Vegas.
I know, especially in Vegas. It's a smart pillow by Zeek. Zeek.
Yes.
We have Miguel Marrero here from RemFit going to show us this pillow that actually just looks kind of like a normal pillow. So what's inside?
It does look like a normal pillow, but it's actually much, much more. So Zeek is designed to really be the ultimate sleep companion. So inside of Zeek, there are 8 speakers, so you can listen to music to help you fall asleep, or podcasts, or whatever you want to help you fall asleep. Once you do fall asleep, Zeek's going to start analyzing your sleep, so it can give you a score based on the quality of your sleep. But the thing that people are really excited about is the snore monitoring. Zeek actually has a microphone inside that can tell if you're snoring. And if you do start to snore, Zeek will subtly vibrate to encourage you to change sleep positions. So my wife loves that because she doesn't have to do this to me in the middle of the night.
Yeah, like
and then I
push
stop
you.
snoring. Absolutely, yeah. And we use that same technology to wake you up with a more intense vibration. We can actually wake you up at your alarm time. But since we're monitoring your sleep, we can intelligently wake you up if it turns out that you should wake up a little bit sooner than your alarm goes off. Zeek will wake you up early so you wake up refreshed and at the right time.
How does it learn all this? Do you have to like sleep on it for a few times, or?
Yeah, so what's really cool is you can adjust the sensitivity of Zeek inside the app. So we'll set some defaults for you the first night that you use it. Then you get to look at all the data inside the app, and you can see where you fall for how sensitive you want it to be. So for example, for me, I'm a very loud snorer. I can actually snore upwards of 95 decibels. In fact, this is my sleep data from last night. I got up to 104 decibels. That's not awesome. That is really loud.
104
but,
dB.
But my average is low, so that's good. So Zeek's working because.
If it works, I'm sure your wife is pleased.
Yeah. So what the user would do is after a little bit of time, they would just see where their average is. They'll set Zeek so that they'll know where they should set it, and then they'll be able to vibrate at the right level for them.
Does it record your snores?
Yeah, because I see all these audio.
Can I play it back so that I can be like, hey, husband,
It
you
doesn't
snore
record
really
the
loud.
snores. It records the data of the snore, though. So you can actually tap on the graph, and then you can slide through there.
Let's show it on the camera here.
Yeah, so then you can actually slide through. If you tap your finger on any of the data points here, you can see exactly how loud you're snoring at any given time.
Honey, at 3 a.m. you were the worst, and then
Yes.
you have proof. There's proof.
Yeah, so my wife would argue I'm the worst most of the times.
Oh,
But no, so yeah, so then once you have that data, you can adjust it however you'd like. You can even adjust the intensity of the vibration. So if you're a real heavy sleeper like me, I use maximum vibration intensity, otherwise I'm not going to move.
Can we feel that vibration?
Absolutely, yeah.
All
Here,
right,
let me
well,
just go ahead and
first
put it in
off,
a...
I just want an excuse to steal the pillow.
Yeah,
because
Bridget
it's been
likes
it's
to
been
take
a
a nap.
It's been a long
Are
day.
you gonna try to just
Yeah.
put your
So if you,
let's
just
rest
put your head
on
down
it.
there, and
Take
then
a
like,
rest.
I'll send a little vibration command.
Bridget's
feel it.
only,
Yeah.
This is Bridget's only break today, you guys. This is
Keep
the
it
only
going.
time she gets.
Yeah, it's,
I'm gonna try this too.
it's very subtle. Like, I guess it wouldn't wake you up in your sleep.
Correct, and that's the idea. So most people that snore,
Oh.
you actually never wake up. Your partner's constantly trying to move you around so you'll stop snoring, but you don't wake up. So for me, when my wife used to wake me up and say, gosh, you kept me up all night, I'm like, I'm sorry, I slept great. But she was constantly moving me. But now with Zeek, the Zeek is the one that makes me adjust my sleep position, not my wife. So then she sleeps better as well as me.
Now, oh yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna, so there's 8 speakers in here,
Yeah, there's 4 on each side, so no matter how you flip or hold the pillow.
but I can squish it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't really feel them.
Yeah, so
You don't
we
feel
spent a
them.
lot of time innovating on that. So there's actually
feel some
3 different segments inside of there, and they're all joined by flexible connectors. So no matter how you twist and turn the pillow, it will work, and you'll be able to hear the music.
So you can hear the music though, but like, so what if, for example, like I want to hear music, but obviously like my husband's like, turn that off, I'm trying to go to bed.
That's actually how Zeek came to be. Warwick, the co-inventor, came up with the idea initially for Zeek because his wife was so tired of how loud it was in the bedroom because he needs music to fall asleep, but she wanted absolute silence.
Can we play it? I
Yeah,
gotta
yeah.
hear
Let me get some.
of this.
So let me get some music going
Crank
on
it
there.
as loud as it'll go, even though we wouldn't be able to fall asleep to cranked loud music.
Sure, just give me a
So
second.
that we
I'll find
might
some
be able
music
to
here
hear
for
it.
you.
We're gonna
Mic, let's
hand
see.
mic it.
All
But
right.
you're saying it's just loud enough for you to hear, but not anyone next to you.
Correct.
That's pretty nice.
I'm hearing like a
Bridget,
ring.
are you
I'm hearing like a ring. Hold on.
Oh, you hear the ring? Okay, so here, let me turn the volume up on the phone.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah. So what's really cool
But
is,
you can't
especially
hear
in a quiet, you might not be able to hear through the microphone here. Oh, there you go.
Oh, I don't want to push the mic in too much.
Try that.
It's playing so. I feel like I'm looking for a heartbeat. Like hello.
But if you put your head on it, you'll hear it.
Yeah, I heard it when my ear was on it.
I can.
See, it's so good. It's not disturbing anyone else in the audience.
I can very clearly hear that music when I put my head down. Yeah,
Now
but
you
you
get to-
can't hear it on mic. So I guess, yeah, that means it works.
Yeah. So, and you can adjust the volume actually with the remote on the device. So if you put your phone away at night, you don't like to have your phone close to your pillow, you can adjust the volume and the tracks right from the remote on the pillow. And then when you're not using it, there's a pocket right in the back, so you can just tuck it right in this pocket so it's not bothering you at
Yeah,
night.
because I mean, it's bad to sleep on your phone, but so many of us do that.
Yeah.
And also, so I'm a back sleeper.
Sure.
And so this looks like a great height for me, but I know that a lot of people do not like pillows this high.
Yeah.
So are you able to adjust this, or are there different sizes of pillow you can buy?
So what we did is we made it so that it's the perfect pillow for everyone. You can actually adjust it. So inside there are these little pockets of fill. So there's a chamber on the top and a chamber on the bottom. So you can pull the fiber out so you can make your pillow as thick or as thin as you'd like.
This. There you go.
Yeah. So
Fibers.
my Zeke is about half that size because my wife has taken most of my extra fill because she likes a really big fat pillow. And I like a skinny pillow, which works.
This looks like a pillow my dog would like to eat. But no, this is cool.
Thanks. Yeah. So, and we also put a lot of time and effort into how it feels when you're laying on it. So when you touch it, you'll probably notice it feels a little cool to the touch. That's because of the tensile fiber we use. So it naturally will wick your body heat and moisture away from you. So you'll sleep cool and comfortably no matter which side of the pillow that you're on.
So what was the main reason that this was invented? Was it snoring, or was it trying to get to sleep with music? Or
Yeah, for Warwick, when he came up with the original idea, it was for the music play. And then when we started talking, and we're like, hey, we've got this pillow, we've got speakers and a battery, and they're like, what else can we do with it? My problem was snoring. I should say my wife's problem is my snoring. So that's when we did the snoring thing. And then we thought, hey, let's do some sleep analysis as well, because there's so many things out there that'll give you a score on how well you slept, right? They'll say like, hey, you slept for 6 hours or 8 hours, but that's all it does. It just tells you how well you slept. This not only will tell you that, but it reacts to it. So by giving you that music to help you fall asleep, and we've included some nature sounds in the free Zeke app, and we've also had someone write some music that's designed to help you fall asleep, even some stuff with some binaural audio. So you'll fall asleep easily with the speakers. Once you are sleeping, it's monitoring it. If you start snoring, it's gonna have you adjust your sleep position. So it's really creating that perfect sleep environment for you.
do you have to plug it in to charge it, and like every night, or
No,
how
no,
often?
the battery lasts on average 2 weeks. Depends on how much music you listen to.
So it's rechargeable.
It is rechargeable, absolutely, yeah. So you'll get about 2 weeks of charge on it. If you don't listen to music as long, you'll even get longer charge because the battery drain comes from the Bluetooth mostly.
And so this is actually, if you guys were wondering, this actually started as a Kickstarter.
It did, yeah.
And so you just recently shipped to all your backers.
Correct, yeah. So there's a couple that are still in transit, but yeah. So we launched it in August. We were funded in 16 hours, which was super exciting because we made the pillow for us. Like, oh, let's make the coolest pillow that we love, and a lot of people loved it as well. And then, yeah, so we wanted to ship in December, and we started shipping in December, so.
Well, I have to say that's a rarity in the Kickstarter world. Usually it would be about 3 more years before somebody would get this in the mail. How much, so these are available for purchase now?
Yeah, remfit.com. And just speaking of the Kickstarter and Indiegogo crowdfunding communities, they're so great because they're very honest with you and they tell you what things they would like. And, you know, with their influence, as we're developing this product, people are like, hey, you know, I'd really love it. This could talk to other apps. So we're like, cool, let's do that. So this actually, out of the box, works with HealthKit. It works with Google Fit. So you can share all of that sleep data across other apps. So if you have fitness apps that are looking for that sleep data, they'll pull it right from Google Fit or HealthKit.
So you're working with both. You didn't pick a side.
Absolutely. No, it's your data. We want you to control how you use it. So you can share it how you want. You can download your data. You can export it in CSV files, create graphs, all of that on the website. The other thing that people really wanted was the Alexa integration. People are like, I want to talk to Alexa. So you can actually ask Alexa how well you slept.
Tell me a bedtime story. I would like it to tell me a bedtime story. I would like it to play me a lullaby when I go to sleep.
Okay.
And also, how much money am I going to have to win at a blackjack table this weekend to buy one?
$249, and it's yours.
All right. All right.
Well, thanks, Miguel.
Yeah,
I think I'm just
thank
gonna,
you.
I
We're
really
just gonna
appreciate
borrow
you
this one
letting
for
us
the-
have this on the stage. This is the
I have
best
a feeling
product yet
I'm
of CES.
I have a feeling I'm not getting that one back.
Yeah, we're just gonna borrow it for a little bit and just take it and take a nap. And take a nap later. Thank you so much
Awesome,
for
thank
coming
you
on the
guys.
show. I want one of these so bad. We're gonna take a break and then we are gonna roll some of the just in hot videos of the cool products editors have been finding here at CES. And then at the bottom of the hour, you have got to watch our next Big Thing panel. CNET Editor-in-Chief Lindsay Turntine and CNET Editor-at-Large Brian Cooley are going to talk with a panel of experts about the smart home from what it looks like today to what it'll look like in the future. And there is a special guest, too, if you're a fan of a little show called Mr. Robot, as we have Carly Chaikin as part of our show. So keep it here, everybody.
Coming later this year are 4K TVs from Westinghouse, Seiki, and Element with Amazon Fire TV built in, which provides access to the thousands of apps, games, and Alexa skills found on external Fire TV gadgets like the Fire TV Stick. And just like those devices, the TVs will include a remote with a microphone that can be used to access the Alexa voice assistant, including content search and control of smart home devices. Just press a button on the remote and tell the TV what you want, whether that's changing the channel, finding something to watch, switching from broadcast to your Blu-ray player, or pulling up weather and sports scores. Similar to the Roku TVs from TCL and other makers we like so much, these Amazon Fire TV Edition sets promised improved ease of use too. There's no need to switch inputs to watch Netflix, for example, and both streaming as well as standard TV watching can be accessed from a single remote. The TVs will go on sale later this year at Amazon.com and major retailers. Pricing was not announced. Lenovo's 12-inch Mix 720 tablet has all the makings of an excellent laptop replacement. For starters, you get this touchpad-enabled keyboard cover, and when I say get, I mean it's bundled with the tablet, even at its starting price of $1,000. Flip out the kickstand on its watch band-like hinges, log on with Windows Hello facial recognition with the built-in IR camera, and you're ready for work or to binge-watch shows on its Gorilla Glass QHD Plus display. Or use its Thunderbolt 3 port to connect to an external display for easier viewing. Lenovo says it will get up to 8 hours of battery life too. Switching to tablet mode, you can grab Lenovo's new $60 Active Pen 2, which promises 4,096 pressure levels, and that's 4 times what the current Surface Pen offers. Specs-wise, you'll be able to get it with up to a 7th gen Intel Core i7 processor, 16 gigs of memory, a terabyte of storage, and integrated Intel HD 620 graphics. Just don't expect all of that for $1,000 when the tablet arrives in April.
So here we have one of LG's Super UHD TVs new for 2017. Now this is not an OLED television, which LG is known for, that have the best picture quality on the market. This is a less expensive television that uses standard LCD technology, but LG's talking about some new improvements they've made this year. This is their best LCD TV for 2017. This is the SJ9500 series, a little different from its less expensive counterparts, mainly because it's really thin. If you look at it from the side here, you can see almost OLED in thickness, but of course it bulges down at the bottom for all the electronics and connections you need. So in terms of picture quality, belly. LG says it's improved the black levels on this set to be less reflective and improve the contrast when you're watching in a brighter room. It also says off-angle video quality has improved a little bit, and it's got the color a little bit better. So in the past, we've not found LCD TVs from LG to perform that well. Those improvements might change that this year. LG also says these sets can work with four HDR formats. That's Dolby Vision and HDR10 like last year, but this year they've added Technicolor and a new format called HLG. Neither of the last two have any content out right now, but the idea is to add those extra improvements for getting future compatibility when more HDR format does come out. Of course, these sets are 4K resolution, and you can see styling-wise, they have this pretty slick little stand here. It's very curved looking. Of course, the TVs themselves are completely flat. This is the most expensive. There's also a couple in the Super UHD line that have a little bit less in terms of features and a little bit less styling, but again, they have a lot of those picture quality improvements. That's a quick look at LG's Super UHD line of LCD, not OLED TVs at CES 2017. I'm David Katzmeyer for CNET.
Every year at CES, Razer is good for a couple of cool PC prototypes or concept pieces. This year, they've got one called Project Valerie, and it's a big, bold 17-inch gaming laptop. It's actually fairly different from Razer's current laptop lineup, which is all very slim and very minimalistic. That's because behind the thick lid here, the 17-inch display has two additional 17-inch displays. That means you have a total of 3 displays. It's a multi-monitor setup inside a single laptop. Now, how do these other monitors get up? Well, Razer says it's an automated deployment mechanism where you either press a button or use a software command, and the extra monitors slide out from either side and put themselves into place. On the prototype that we saw, the mechanism wasn't working. They were all set up just in the 3-monitor configuration, but it'd be very interesting to see once they have an actual working system to see the monitors come out by themselves and go back by themselves. Inside is an NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1080, which is pretty much what you need to power 3 monitors at once, especially if you're doing games. The 3 displays have NVIDIA G-Sync, which is also helpful if you want to get better frame rates from a graphics card, especially, again, across 3 UHD 4K monitors. Now, of course, this is a concept piece, so we may never see something like this actually for sale, but it's definitely very cool to check out, and you can see it at Razer's booth here at CES 2017.
What you've got here is a color-changing smart light from an Austrian startup called Luke Robert. It's called, fittingly enough, the Luke Robert Smart Light. And what's cool about it is that it offers color-changing light up above the light and white natural tones down below. It's very bright with 3,000 lumens going down and 2,000 lumens going up. That's a lot more than you'll get from Philips Hue or LIFX, and that's because it's got more diodes inside. It's got 312 diodes that all emit light. A Philips Hue bulb's got like 25, so that's a very big uptick from what you'll get from a smart bulb. Now, the cool thing about this Android and iOS app is that you can actually paint the direction and the color of the light that you want in your room. So if you want red light to the left and blue light to the right, you can do that. You can do whatever you want, kind of play with it. Sort of a playful, fun product. And this was successfully crowdfunded and will be coming to the market in March. At that time, it'll be $700. I also asked the Luke Robert people about third-party integrations like Amazon Echo and HomeKit from Apple. They wouldn't tell me anything, but this is a Bluetooth product, so its options are a little bit limited. HomeKit might be a good fit, though, because you could connect it with an Apple TV. We'll know more when it arrives in a couple of months, but certainly something worth keeping an eye on if you're a fan of color-changing light.
So similar to the Piper Classic, the Piper NV, and the Canary device, Somfy One is an all-in-one security device with a built-in 100 decibel siren. It also has motion and audio detection, and it is supposed to work with Amazon Alexa, IFT, and Nest at launch. So that's a pretty cool thing that we haven't yet seen with its competitors. They had to scale up over time, and this one's going to integrate with all of that stuff right off the bat. Currently, it's only available for the European market, and that will be available in Q2. Hopefully, it'll hit the US market soon, so I can test it out at the CNET Smart Home, because this device is a little interesting in that it offers 24-hour free motion and audio detection, or you can pay for continuous, or you can scale up from there, integrate a whole bunch of other devices, and pay for professional monitoring. Guys, this is one of the craziest devices I've seen in a while. It is the Kerastase Hair Coach powered by Withings. So basically, it is a smart hairbrush. Yes, you heard that right, a smart hairbrush. So it has a built-in microphone that listens to your hair as you're brushing it. So it can actually identify things like dryness, split ends, any kind of other issues you might be having with your hair. It also has contact sensors. It wants to know if your hair is wet or dry, so it can do measurements correctly. And it also has other technology that will tell you if you're brushing your hair too forcefully. So accelerometers, gyroscopes, all sorts of other crazy wild tech that we've never seen in a hairbrush before. But that also means it's going to be a lot more expensive than your standard Goody or other basic hairbrush you'd find in a drugstore. So pricing hasn't been officially set yet, but it's going to cost under $200, and it should be available in Q2 or Q3.
Hey, we're here at CES, and we've come across what I think is the first smart shower. It's made by the company Monin, and it's called the U, like the letter U. What this is a smart connected shower. It has a digital interface that connects over Wi-Fi to your phone. You can have up to 12 different presets, and each preset could be for a different user. So, for example, I can set the temperature of the water I want. I can even set a timer for children on the water. I can even set a little alarm to remind me how long I've been in the shower. 2 of those hard presets are actually on the physical interface. The other 12 are within the app. Another really cool feature is the remote activation. So if I'm getting up in the morning, I can actually just tap on my preset and the shower can start warming up before I even step into the bathroom. Once the shower warms up to the temperature you want, it will actually stop the water flowing until you're in it. So you're not wasting all that water waiting for it to get to the temperature you want. So the price on this thing, there's basically the digital interface with 2 buttons or 2 presets, and that's going to cost $1,160 US. But there's also a digital interface with 4 preset buttons that will cost $2,200. Both of them come with the digital valve that actually controls the hot water and the temperature. When you think about it, this is one of the more useful ways of connecting your home to your technology. And it's all about creating a personal experience for you and giving you a delicious and fun shower. This looks like an NES Power Glove, but it is not. It is actually the Rapiel by Neofect. Rapiel in Latin means God heals the people. And what this does, this glove fits over your hand and helps you do rehabilitation exercises. There's both a clinical and home version. The differences really come down to the software. You don't actually buy this. What you do is you rent it. You'd rent it for $99 a month. You'd also get the apps. And the apps are designed by doctors who help rehabilitate you through different activities, whether it's throwing darts or playing billiards or ping pong. The hardware is actually pretty neat. It has 9-axis movement, a position sensor, as well as 32-bit microcontrollers to help keep track of movements. Those microcontrollers talk to the app through Bluetooth. And as you get better with your hand, over time, through different algorithms the company's developed, it helps strengthen your muscles by making the games more and more challenging. The Rapiel, well, not as cool as the Power Glove. It probably will help a lot more people.
At CES 2017, Samsung has not just one new Chromebook, but a pair of new Chromebooks. There's the Samsung Chromebook Pro and the Samsung Chromebook Plus. Well, what's the difference between them? Well, it's kind of hard to tell because they look pretty much identical. They're both all metal. They've both got a 360-degree touchscreen hinge. They both have a built-in stylus pen. So Google's been working on a new version of Chrome OS, and this is one of the first systems they're using to promote and show off all the new Chrome OS features. And I saw some cool stuff on it, like being able to run standard Android phone apps on your Chromebook, which you can do on a few Chromebooks now, but it's coming to these as well, running multiple Chrome and Android apps at the same time, and everything scaling itself well to the 12.5-inch display. Now, what's the difference between the Pro and the Plus? Well, the Pro is Intel-based. It's got a Skylake Generation Y-series Intel processor, while the Plus, that's an ARM-based Chromebook. We have not seen too many of those yet. You get to see both the Chromebook Pro and the Chromebook Plus later this year.
Thank you.
Hello, and welcome to CNET Presents The Next Big Thing. I'm Lindsay Turrentine, Editor-in-Chief of CNET.com.
And I'm Brian Cooley, CNET's editor-at-large. I work for her. This is our 15th presentation of the next big thing here at CES, so it's become quite a little tradition.
Yeah.
And we thank many of you who've been here before. Thank you for being here, and many of you have been here many years. And thank you for those of you here for the first time. Toward the end of the program, know that we are going to be getting some Q&A happening. We'll talk about those service elements coming up in a minute.
We want you to be part of the conversation, so please feel free to tweet throughout the show. The hashtag is CNETNBT.
And the Q&A will happen toward the end of the program, and we'll make sure that we allow some time for that. And also, we tend to have a tradition here at the next big thing where we basically descend upon the panelists and make them late with additional questions face to face. So it's kind of a nice vibe up here at the front, which now that I've said it, they know it's coming.
CNET has, for a long time, been engaged in the smart home revolution. We've invested in a beautiful home in Louisville, Kentucky, and we also have been working with the city of Louisville on a smart home that is part of an apartment in downtown Louisville. Our smart home editorial team uses both of these locations, and we use them every day as a living lab to test all of the devices that you're here to learn about.
We've kind of taken over the city, and it's a very smart, forward-looking city, by the way. But as excited as all of us are in this room, if you're here for this topic, and if you're here at this CES this year, you're almost certainly got at least a significant part of your mind on smart home. The technology category does remain somewhat on the cusp of a major adoption. It's very healthy, but it maybe hasn't broken out as fully as some of us might have thought it would have by now. We think 2017, the year ahead, is going to mark the beginning of the future, though, in which our homes really grow, and much because they start to anticipate our needs.
In the best case scenario, our future homes will simply let us exist. And if this industry can accomplish that, the smart home will have achieved something that no other technology has accomplished, which is anticipating and intuiting our needs.
To help us identify and explain the potential of where we see things going in the year and two ahead, we've assembled what may be the best team we've had as a group of panelists ever on the next big thing, including, and we want to bring our guests on now, Rishi Chandra, who is VP of Product Management for Google Home.
Next, we have Mike George, who's the Vice President of Echo, Alexa, and Apps for Amazon.
Joining us from SmartThings, went right to the top here, the CEO, Alex Hawkinson.
And finally, Jason Johnson, CEO of August.
It's a deep chair. Hey, Jason.
Now, let's set the scene for some of the challenges that we want to solve with these panelists right here today.
Home. It's one of our great common experiences. Yet having a smart home is not yet. It remains novel to most, who remain just fine flicking a light switch or living with a thermostat that doesn't learn a thing. So, what's standing in the way?
It is a big jump. You will pay a premium for a smart product pretty much every single time.
A regular light switch can cost as little as $3. A smart one, at least $30. The same goes for thermostats, door locks, and irrigation controllers. They all cost multiples of their dumb predecessors. Then there's complexity. We're almost born knowing how to operate a dumb house. But when your house goes smart, suddenly you're fiddling with an array of different looking and feeling apps. There are platforms that bring it all together, either on one screen or via a simple voice command. Alexa, turn on the kitchen lights.
Okay. Things like Apple's HomeKit or Alexa or SmartThings or some of the other hardware or software platforms out there can bring things together and make things a little bit more simple, but there's still going to be that fragmentation out there. None of them pulls in 100% of the devices that are currently out there right now.
So, you found the money and you figured out the installation and the integration. Great. But is your home that much better, or is it just more high tech? We're not quite yet at the point where the home touchlessly anticipates the occupant's needs.
Well, ideally, it's supposed to make your life easier, right? Part of it is peace of mind with security. Part of it is sort of incremental time savings. You don't have to walk over to set a light switch or make a change to the thermostat. You can just sort of do it from wherever you are, or it happens automatically.
Too often today, the home is still a box of smart things, but has not yet itself become a smart thing. Of course, there's security. The largest hack in history took place recently, and it happened on the backs of insecure smart home devices. It's one thing to imagine a hacker screwing with your thermostat, but your cameras or front door lock? In the big picture, smart homes are different from our smartphones and laptops, and with vast potential.
If you can come up with civic solutions that improve people's lives by combining open data and crowdsourcing and citizen science, and you see this collective pride in a city that we did this together and people's lives are being improved, I mean, as a mayor, there's not anything that's really much better than that.
This is a different market that may see a major role for home builders and realtors in the adoption curve. The smart home is for everyone. Let's find out how to unlock it.
So we laid down a few gauntlets there. Cost, complexity, and such. Go ahead, please.
Just a few issues, and one of the biggest issues seems to be that people are still kind of uncertain about how they're going to make all of the devices that they know are interesting talk to each other. I think it would be great to hear from SmartThings about this.
Yeah, I mean, one of the big changes that was different, really different a few years ago, is that there were a lot of, I'll say at best case, sort of walled gardens, right? And a lot of bespoke devices where they didn't easily talk to one another. And we've seen, there's still a ways to go, but a tide towards open that's happened over the past year that has resulted in some real sales acceleration for us, adoption acceleration, I think, for multiple partners, and it's exciting to see. So examples, I mean, all three of these companies, right? All of our products can work together in compelling ways that I haven't been on a panel yet where that has been the case. I think that's a milestone by itself.
That's pretty huge.
Yeah.
Mike, what do you think about the role of Amazon in helping tie this together? Do you think that you helped, or do you think that this was going to happen anyway?
I think that we helped. I think that the simple voice interactions of Echo and dealing with Alexa, and the way when we opened that up with the Alexa Skills Kit and the Alexa Voice Service, and then separately on the Skills Kit, we saw quickly that smart home device manufacturers were using the Skills Kit to voice enable interactions with their equipment. Then we launched smart home specific APIs, and we have some primitive capabilities with our smart home APIs right now, and they'll just continue to evolve so that it sort of normalizes everything. You just talk and control the devices. So I think we helped a bit.
One of the things that I think we detect the consumers are picking up on, and maybe a lot of us in this room have felt that, or working with less tech friends and relatives in some cases, is the smart home devices on their face seem to do very simple tasks that aren't that difficult. It's nice to have remote control, and the learning maybe can be difficult to master. So it seems like there's, at first blush, very little gain to some consumers' minds for a significant amount of install and expense. What do you do to communicate to them the big picture of how rich of an improvement this can be? Because on its face, they look like a lot of small improvements.
Mm-hmm. So, I think there's three things we've found over the past few years. I think all of us and others in the smart home space that consumers care about. Number one, saving money, right? So whether it's saving heating, lighting costs. Number two, making your home more safe and secure. And then number three, and this is kind of the catch-all category, is around convenience, right? Convenience and maybe the delight in there as well. That, you know, it's fun to have some pretty magical things like some of the devices here in your life. And those are the things that people, you know, identify with and it seems to be the main motivations why they're purchasing these products.
Now, what you're doing with August, with your access plan, which is still very new, is you're almost putting the service in front of the product, the services that you've partnered with.
You know, we set out to rethink, you know, access to the home, right? And yes, we make a device that we think is pretty good looking, attaches on the inside the door, and but the true magic, of course, as you mentioned, Brian, is the software behind it. I think in all of our devices we make, it's the software behind it that's the real magic. And to your point, it was our goal more than just to have you be able to unlock your door using the August app. What if you could use other products and services with the lock that together creates a greater experience?
I'd challenge it for a second. I mean, I think there's been some negativity around sales and the value proposition fit in the space. I think that everybody I talk to, I think that what's happened, a few years ago we felt this really compelling need to educate consumers heavily on the space. We've seen a transition in the numbers that indicate the move from early adopter to mainstream in the sales results. And so it's less about that convincing on the first use case, because there's a lot of consumers buying connected light. There's a lot of people starting with the voice control, moving into connected lighting, then branching into these adjacent use cases that they get excited about. And because there's an open model now, in our case, the Works with SmartThings program and so on, once a consumer starts in, it's very simple to make these things work together. And so all boats are rising a bit now. So just as one challenge, I still think it is a challenge to kind of educate, like my mom as an example, in the space, but people are building some fairly significant businesses right now. Yeah. It's compelling enough. Right?
Rishi, let me ask you, one of the experiences that I have is that when we talk about smart homes, sometimes the concept of smart home or connected home, people react to as sort of a 1% thing, right? That's for people who have fancy things or want lots of fancy things. I don't need that. I don't want to get lazy. I can turn on the light switch. What do you see when you look past that? Do you think this is really more about the individual devices or about that aha moment that people are going to have when they use something like Google's powerful infrastructure behind Google Home?
I think there's always wow moments that people will see, right? And I think that is always a convincing mechanism by, oh wow, I want to bring that to my house. I do think look, the bar is very high in terms of it is very easy to go and walk and turn on and off a light switch. Let's be honest. That's a very simple mechanism that users have been used to doing for a very long time. And so there has to be enough value that when you see it and you experience it, that it's like, wow, I need to go and make that a better experience. I think the voice mechanism was a breakthrough, actually, I think, for a lot of home automation and smart home capabilities, because you know, if I have to pick up my phone and interact with a bunch of stuff in my house, you kind of lose this again, the simplicity. It's not as simple and as easy as something as saying using my voice to actually go and control a bunch of different devices. And so I think I actually agree that there are use cases that people are going to bring into the home, like, you know, whether it be bringing a voice assistant in or doing security mechanism. I think security is a completely untapped opportunity right now that exists in people's homes that everyone cares about, everyone's willing to pay for. And as they start introducing these pieces, all these pieces connecting together magically and automatically means more and more exposure of other capabilities. So I think it is about the first thing that you're going to get in, and then it being additive, right? Remember, the home is a very complex set of appliances and devices. So there's no such thing as I'm just becoming a smart home. The reality is you enter with one or two different devices, and then you're going to expand. And I think we're just at the beginning of now these use cases are kind of becoming compelling on their own. And as we talked about, like, the expansion has been difficult because you couldn't connect to all these things in one seamless way. And now it's becoming easy. Now you'll just see expansion coming over time.
All the boats are rising.
The thing that is interesting to me is that we're here talking about smart home. We're all engrossed in the technology of it. And we're trying to advance it. But the numbers I look at, 6 to 7% of the U.S. population has interacted with a smart home device. 94%, 97% haven't, or pardon me, 95% haven't. And I think what's going to be happening is some of these things that we want, that I think the video and your remarks in the beginning said the smart home will start to anticipate things we need. Some of the simplest things, even though it's a light switch or a thermostat, are going to feel like magic to the 90% that haven't touched this yet. And if we can make every piece of that process of acquiring it, getting it installed, and making it voice-enabled, named, seamless and frictionless so that my mom, much like your mom, my mom can do it, then I think we win. And then people begin to see the value of smart homes, see how it leads into security and other things. And it's going to take a while, but I think it's moving faster than everyone, like the 90% know.
More than you realize. Yeah. I mean, I would say there's needs-based things. Like you're one incident away. Like when I founded the company and had this flood in my house, it's a solvable problem. It seems really worth it after you've gone through a problem. But these delight-based cases that you see, where even if it's really simple, it's what's remarkable for you. Humans are funny creatures. I mean, think about how you get excited about a paint color you're choosing for your dining room, and you're not interacting a bunch with that. But something about the magic of this experience where past the needs really does hook people in an emotional way. And we're all seeing it in our base.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, I think this brings us to an even tougher topic, which is security. And as you can imagine, we at CNET hear a lot from users about the increasing concerns around security, and especially as technology reaches further into people's lives. As people get used to wearables and connected cars and into their homes, they start to worry about what's happening when they let people in through their technology.
And it didn't help, of course, as we've referenced here a couple times, that we had all the headlines, fairly deserved or not, oversimplified or not, around this biggest hack in history, denial of service attack that was foisted largely across insecure devices in the home, of many brands, by the way. And this, of course, will register in the consumer's mind. The question is, did it make a big impact or not?
All of these concerns are fueled in the minds of many by everything we just talked about, but especially by fans of the show Mr. Robot. We're going to show you a little bit.
Even though the European Union has been denying that it can affect them.
And I'm just the messenger. I am telling you folks, this is what they don't want you to hear. Because a union strike at the Comet natural gas plant will cause an energy shortage, the likes of which has never been seen in the Northeast. This is part of a strategy to declare economic war on this country. And they know it. They know exactly.
But what am I supposed to do? I mean, nothing is working. Unplug what? Everything is inside the walls. That's how it was installed when I ordered the Smart House package. How long is it going to take before this all gets fixed?
How long do you think she's going to stay away for?
Long enough.
Nice place you got. Comfy. Is your place in Greenwich this cush? I worked hard for what I have. I'm happy I get to look you in the eye. I have taken down your company, taken over your home, and now I have you.
Who up here resents us playing that clip? Anybody?
You've all
throwing
seen
that
it.
out
We know
there.
you've all seen it.
Just throwing that out there.
Mr. Robot is a really hot show. It's very well researched, and it sits right in the middle of reality and the future that's just shy of fantasy. And joining us now, here to talk about this with us, is Carly Chaikin, who plays the brilliant hacker Darlene on Mr. Robot.
Welcome.
Thank you.
I just want to start by saying don't be intimidated by me.
But they're already writing a patch against you, believe me. They're working on that.
All right, we have a ton of questions about this. There could have been a lot of ways to terrorize this character on Mr. Robot who plays an attorney, right? How did a smart home gone crazy wrong get chosen?
Well, plot-wise, the biggest thing was to take over the house for us to live there, pretty much, to be our new kind of home base. But I think violating someone's home is kind of one of the biggest ways to violate someone, to kind of take over their home base and kick them out. So I think it was kind of the most dominating thing we could do.
And it was done very realistically, to be honest. I mean, it could have been more overblown. You could have made it really fits into a set of concerns that the person who does have a smart home or is considering one can look at and say, oh, that seems like it could happen, as opposed to being fanciful.
Right, there were like subtle things kind of coming of even the heat, the volume, all of those small things that would
Even how the heat was shot, the thermostat was very oblique in the shot. You had to kind of notice that it crept back down the first time. It wasn't overplayed.
Yeah.
And yet there's something about, like you say, this is such an intrusive scenario that it really registers quickly.
Yeah, it tapped into the annoyance factor too, right?
Yeah, if not fear, annoyance.
Yeah.
So the staging seems realistic, and like Brian was saying, sometimes subtle. What was it like to shoot that and research what went into that scene?
I mean, being on the show, just being able to shoot everything and kind of research everything has been so amazing and incredible. I feel like, I can type fast on a computer, but other than that, I didn't, like, technology and all of that stuff never really was, like, in the forefront of my mind. So being on this show now, everything has kind of become about that. Like every room I walk into, it's like, I could hack this whole thing and like all of your guys' phones. And not that I actually could, but we can pretend like I can.
The show seems, it's very well researched. This is not the only scene that has this real ring of reality and veracity to it. What about the show and the team that does it keeps it so authentic, especially as you were doing that particular scene? Do you have a bunch of smart home buffs on the show team, on the writing team, or is it just that they did their research?
Well, we have our main tech guy, who's also one of the writers and producers, Coradonna, he used to work in cybersecurity. And so a lot of every single hack that we do, they do it in real life first to make sure that it works and can actually happen. Everything that happens all comes up in real time. So obviously we're not actually coding when we're filming, but it's all pre-programmed. So they'll spend 3 weeks doing something that you'll see on screen for 3 seconds. But they're so knowledgeable about everything, and they test everything, and every single code you see on the screen is real and legitimate for what we're doing.
So you know this. You know that everything is real in the sense that it's possible,
right?
And it's been tested. How does this make you feel about all this technology? You must see it and think, okay, I can see the utility. That seems cool. But are you afraid of it now, or are you excited about it?
I am like debilitated. But it's just crazy because most of the things that we can do, other people can do, but a lot of hackers aren't capable of doing it to that extent. But in my mind, everybody is. So someone was people try to hack me too all the time. Someone was trying to get into my iCloud, and I was like, great, now my entire apartment's bugged. Like, they're in my TV, they're doing this, that, and the other, and gonna take over my life. And I'll call Core and be like, what do? I'm freaking out. But it's made me so incredibly paranoid, where someone like tried to touch my bag, a while ago, and I was like, now they dropped like a tracking device, and
okay, you got to get off this show. I know it's doing really well, but you got to get off this show.
Yeah, for my own sanity.
So, do you have smart home gear in your place or not?
We have a Nest.
Okay.
Which is great, and Alexa, who's like my best friend.
Okay. 1 point.
But yeah, I mean, both of those, it's so interesting what you guys are talking about with especially, with the voice control of Alexa, of just being like, Alexa. But even I'm a very lazy human being. And so that's where that comes in of being like, I don't have to get up to change the temperature, or before I get home, I can just take out my phone and set it so it's not freezing. But do we have any other smart stuff? We're talking about it.
Right on the edge.
This
We're
is gonna be
talking
like
about
the
it.
deciding factor.
Maybe not after this.
Yeah.
This is great. Thank you so much for coming up here on the
Thank
stage
you.
with us, and we're so glad you're here to watch.
Yes, I'm
We feel
so
special.
excited.
Yeah. Carly, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's really nice to meet you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Carly Chaikin, everybody. And yes, she really is here, staying for the rest of the session. That's a great endorsement. We're honored.
We are.
Okay, so now we want to turn the corner as we have gotten a little preheat here of some of the worst scenarios. Let's talk about reality. How many of you were cringing at that scene, or how many of you were saying, okay, we do need to defend against that?
We have to focus on security from the start of these product development processes. And we have to think about security from the beginning as well. And it's a little bit of a race. We as the people who are trying to protect folks are working really hard to stay ahead, and the bad guys are trying to, stay ahead of us. And I don't think that will ever end. But I think we're taking very measured, sensible, very mindful, conscious steps to make sure that security is a part of.
And one thing I was thinking, and all of you have excellent brands that you care about, and your companies maintain them very carefully. But Amazon in particular is a company based on outstanding, unfailing relationship with the consumer. Your risk would seem to be higher. Your sleepless nights, I would suspect, would be a bit more.
I think we've had those sleepless nights from the beginning. The minute you want to sell a product to a customer and you're taking responsibility for processing their payment instrument, and you're storing that, and you want, and you know that every interaction you have is either a trust builder or not. You have to think about it from the beginning of everything that you build. That's the foundation. And we've worked very hard to build that trust in our customers. And we will do nothing to breach that.
Brian, I do want to mention that, also the lack of technology has some security implications. And, don't want to freak everybody out, but how many of you are 100% sure right now your front door is locked? You're 100% sure it's locked. Right? Maybe 1%, 2%. The rest of you aren't exactly sure. Now, if you had a smart lock, you could actually check right now, and you could lock it. So there's a trade-off when you go from the offline, you go from the non-intelligent to the intelligent systems. It actually adds some security.
It's one of the, I would say that I don't think security is a new thing, right, for technology.
Right. No.
Like this is something that we've had to deal with as an industry for some time across all type of computing-based devices. I think the difference here and the unique thing here is that you all of a sudden have, because there's a whole host of appliances now that are adding smart capabilities, you're having companies that are not necessarily software companies, to be quite candid, right? They're kind of entering this new capability set that they're bringing to bear. And right now, what we have to do as an industry is help give them the tools to provide the right security mechanisms that we already deploy in a bunch of different phone devices today, in routers today, in computing devices today. And I think that's going to happen. It's actually happening now. I mean, Google and others are also looking at how do you deploy secure systems that a ceiling fan manufacturer can take and deploy without having to build it themselves, so that we can remove some of the vulnerabilities that might be existing if people are doing it on their own. In the end, security is all about, or what I think we found in the past, is it's an open collaboration with the industry to solve security, not one-off companies trying to do it on their own.
Totally.
And so as we are, I think the industry is now finally getting to the point where we can give the tools to the industry where we can make sure end-to-end, like, of course, Amazon and Google, all the companies here are putting security first. We have to make sure the entire industry does, because with Google Home, I can connect with a variety of different devices, but those devices aren't being built by Google, and we have to give them the tools so that we can make sure those devices are secure.
Which brings up a really important point. We've been talking about open. We've been talking about how all your products work together, which is amazing and fantastic. As we move forward into a world where everybody's working very closely together, there's also the reality that kind of meshed up group of products is only as strong as its weakest link, really. Right. So I'm really curious, and maybe Rishi, you can talk about this as you're vetting partners, which I'm sure you're very busy doing right now because you're new.
Yep.
How does that work? How do you vet all your partnerships to make sure that there is no weak link?
I mean,
I think it is fundamental. I think Google, for example, announced something called Android Things, which the goal is specifically to give a platform for a variety of different manufacturers that they can believe and trust in. From a security standpoint, has updates already built into it, so that we can learn from the challenges of the past. And so it is an ongoing discussion we always have with the partners, either as an endpoint to a Google Home or embedding the Google Assistant inside the devices, which I'm sure you guys are doing as well. Like in the end, we have to have security throughout the kind of relationship with the customer as well as with the OEM, and so that is part of the ongoing process we have.
And I'd say it's with our ecosystem, it's. We don't mind seeing this clip. It's great because as with more than 200 connected devices in my house, it's funny because this is what we imagine, right? I've been pretty proud of the industry leaders with the philosophical stance towards security, that it's not a feature, it's something you percolate into the architecture from the very beginning. But then it's clearly working together on technologies. In our case, manufacturing time hooks into the hub and other technologies that make it very inherently secure in a way it's very difficult to hack and so on. And then there's process, together as well. There's a vigilance for, in each case, a works with program that actually includes the checks where this botnet attack is an example. No device in any of our programs that allowed a fixed password to exist that isn't changed, they would never make it through the certification program in the first place. So it's something that just takes this deep philosophical commitment to, but I think we'll get there, getting this reality. I mean, would you rather keep cash under your mattress? Is that more secure than keeping it in a bank electronically? It's not, So would you rather only communicate with post and paper? Is that better? No, it's not, right? In this case, it's just, it takes that level of vigilance.
And it really is it comes full circle from what the tools and services you provide to the developer community, the OEM community. The services that are in the cloud that enable voice enablement of skills on smart home devices, how is that secure? And for instance, AWS Lambda has its own permissions architecture, as does AWS in general, making sure that the skills they're running are secure. And then the way that we interact with this physical device to an Alexa voice service endpoint, that's secure. And then how you get back and give the consumer some confidence that what they're buying to install in their home as part of this ecosystem, this heterogeneous ecosystem, is actually secure. And you have what's your program called? Works with?
Smart Things.
Smart Things. Ours is works with Amazon Alexa. And it is our signal to the customers of this smart home equipment that it has been vetted by the vendor, by us, and by a third party, that it provides a great customer experience. So we're very aware of this, and it's stitched into everything that we're doing.
Can I make one more comment on the open front? One thing that's interesting that I think will manifest this year, that is the deeper layers when we take it seriously, is that just like two-factor authentication, as an example, if you don't want a phishing attack like the DNC had or otherwise, you have two-factor authentication in your Gmail or whatever, right? It's pretty important. I think as devices work together, there's a similar corollary here of sort of multi-factor data that comes together to make something hyper-secure.
Should the multi-factor be voice and or face recognition? Is that a mega trend going forward?
I mean, it's not just the code being put into my security panel. It's that the router knows that my phone is on that network, and when I'm reprogramming it, that my fingerprint biologically is on that phone at that moment. Okay. It's a tie together between all these things that allows it to really be sure, right? It's not just it's not a code. It's not something simple. And by being open, by working together, we allow some of those layers that will really lock it down, and I think will drive the tide towards these centralized platforms versus just a totally fragmented mess. Yeah.
Well, we've been tackling challenges and perceptions so far, kind of going after the things that we think can be cleared up, made better, made less friction-filled, trying to get at those hurdles and the motivations that stand between this really big adoption. It'll make smart home ideally the next iPhone, not the next Segway, right? That's kind of the goal.
Segways were awesome, by the
way. They were talking volume,
the president
not quality.
Driving off a cliff or something.
As we've worked the floor at this year's CES, we're seeing the smart home coalesce into this really bright future, actually, and I think we're hearing a lot from you about that. But the idea is that this will turn our homes not just into a place controlled by voice commands and apps, but a home that we can just exist side by side with and that will take care of our needs for us. Pretty exciting.
Yeah, you know, I would like to say.
As my driverless car is trying to find the best route out of this traffic jam, it's also letting my house know I'll be home in 20 minutes. That way it can adjust the heat to my desired temperature. And my kitchen assistant has already started to prepare dinner.
As I approach the front door, the house recognizes me and unlocks the door. It also sees I'm carrying groceries and opens it for me. And once I've gone in the house, the lights and the blinds all adjust to create the lighting I like at this time of day.
Hi, Vanessa. How was your day?
It was one of those days.
At least the commute went smoothly. I've started the dinner. The chicken will be done in 20 minutes. The oven is preheated for the bread, and there's a salad in the fridge that will expire in 2 days, so you might want to use that.
Sounds like a plan.
Great. Also, your daughter is at the intersection of Willow and Pacific and will be home in about 10 minutes. And I texted her to remind her to skip the candy store.
I wonder if that happened. Throughout the day, the home assistant has been monitoring my heart rate, blood pressure, and steps. And while I sleep tonight, it will monitor my vital signs, sleeping patterns, and the depth of my sleep. With all this data, it can make useful suggestions about my diet, exercise program, or even call 911 in an emergency. The lights come on as I enter each room and will go off when I leave. That saves me a lot on energy bills. I'm also sipping on a cocktail made for me by my kitchen assistant, because after the day I've had, I deserve it. Do you have any status updates for me?
Your daughter has a coding assignment that is due tomorrow morning that she hasn't started yet.
Man, I forgot about that. Can you remind me after dinner? Do you have anything good for me?
Yes, some good news. Your mom went 10% over her step count for the 3rd day in a row.
Oh, wow. That's great. Can you call her, please?
Sure. Dialing now.
Hey, Mom. I heard the good news. Congrats. That's great. All right. It sounds like you're busy. I'll try you later. Bye. What's a good TV show I can watch that fits my mood and I can finish before dinner time?
How about CSI Silicon Valley?
Sounds good. Play it. Excuse me. I have a TV show to watch.
Now that's a CNET smart home.
I like that. I like that video better.
You know,
Better vision, right?
What I like about the house that we just fictionally previewed is that it's a house we all would live in. It looks pretty recognizable. It's not over the top, crazy, modern, even in aesthetic. And it seems achievable. What is it going to take to get to a point where everything is actually anticipating what we need? Jason, you want to get started?
Well, it's funny because what I was about to say was actually something you just showed in the video. You know, we thought at August, my co-founder is Yves Bahar. He's a great designer and thinks through interactions, very thoroughly. And one of the things we thought through was, the best experience and the best interface is no interface, right? That your home should understand who you are. You come and go, and there's an association there. We talked about multi-factor authentication. And so you show this home of the future, but with August, it's actually here today. If you have an August lock on your house and you have this feature turned on called auto unlock, you walk up to your door and you leave your phone in your pocket, your purse, your backpack, and it recognizes you and it unlocks the door and you just walk in. And it's one of those things that once you've experienced it, you're like, wow, this is the way that all doors should be. And it's it is here today, and we have hundreds of thousands of people that unlock their doors every day that way. And it's one of those practical things. Some of these things perhaps maybe aren't as necessary today, but it's great to see what we can do with technology.
We should talk about the steps needed to get there, but I will say that what drives, I think, a lot of us in our hearts is the prospect that if there's enough homes like that, you forget too that there's peace of mind. Like all of us have aging parents, let's say, they will be able to live in their homes longer, really happily. That's awesome. Wow, what a societal benefit, right? That house, if there's enough of those, there's half the carbon footprint reduction goals, right? Lay in that thing turning down its energy use when it's not there. So what's the driver too is there's a society level impact, I think, that we see the prospect to have. So it both seems awesome to live in that house, but it seems exciting in terms of the macro outcomes that we can achieve from it.
Back to the original, I think the original question is, what is it going to take to get us there? I mean, you think about the advancements in machine learning and neural networking. That's what's helped us with a lot of the voice technology, a lot of computer vision, effectively unlimited compute power of various clouds, AWS, Google, and others. When you have that much compute capacity, new machine learning techniques that will make it possible to recognize someone's face with a camera, or someone as an individual, a unique individual with a voice or some other bit of feedback, then those things become possible. Because you build feedback loops into all of these interactions that you have with equipment that's constantly connected, providing signals back about you, and then you can start to anticipate what's happening in that person's life. They're on the way home, the thermostat's set to something, and by the time they get there, you should have the temperature to a certain, to 68 instead of 65. But it takes massive compute power, it takes ubiquity of networking and connectivity, it takes what's happening in machine learning and neural networking. And the beauty is, we're in a golden age right now. We're making big advancements in all of those areas. So I think, that's a potentially realistic picture of what could happen in the not so distant future.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are not going to experience that. I mean, you'd think we have 7+ billion people on the planet. It's going to be reserved for
a lucky few.
A lucky few. But there will be many less comprehensive magical moments going on with turning light switches on and off and control, being recognized when you go through an August door. So I think the sun is shining on the space right now.
Yeah, and I'd say, I think in addition, I 100% agree. I think the amount of computing power as well as machine learning capabilities that are being kind of built today, it's immensely giving more opportunity space to doing things like this. I think the other pieces I'd say that this showed kind of implicitly was, one is that there is this notion of all devices can work together, right? It's pretty fundamental. We've talked about it a little bit, but we do have to make that work really seamlessly, and we're not there yet, but we have to make it so that every device is aware of each other in some context where they can work together, because that's how you get the value of what we just showed. The other is that we talk about smart home as kind of a separate, distinct kind of experience for people, but it's really not, right? It's an extension of what the assistant's going to be in their entire life.
Right.
Right. The assistant, and I understand that the talk is about smart home, but in the end, the assistant is going to be pervasive around when you're at work, when you're at home, when you're just in the car, when you're at school, whatever it might be.
In your hotel here in Vegas.
Exactly. I mean,
Nice.
in the end, it's going to be about, can you deliver, can we understand the user in all contexts so that in home we can deliver the right value proposition or use cases for them. But even when you're outside the home, even the example of showing when you're driving home, that's something that doesn't happen inside the home itself, but it has to connect with everything else that we're actually going into.
So, I don't know how many in the room are in the industry, but presuming a lot, give tactical steps. 2017, here it is, January 2017. Holy crap!
Crap is
what's going to happen what's going to happen this year? Going back to your first video, we see mechanisms to bring down the cost for everyday people. So you will have, for less than $100, starting points that give you one of those propositions and let you experience some of that magic. And you see it in a combination of the different strategies from all of us. In our case, embedding our technology into devices you're already buying, et cetera. So cost is coming down. Complexity and friction is still a giant issue, right? It's got to be made easier. It's not just the open standards, but examples like you don't have to download a separate app, right? You don't have to set up a new account. All these things that should just be there. And there's some inherent advantages in each of the companies that they have in tackling that. But lowering friction, you'll see this year some pretty big steps. And then last, I think services will play a pretty big role in this, and that there is a support that we see users needing as they go past that very first device to get that thermostat wired up, to set up their lock, their other things. No matter how easy you make it, is there a services network or ecosystem that makes this really inexpensive to get you up and running to the dream house. So those are three things that you'll see this year, and pretty big, I think, pretty big numbers from all of us. I'd be surprised if not.
Is there an organization you can point us to? I think there was one that was announced here last year. I forget the acronym. That is an IoT, consumer IoT clearinghouse where you're all working together. Is there that kind of collaboration in the industry yet? Or are we still looking for that sort of an overview group? Like we have the CTA generally for consumer electronics. Is there anything for smart home IoT? Where standards are being pulled together, best practices.
We each say our works with smart things or whatever. They talk to one another. All these things talking to each other. But
there's just a lot of lunches and stuff.
There are some. We are still a ways away from. You have these competing standards of different sorts. You have Weave, which is technically promising, but ways to go. You have these latent standards like Z-Wave, Zigbee, and so on. You have proprietary things that others have done, and these are still coalescing. You have seen some movement towards like IoTivity and OCF, a number of the big players gathering together, but we're still a ways. At the end of this year, we're not going to be in a place where
it's universal. I don't anticipate we're ever going to get in a pure world. It's going to be heterogeneous the whole way. Maybe we'll agree upon some important things.
At least there'll be a few that work.
But the experience that we create for a consumer has to abstract our complexity away.
Right.
And that's a big part of what we're focusing on with Alexa.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this about, from the connectivity standards that we're talking about, let's talk about the other layer on top of that, which is data sharing. You can all learn to work together in terms of protocols and such, and security and radio standards. But isn't there a need for web-like data sharing for all of your services and products to be their best, which I don't detect is the case right now, where you're all sharing, or at least making my data available equally to all of you? No most favored nation. So the data that comes off my Google product is equally available to anything from a SmartThings module.
I'd say it's not quite there yet, but in this comment of the tide moving in the right direction, it feels that way. I mean, similar to security, our first principle is like a consumers first. They own their data. How do you put them in charge so that they could offer their data, regardless of the underlying product that they're using, to another service provider or to another controlling provider or so on, and it's a journey, but at least philosophically that's where we are.
Yeah, I think steps are being taken. I mean, you had mentioned Weave. I mean, there are certain steps we're trying to take to normalize how devices can talk to each other. I think the first step is, can you even talk in a common language if you want to do data sharing? And so we need to move as an industry to get a model for how the language between different devices can be normalized in a way that different devices can talk to each other, in which case then you can actually share data in kind of real comprehensive ways. Yeah. So I think those are all steps. I think that those are things that we have to work on in 2017, in addition to bringing down the cost and kind of getting much wider deployment of smart capabilities across appliances and devices.
But I do think in 2016 what we learned was beyond the RF layer, the PHY layers, going on up, IP became the common language. Like all of our systems talk to each other in the cloud, right? And we found that talking IP in the cloud has become the way for these devices and systems to talk to each other. And it's coming together really well.
Right, so you feel the language layer is pretty well coming along. The proprietary data sharing maybe needs more work.
The connectivity layer I think is standardized. I don't think the language layer is actually standardized right now.
Here's what I think you'll see is we're all committed to the complexity will not be foisted on the consumer, right? So these things will work together.
You guys are willing to shoulder the burden of the complexity to shield it. That's always. We all know that's important.
That's universal, but it's the lingua franca, still doesn't exist. IP doesn't quite cover it, right, for these things, but it's getting there.
Well, and Google has a software stack, and you have Silicon, Samsung that is trying to approach it in different ways.
Yeah. I want to leave time for a few questions from the audience. So we have microphones on the floor. Are they on the wings? Where are the microphones? Center one microphone. It's a stand right in the middle of the room. Very convenient. So let's see who wants to get to a mic first. We have 4 of the best minds in smart home. So if you have a question about smart home and you don't ask it now, there is no better time to ask it. So I think we have someone at the microphone now. And please tell us who you are, who you're affiliated with, and what's your question. Go ahead.
My name is Jeff Orgel. I'm from St. Louis. I'm a technologist, and I'm affiliated with myself and all my users. I very much appreciate what you all are discussing. And I think there were some interesting points made regarding the fact that there's always a chase on between exploitation and securing that exploit. I don't think, as you mentioned, it's ever going to go away. I also believe, and it's pretty evident, that the technological landscape sort of magnifies the real world. So whereas an individual in their home may not have all the surveillance to see what's going on in this and that, as an individual in their home, they do have a locked door, and they know the limit of the exploit. There aren't going to be 10,000 people standing outside their door trying to find their checkbook. So as you deploy more and more of this equipment into these life spaces, to me, it almost feels like you're adding dry grass to a possible brush fire. Not to say that it isn't a benefit somewhere out there, but how do you keep that fuel of all of this equipment out there, all of these layers, all of this attack surface? You know, how do you win that race? And the people overall are seeing this happen at very significant, very protected environments, whether it's banking or government or whatever. And then you kind of encourage them to put equipment in their home that then allows not the one person to try and get in, but allows maybe hundreds of thousands of people to have a go at it.
So it seems like what you're bringing up there is that there's a lot of complexity and that makes things dangerous.
Like we can all talk to it. It's that stuff we talked to before. It's that we take it very seriously. It's a philosophy. Security from the very beginning. It's working together to ensure that technology has checkpoints within it in its design that are designed to be as secure as possible. And then I think it's process and communications between us to do things like the certification programs where we're really validating with experts that the attack surface, the vectors, are as minimized as possible. So
in our world right now, when you interact with a skill that's going to do something, going to invoke an action in a smart home device, the smart home skill just gets directives to do something. It has no access to a person's information. And we secure the person's information from end to end. Yeah. So the attack surface might be larger, but really with our implementation right now, you're not seeing anything related to the person. You're seeing a directive that said if you saw anything. Right. So we secure the people's data.
Yeah, I think it's minimizing attack surfaces in general of what kind of data can get compromised. I think you also brought up the point earlier, I think we do, as we apply machine learning to making the services better and experiences better, we can also do it for making security better. Yep. Right? And so that's fundamental to the story.
Fraud detection in financial transactions is a good proxy, right? For
that's exactly right. So devices should be detect their own vulnerabilities with each other and use that as ways to actually prevent, minimize the attack surfaces as well. Yeah. But there's no doubt, look, more devices does mean more surfaces that people can attack, and that's why fundamentally we have to have security built in from the ground up and make sure that either the data is being protected in the right way or we have mechanisms to protect the overall device interactions with each other.
Let's go to our next questions. We can get one or two more in here. Your name, your affiliation, and what would you like to ask the panel?
It's Carly. Carly has a question.
There's Carly. I couldn't see you in the shadows.
Well, I have 5.
You could have come on up. You're friends. You're family.
I have 5,000
Carly looks
questions.
like a bright light to me.
But, okay, I don't know how to phrase this, but actually with security, one of the things is how, with the locks and all that stuff, to me, how easily hackable that stuff is. And so I feel like it's less secure. But then at the same time, I feel like there's so many opportunities of using a smart home for security, of people breaking in, of having video or detection or all of that. But then on the other hand, with, even Alexa right now or iPhones, about getting that information of what if the police or someone wants to come in and go, we want to see that video to find out who it is. Like that whole balance of security and that way. But I don't know how much of what they're doing is in regards to that as opposed to more so like turning the lights on and air conditioning.
That's a really interesting question. Amazon's been in the news about this.
Discoverability question.
The murder case that went in the press this week, and which you guys had the right response to.
I didn't hear about that.
It's like a Mr. Robot episode all of a sudden.
Yeah.
What's the question?
The question is, with all of these devices, we're listening to us all the time and providing the surveillance that we're asking them to provide, essentially. Does that add a layer of a sort of information security concern, especially when it comes to law enforcement and nefarious bodies just surveilling, essentially?
I'll talk about our equipment in particular. Echo is doing what's called keyword spotting. It's just listening for Alexa. And it's not really storing anything on that device. Everything gets streamed to the cloud, gets processed. And there's no permanent storage on an Echo. So it's not as though you could be compelled to give anything from that device. So I was more interested, frankly, in what Jason has to say about this, given he has door locks.
Are there discoverable records generated by your door lock? Either, maybe in the cloud, I assume, maybe on the device?
You know, all this comes down to how you architect the system, right? And so when we thought through the actual activities, we thought, well, you as an owner, you want to see what's happening with your home. You want to see the comings and goings, and so you keep that locally on the phone, right? Back to the security of, can you breach an August lock, right? And so back to architecture, our servers, if it was ever compromised, and you got the giant bucket of keys, so to speak, right? Well, you wouldn't know where to put them because there's no association of the key with locks. We literally have no idea where our locks are. There is no database of that. And then lastly, of course, when it comes to locks, smart locks, in case you're a little worried about it, the truth is, as much as, there's amazing, hackers out there that can do great things like Carly's character, the truth is, throwing a brick through a window is a lot easier and faster to break into.
Yeah, let's not lose track of the fact that a wooden door frame is easy to get through. Don't spend too much time on the lock. Just kick it. Crying out loud. I wish we had more time. We could do hours with this gang. Please thank us, join us in thanking a tremendous panel on smart home technology here. Jason Johnson from August, Alex Hawkinson from SmartThings, Mike George from Amazon, and Rishi Chandra from Google Home. And of course, our special guest, we're really honored to have Carly Chaikin with us today from Mr. Robot. Thank you, everybody.
That does it for another next big thing from CES 2017, but CNET has a lot more for you to enjoy later this week, including 10 a.m. on Friday, more from Carly Chaikin at the CNET stage.
That's right. We'll be doing a robotics panel there. Let's see. At 1 o'clock Friday, we have our autos panel. That's at our stage also,
That's
right?
right.
Tim
That's
Stevens?
also at our stage, and it's about autonomous cars, the future's biggest surprises in room N258.
Well, that's here and in. Okay.
That's right. And then we have a robotics panel on Friday at 3:30. Robots, are they ready to help? In room N261.
So just do all the ends, and you'll find us here and there. Thanks again. We'll see you next time for the 16th next big thing from CNET. Thanks, everybody. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Welcome back to the CNET stage at CES 2017. I'm Roger Chang. Qualcomm's chips are in everything from smartphones to cars and now VR and AR headsets. With me is Raj Talluri from Qualcomm and Ralph Osterhout, the CEO of ODG, the company that actually made these snazzy, slick sunglasses, the R9 and the R8.
Perfect.
Ralph, why don't you tell me about these glasses? What do they do? Why are they so special?
Well, I think the real big thing is everyone has their own vision of what they think consumers and enterprise want worldwide. I think it's very simple. We've become addicted to smartphones, and so ultimately the intent was, what if we made a pair of glasses that essentially does everything that a smartphone does, but it doesn't interfere or compete with your phone. So it's a full-blown computer, self-contained, your power, everything, sensors, the works, all powered by the critical ICs from Qualcomm, which we know is the best in the world. And the bottom line is the plan was to get it small, lightweight, and transform people's lives by allowing them to have access to information, entertainment anywhere 24/7.
So these are pretty impressively small for what they do. Check out these glasses. This is the consumer version, the R8. The first time you're actually making an augmented reality glass for the consumer market.
Correct.
And this is essentially, it's Android. It's a full-blown Android tablet or phone in a pair of glasses. It runs Nougat, right?
Yep.
Right, so it's the latest version of Android, as well as the Snapdragon 835, which is Qualcomm's latest chip. Now, this is an interesting thing because Qualcomm's chips are usually found in phones. In fact, their flagship chips are often found in high-profile devices like the Galaxy S7, the Galaxy S line. But for the first time, they're debuting in a pair of VR, AR glasses. Raj, tell me, what does this mean for where the industry is going? Is that where everything is going to be, VR and AR, these wearables, or is it phones are still relevant?
Oh, I mean, I believe phones are absolutely still relevant, and there'll be lots of phones, and people love their phones. But we also think that the mobile technology from Qualcomm that's been powering a lot of these smartphones is also being used in a lot of different products, a lot of different screens. And AR and VR, glasses are a great example of that. What we were able to do together with ODG, because of the Snapdragon 835 being a 10 nanometer product and being really small, takes very little power and high performance, was to be able to put these things in a small, lightweight kind of form factor.
So the idea by what you're saying, a smaller chip means you could pack in more processing power, means it's more powerful and more efficient, right? Longer lasting battery and a faster, stronger processor.
That's right. It's a longer lasting battery, the size itself is smaller, and the performance is actually quite high, so you can do computer graphics, you can do video, you can do audio and all that in a small form factor, very low power, it doesn't take as much battery.
So I'm going to try these things on, and we have, I believe, some video on what it's like to watch one of these things. I'm wearing it now. I've got a menu of videos. I'm scrolling through now, and what you guys are seeing on screen actually is it's an augmented reality game. It's a racing game shot from the perspective of the glasses. I believe anyone wearing these glasses can play the game, right?
Yep.
Ralph, how does that work?
Well, it's two things. First of all, right now you're looking at a top-down version of it, and if you notice the people there, they're playing around. The camera is seeing all the people, and in real time you're seeing the racing. With a press of a button, boom, or a verbal command, you can go from looking at the game like you have now, a bird's eye view, to you're suddenly in the car, looking out through the windshield while you're racing the cars around. So it's a complete from immersion to bird's eye view as a spectator. And there's nothing in the world that does it. That's the magic of the speed of this 835, that'll let you do things that nobody could imagine you could do.
Now, I'm sorry I barely caught anything you said because I'm watching up now on these glasses. The very beginning, so it's very emotional. I got a little teary-eyed. But it's interesting because I can still see you. I can see the screen, I can see the audience here, but I'm watching the video kind of superimposed of full screen, and it looks really slick. No delay, very smooth graphics.
You can do 120 frames a second. Your brain cannot detect more than 60 frames a second, so you can go faster than the brain can detect without smearing, and you can see the wide world of sports, and your players, everything is perfect. That's the beauty.
And the R9 sort of follows your other products, right? You've mostly been focused in the business world. The R8, which is a thinner version, is your first time hitting the commercial market, hitting consumers. And so why now? Why this version?
It's incredibly simple. We know and love Qualcomm, but until the 835, you didn't have a chip that was small enough, fast enough, and drew low enough power that you could build this into glasses that tiny, that lightweight. So without Qualcomm, no cigar.
Yeah.
So this was the transformative event.
And so tell me, little details, pricing, availability. When are these? When can we get our hands on these?
Okay, these $1,800. They'll be available in second quarter. These are all tooled. These are not crude prototypes. This is all out of injection tools, the works. The optics, everything is tooled. These are going to be Q3 and Q4. And the simple reason is this. At under $1,000, you're now hitting the consumer market. So we have to not just take our initial tools, but build multi-cavity tools and the fixtures for robotic assembly of the glasses. So you can build a pair of glasses in every 5 or 10 minutes. To do that, you have to tool it for mass, because what you don't want to do is start shipping them, build a huge demand, and make people angry because they can't get at them.
Well, it works well for Apple.
I'm not Apple. They have more money than me.
All right, well, look, $1,000 is...
But I designed on Apple. Does that count?
That does count. So look, these $1,000, I mean, the technology is great, but that is still a lot of money for these pair of these glasses. I mean, what do you think the consumer reception will be for something like this?
Well, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Smartphones are fabulous. Our life depends on it. There's a couple of things about them. Number one is, do you want to sit there and watch a movie on a smartphone? Not as much fun as it could be.
I do that all the time.
I know you do, but I'm going to ask you a question. If you put this on and you see the equivalent of a 90-inch screen 10 feet away on your wall, anywhere, 24/7, you can be on a plane, you can be laying down, you can be at the beach or in the park, you're watching live screen in perfect focus. And you see no pixels, absolutely flawless, no artifacts, big idea, small idea. What consumer says, you know what, that's far too big, far too much fun, give me a smaller screen? No.
Oh, look, that's the hard sell, but yeah, it is pretty expensive. It is definitely a premium item, right?
Sure, but how many people are buying the top-of-the-line smartphones? You know what they are. Oddly enough, in China, they're more than the US. So if they can do a lot, it's a big deal. If you don't think, also, there's 2 cameras in here and 1 in the front. So it does 6 degrees of freedom. It literally can track things in 3D, depth map, everything. World lock objects, but there's more. Right behind these 2 lenses there, and you pop them off, guess what you see? Right there are high-def cameras. So this captures essentially a video camera in full 3D.
And we're actually seeing what the feed looks like as you're wearing the glasses.
Yeah.
This is the TV screen superimposed.
Okay, you saw the play up top. Now you see a replay in full 3D with those players moving around. Wow. Now, how many people say, you're born with 3D in your eyesight? Right. How many people say, this is not fun for me? Let me gouge out and sell one of my eyes because I don't want to see stereo. No. So we're born with stereo. Let's not torture the consumer. Let's give them what they're born with.
Okay, all right. No, that's very impressive.
Oh yeah, watch this.
Look at that.
You want to fly through cities? You want to be able to speak to anybody in any language? Not that much fun. You want to be able to fly in and around buildings? Why do you go to science fiction films? Okay. We're born with 3D. We want it. We need it. We're willing to pay for it. You want a giant screen anywhere? You tell me. High, cool, or low?
All right. Is this where is this coming out? Is this coming out here?
Well, it's all designed in San Francisco, no question about it. We actually, believe it or not, have our own clean rooms and our low-rate initial production facilities there because I'm obsessed with the engineers living and dying on production to make sure everything is right, and then we'll mass produce it in China because you need floors of robots to build this at the speed and the quality that we want.
Are they coming to the China market, to the US market? Where are we going to see them?
Simultaneously, 3rd and 4th quarter. It'll be a tidal wave.
Okay, all right. And I mean, it's Android. Does it run Android apps, or how does that work?
This is disgusting. Android, if you got Android on your phone or on a tablet, dump your app down there, no reformatting, it's perfect.
Really?
Yep.
Well, that is awesome. Thank you for your time, guys. Thank you, Raj. Thank you, Ralph. Stay tuned. Brian Tong is up next live from the show floor with some fitness tech.
West. We are here at the Sands Convention Center, and we want to give you a lot more flavor of everything here at CES. Now, we're going to start here in this corner here. There's a lot of action going on, but what I have behind me, right, you've heard the hype. We're not going to, park on it, but this is one of the most talked about gadgets of CES 2017. The Aero Coach from Kerastase. It senses with, a microphone how well you brush your hair, the quality of the brushing, gives you that feedback, and then it coaches you through an app to let you know. I would recommend, see, this is good, they bolted them down because you don't want to be using those here at CES, but it could be like a good back scratcher. Oh, I think that's what it's really good for right now. Okay, let's go. Let's keep on walking down here. This is the corner of the hall that is really all about fitness, health, right? We have sensors everywhere. We're going to kind of navigate through here in between TomTom Sports and Fitbit, who has really become almost like the poster child for success when it comes to fitness wearables. Look, this is the biggest and baddest booth they've ever had. I remember when their booth was just like the little, the canvas material, but it's all lit up. There's screens everywhere, and they've added some new software features to their line. But I quite honestly, I'm a fan of Fitbit stuff because I use it all the time when I work out. So make sure to check it out over here when you're in the Tech West Hall. And again, we're going to kind of walk through this whole area and show you some of the different things that they have here. Eye health is over in this area, talking about a lot of future of healthcare with their cloud services and being able to upload that information off. We're going to keep on walking this way. Under Armour, if you want to try and see maybe some athletes drop by. Bryce Harper for all you baseballers. I know you, Charlie Wagner, you like that. Bryce Harper was here at the booth earlier. All right, Charlie might like Giants more, but that's okay. So we have their booth coming over here. And then I came over to find out this little spot here is Tractive. It's basically sensors on your dog collar. And so let me show you. Do you guys have any of the sensors here that we could show really quickly? So this is, GPS tracking for your pets. We know there's a lot of pet lovers out there, and so we have this right now. Look, they could go pretty in pink, like some Legally Blonde style. You gotta get this little tough camo. This is the new one that they released, a little lighter in weight. Goes on your animal's neck, and it detects things like not only the location of where they are, you can create boundaries if they get outside of it, and also if it's too hot, right? We've heard stories about our little loved ones stuck in cars overheating. That's gonna sense that too. So here's the thing. The company's called Tractive, but then they have a paw, and I kept on saying, are you guys paw Tractive? They're like, no, we're Tractive. It's that's possum. You got that? Yeah. Okay. Let's keep on walking over here. A lot more fitness demos. See, she said CNET. Wait, say hi, wave to your mom. See? Oh, hold on, let's go talk to her here. See, we got you here. What's your name?
My name's Nicole, hi.
Hi, Nicole, and what are you showing off here?
Playbrush. It's a device that you can, add to your toothbrush and turns your toothbrush into a game controller.
Is this for kids or adults like you and me?
Well, it's mainly for kids, but I know a couple of adults who like playing with it too.
Are there any games here that you can show me really quickly?
Of course.
Okay, let's get over here. So this is a real live on-the-cuff demo. She had no idea I was going to come here.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, so in this game, kids have to fight off monsters.
Monsters.
Whatever you want to call them. Cavity monsters, black
salad
monsters.
From last night's dinner.
Yeah.
A little bit
everything bad that needs to get brushed away. And see, now I need to
you
go
zap,
the other...
you zap. Oh, the different sides of your mouth. It changes.
Yeah, it tells you which direction to go.
Oh my goodness.
Yes. You know what's really cool is at the end of the game, parents get stats on how well the kids did.
Okay, come on.
Parents.
Come on. That's cool. That's totally cool. Yeah. I would totally use this at the age of, I'm not going to tell you how old I am. At the young, at my age. Exactly. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you. All right, appreciate it. Awesome.
Bye-bye.
You too. All right, we're going to keep on going over here. That's for the kids, all right. There's some stuff over here for the adults, and let's be honest, how many of you watching snore, like you have sleep apnea? There's a lot of you, right? So what we have here is I stopped by Philip's booth, and they're showing off this combination of their Dream Family. It's a totally redesigned headset where, look, a lot of times with machines, it's covering this entire area. When you're trying to, turn and toss a night, you get dragged by the pipe. Look, it's all channeled here on the top, and they have this really small portable machine now. A lot of times they're a lot bigger. So they told me, right, you have your health insurance, you can get a prescription to get this set up, but it's a sleek solution when you're talking about people that are dealing with sleep apnea, like my brother, Jason Tom. Okay, let's keep on going here. I wanted to land in one last spot. I didn't even know we were going to play games with the toothbrush, but right, like oral care and like making smart toothbrushes, super popular here. We've got another setup here with the Sonicare toothbrush. It tells you, right, where you're brushing, how you're doing. Look, it's like one of the most popular booths here on the floor at CES 2017. So we just want to give you a little bit of flavor of what's here in Tech West. This is kind of more of the fitness and hygiene section, but there'll be plenty more. Just keep on sticking with us at CNET.com for more of everything CES 2017.
Welcome back to the CNET stage from CES 2017. I'm Ashley Esqueva. Invisible Shield recently released its Sapphire Unbreakable smartphone screen protector, and they announced yesterday they are offering $100 to anybody who buys one and then has the unfortunate accident of their iPhone screen breaking. It's a really nice offer, and we thought it would be fun to have them on to put it to the test with this hammer and Randy Hales from Invisible Shield. Hi.
Hi, Ashley. Thanks for having us.
Oh, thanks for coming on the show. So yesterday, Invisible Shield announced the guarantee plan with the Sapphire Defense screen protector. So let's talk a little bit about how this works, because, you know, is there somebody from Invisible Shield just waiting in the wings to hand you a $100 bill when you break your phone?
Oh, it's easier than that.
Okay.
You know, the whole idea, Ashley, is really to allow the consumer to live life fearlessly, right? You're out with your phone. We all drop our phones. It's inevitable.
Very true.
The program's fantastic. It's easily managed in that if you sign up, we send you a starter kit, a screen guarantee plan kit.
Okay.
Comes with the Sapphire Defense screen protector, which is brand new technology in the market.
You get a nice welcome box.
There you go. Comes with the case, as well as a screen protector. If you have an accident along the way, you break your screen, you can't be without your screen or your phone working for more than about 10 minutes, right?
Sure.
So you can go anywhere you want, have it repaired, take a picture of your phone with the screen protector on it, a picture of the receipt, we'll send you a $100 gift card.
Oh, okay. So that's pretty straightforward, and
Very
also
easy.
really helps for. I think a lot of people already have, protection plans for their phone, but there's a deductible, and I think that's something
Right.
people who have never broken their screens, which lucky you, they don't realize that as soon as you break your screens, oh, it's a $100 deductible, it's a $150 deductible. So
Right.
that pretty much covers most people's, $100 less deductible. It's great.
Yeah, the number one concern for all of us with smartphones is broken screen. We want to make sure we cover all the bases there.
Well, I want to make sure that you guys are not lying to me when you say that this thing is not going to get broken by an impact. And so we have some different types of screens. We have two different kinds of screens here. We have tempered glass.
This is just a traditional tempered glass screen protector, yep.
Oh, okay, there we go. So tempered glass, all right.
Yep.
And then we have
The Sapphire Defense.
Sapphire Defense,
Yep.
guys.
Yep.
Sapphire Defense. Looks the same. Looks similar.
Looks the
Can't
same.
tell the difference.
Yep.
All right. So I'm
you-
going to hit the tempered glass first.
You brave enough to do it?
I mean, it feels like these are enough safety glasses, so I guess I'll try.
I'll
okay.
step back.
Yes, everybody step back. There might get glass in your eyes. I'm sorry if that happens. We're not liable. Ooh, okay, wow, yep.
Exactly what you'd expect, right? It's going to shatter.
I didn't even hit it that hard.
You didn't hit it that hard. In fact, I'm going to have you hit the Sapphire Defense that hard, and then we'll keep going.
Okay.
And what you'll notice, instead of shattering, the Sapphire Defense combines the best of tempered glass and traditional screen protection. So it's scratch resistant, and then it's sapphire infused.
Excellent.
So you really get that extra protection.
Ooh,
so
I like having
have at
things
it.
sapphire infused. I want to have everything sapphire infused. Okay, let's try to hit this one. This is the Sapphire Defense. I'm going to hit it just as hard as I did the other one.
Oh, you can go harder than that.
Okay. There's a dent in
Don't
there,
break your desk.
but it's not shattered. Okay. Oh, wow. That's like, okay, one more. All right. I hit that pretty hard, and it's not shattered. It's dented. You can see the dents. But if you, I'm going to try to do it this way so you guys can kind of see. It's just dented. It's not actually shattered. Which is that is impressive stuff.
And Ashley, the best thing about it, the screen protector comes with a free lifetime replacement anyway. So if you drop it, it gets damaged, and you've got a little dent like that in it, call us up, we'll ship you a new one.
Oh, all right, cool. Well, you brought another demo.
We did.
So we're gonna have you come on up.
So, Brad Bell, our Vice President of Marketing.
Brad is gonna come up, and there's a tube involved. Let's figure out how this is gonna work.
So let me set the stage just a little bit, Ashley. So, we're seated at our desk. We drop the phone. That's not a very big fall, and we can represent that with a drop from here.
Here to here.
If we're standing up, we can represent that drop here. Or if we actually have our phone up like this, we're looking at something and we drop it.
Recording a concert.
There you go. There you go.
That's
Taking
up
a
high.
selfie.
All right. Yeah, taking a selfie. Oh, I got to take my selfies up high. That's up here.
Okay.
That's this one.
Well, we'll simulate each one of those. And do you want to put the ball in? You were good
sure.
with the hammer.
Okay. Let's just start with the basic seated drop. All right. So that's less than. I didn't even hit the hammer that hard. That was kind of boring.
Kind of boring.
All right. So this one is a standing drop. So this is your phone about here. All right, that's also not as, I didn't even hit it. I hit it harder with the hammer.
You did.
All right, so this one, shoulder drop.
Okay, let's go.
All right, we got a little, I see a little dent there. All right, and then now we'll do the selfie drop. That's what I'm gonna call it. Oh, that left a mark.
All right, now let's go all the way up.
So you guys can see this, I'll show you there's a slight denting there. You can sort of see the dents, but not that much. Okay, let's go all the way up.
Go all the way up. I don't even know what this represents. This is sitting on top of your van, you drive off.
This is a drone holding your phone.
There you go.
There you go,
Okay.
drone selfies with your phone. All right, oh, that definitely dented it. Okay, so that's this one right here. That's like the biggest dent you can make. So yeah, you can see the dents in there, but not shattered.
No,
not
and
shattered.
what happens, the technology actually in the Sapphire Defense takes that impact and dissipates it across the surface of the phone, protecting your screen. So you might get a little dent in your screen protector, your phone screen's intact.
Your screen's gonna be all right. All right, well, I think a lot of people need stuff like this. I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I've been walking around with my iPhone 7 Plus with nothing on it since I got it, and it makes me very nervous. but I think maybe something like this might be that nice balance between not having anything on my phone, because I love the way it feels.
Yep.
I like to hold the actual phone. I don't love having a big bulky case on it. So this might be a good solution, sort of that in between. But if you're, I mean, this is part of the system, right? This clear
case. It comes with a case because ultimately we want to protect the whole phone, not just the screen, and so you don't have to have it on for us to stand behind the guarantee program, but it's an extra benefit.
All right, so this is not just, you're not like where you have a case on this? No.
No.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you so much for coming on, showing us, letting us hammer your delightful screen protectors. As I said, that's the Sapphire Defense screen protection plan, and then you guys have the guarantee plan as well, which is great. Randy, thank you so much for coming on the show. That is Invisible Shield.
You're very welcome. Thanks for having us.
We really appreciate it.
Let's get one of those on your phone. You
Okay.
shouldn't be walking around
All right,
without
I think that's true, especially not at CES. There's a lot to drop. We are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, Brian Cooley and Scott Stein will be here to wrap up the opening day of CES with their incredibly expert analysis and commentary. So stay tuned.
This is Curry, and it wants to be your friendly home robot companion. It's the first product from Mayfield Robotics, a startup from Bosch. When I first heard about it, I thought it was going to be sort of like an Alexa taped to a robot vacuum. But what Curry tries to do, and where it tries to separate itself, is with personality. It looks at you, it smiles with its eyes, it has a number of different greetings that are called, wait for it, Romojis. Curry can follow you around, it can respond to voice commands, you can have it patrol your home and take pictures if there's anything out of the ordinary. If your dog's on the couch, Curry's gonna understand context, send you an alert, and you can use the speakers in Curry to yell at your dog. It also has a 4 microphone array, so it can hear you and know where you're talking from, and then look at you when you give a command. In an extra bit of coolness, Curry actually uses lasers to help it map your house, so it can know where rooms are and not run into objects on the way. Curry's all about the personality, all about the adorableness. It can also do podcasts, it can also sync up with IFT, so hopefully in the future you'll be able to do a lot of smart home functionality. I'm still hoping for some Alexa-like use here to help justify the $700 price tag. And it's gonna be out by December of 2017. By the time it launches, I'm hoping for a bit more smart home functionality and a few more voice commands. But for the time being, I can attest it's got the adorable part down.
What you've got here is a color-changing smart light from an Austrian startup called Luke Robert. It's called, fittingly enough, the Luke Robert Smart Light. And what's cool about it is that it offers color-changing light up above the light, and white natural tones down below. It's very bright with 3,000 lumens going down and 2,000 lumens going up. That's a lot more than you'll get from Philips Hue or LIFX, and that's because it's got more diodes inside. It's got 312 diodes that all emit light. A Philips Hue bulb's got like 25, so that's a very big uptick from what you'll get from a smart bulb. Now, the cool thing about this Android and iOS app is that you can actually paint the direction and the color of the light that you want in your room. So if you want red light to the left and blue light to the right, you can do that. You can do whatever you want, kind of play with it. Sort of a playful, fun product. And this was successfully crowdfunded and will be coming to the market in March. At that time, it'll be $700. I also asked the Luke Robert people about third-party integrations like Amazon Echo and HomeKit from Apple. They wouldn't tell me anything, but this is a Bluetooth product, so its options are a little bit limited. HomeKit might be a good fit, though, because you could connect it with an Apple TV. We'll know more when it arrives in a couple of months, but certainly something worth keeping an eye on if you're a fan of color-changing light.
With its line of ThinkPad X1 devices, Lenovo is going after professionals who are more likely to be huddled around a coffee table than all day at a desk. The ThinkPad X1 Carbon is the star of the lineup this year, with a 14-inch display that goes nearly edge to edge, allowing Lenovo to make its carbon fiber reinforced body the size of a typical 13-inch laptop. It weighs in at 2.5 pounds, is just more than a half an inch thick, but can be configured with a new Core i7 processor and can run for more than 15 hours. It's packed with wireless options, including super fast WiGig and 4G LTE-A, and with plenty of other connection options, including 2 Thunderbolt 3 ports, you're ready to connect to monitors, keyboards, or whatever else you need. And of course, security is important, so Lenovo includes a fingerprint reader and an IR camera for use with Windows Hello. It looks like an amazing little laptop, but if you need the flexibility of a hybrid, Lenovo updated the X1 Yoga 2, and it keeps the same awesome OLED display from last year, but adds much of what you'll find in the Carbon. However, you can flip it all the way around for use as a tablet, and it comes with an improved pen and a lay-flat keyboard. And if you'd rather have something that's more tablet than laptop, Lenovo updated the X1 tablet with the latest Intel processors and wireless features. The ThinkPad X1 Carbon will be available in February starting at $1,350, along with the X1 Yoga starting at $1,500. The ThinkPad X1 Tablet, starting at $950, follows in March.
You're looking at one of the coolest televisions I've ever seen. I've been going to CES for a long time. David Katzmeyer for CNET. This is LG's W7 OLED television. The W stands for Picture on Wall. That's right, this TV is so thin, hangs on the wall like a poster. You see it here on LG's demo wall. You can actually pull it away from the wall a little bit. It's slightly flexible. It's not designed for curved walls or anything, but that just gives you an idea of how thin it is. This is a 65-inch size here. It's actually 2.57 millimeters thin with this extra little bit of mounting material around it. It's 3.85 millimeters thin, and it weighs just 18 pounds for the 65-inch set. So how does anything connect? It's got this little ribbon cable running out of the bottom here, and that connects to this dedicated sound bar. The TV comes with this sound bar. The sound bar actually gives you Dolby Atmos surround sound, and LG says it sounds pretty good. It doesn't include any surround sound speakers or anything like that, but it should be a pretty good solution if you're not super intense about the sound. And you go around the back, and you can see this sound bar actually has all the connections on it and the power. So the TV itself doesn't have any connections on it, no HDMI slots or anything like that. It's just run directly from this soundbar up to the television. Of course, the cool thing about this, besides the design, is that it's OLED. LG's OLED TVs have the best picture quality we've ever tested. We expect this one to be superb. Now, LG hasn't told us how much this TV is going to cost. I expect it to be around 10 grand for the 65-inch size. Availability is pretty soon. They're actually going to show up in Best Buys in a couple of weeks, and they're going to be on sale to the general public starting early in March. That's a quick look at the W7 OLED TV from LG. I'm David Katzmeyer for CNET.
One really interesting prototype Lenovo had at CES 2017 was the Lenovo VR headset. Doesn't have an official name now, they're just calling it the VR headset. It's built on the Windows holographic platform, which is a Microsoft-endorsed platform for making less expensive VR headsets. This is also lighter than other VR headsets like the HTC Vive or the Oculus Rift, and in trying it out, this was a non-working prototype, I found it easier to put on. The front panel lifts up and out, and it works better with glasses. I have a hard time fitting my glasses behind, let's say, an Oculus Rift. But the big difference here is the Lenovo VR headset doesn't use external sensors or trackers like those other guys where you need to set up a lighthouse or a little camera. And this is an inside-out model. It's actually got 2 cameras built into the headset that look out and do all your positioning and room tracking for you. Now that allows for more augmented reality because the cameras on the headset can look out and present to you inside that view of what you're seeing and then put things on top of it, a little bit like Microsoft HoloLens, just in a more traditional VR setup. Now this guy should be out in the second half of 2017, and like a lot of the other proposed Windows holographic platform devices, it should be less expensive and cost around $400.
So here we have one of LG's Super UHD TVs new for 2017. Now this is not an OLED television, which LG is known for, that have the best picture quality on the market. This is a less expensive television that uses standard LCD technology, but LG's talking about some new improvements they've made this year. This is their best LCD TV for 2017. This is the SJ9500 series, a little different from its less expensive counterparts, mainly because it's really thin. If you look at it from the side here, you can see almost OLED in thickness, but of course it bulges down at the bottom for all the electronics and connections you need. So in terms of picture quality, LG says it's improved the black levels on this set to be less reflective and improve the contrast when you're watching in a brighter room. It also says off-angle video quality has improved a little bit, and it's got the color a little bit better. So in the past, we've not found LCD TVs from LG to perform that well. Those improvements might change that this year. LG also says these sets can work with 4 HDR formats. That's Dolby Vision and HDR10 like last year, but this year they've added Technicolor and a new format called HLG. Neither of the last 2 have any content out right now, but the idea is to add those extra improvements for getting future compatibility when more HDR format does come out. Of course, these sets are 4K resolution, and you can see styling-wise, they have this pretty slick little stand here. It's very curved looking. Of course, the TVs themselves are completely flat. This is the most expensive. There's also a couple in the Super UHD line that have a little bit less in terms of features and a little bit less styling, but again, they have a lot of those picture quality improvements. That's a quick look at LG's Super UHD line of LCD, not OLED TVs at CES 2017. I'm David Katzmeyer for CNET.
If you've never used a laptop with a 360-degree screen, then you've never lived. Okay, that's admittedly going a little far, but the point is that this handy design, with its thick hinges, 4 configurations, and touchscreen, makes for some pretty flexible computing. Added to HP's lineup are 2 new 360-degree convertible laptops, the 15-inch Spectre X360 and the EliteBook X360, the latter of which you're more likely to have as a work computer. The Spectre is a little thinner and lighter than past models, just shy of 4.5 pounds. It has that nice wide trackpad we've come to expect from HP, lots of ports, including one with Thunderbolt support, and Windows Hello to unlock the laptop with your eyes. There's also up to 1 terabyte of storage on the Spectre's SSD and up to 15 hours of battery life. Now, the more business-focused EliteBook shares a lot of the same Surface features, but it also has a fingerprint scanner for extra security, an HDMI port, and tools to make conference calls and phone calls simpler. The EliteBook is a USB-C laptop that has a 13.3-inch display and comes bundled with HP's Active Pen for countries like the US. Look for the new Spectre to go on sale February 26th and the EliteBook X360 to ship at the end of January.
There are companies now, like Fove, that are releasing the first ever eye-tracking VR headsets that you could buy and take home. Why use eye tracking? Well, it can do several things. By tracking your pupil motions, Fove can know where you're looking and know to only focus on making the graphics look great in that zone. Also being able to focus and hone in on certain objects, much like your eye does, which means you can actually control or shoot little things like these little drones in the sky. There are 6 infrared emitters per eye that form a ring, 1 infrared camera in each eye. That's how it tracks what you're doing. Fove supports Steam VR, but it doesn't work with all glasses wearers, including me. It was a tight fit on my head, but it's not designed for the average consumer. It could be used for people like marketers to look around and check out what things are more interesting in a store, or doctors to notice where you're looking and how your eyes are moving to potentially diagnose diseases. Fove admits that this is really for developers and those who want to explore what to do with it. Fove is available now, and it's a sign of VR to come.
The Honor Magic is a beautiful phone with some clever built-in settings that go a step further than other phones to anticipate your needs. I got a quick look at the device, which is already on sale in China and should come to countries like the US soon. It's made of metal and has a curved front and back. There are also 2 cameras on the rear that sense depth in addition to all the usual photo filters. And there's a single home button on the front that doubles as a fingerprint sensor. But what's really special about this phone is all under the hood. Huawei says that it's using AI on top of Android software so it can sense who you are and what you want. For example, if the room is dark or if you put your finger over the light sensor like I did, then you'll see an option to turn on the flashlight from the lock screen. You can also set up smart notifications so that the phone shows your alerts only after it's scanned your face to make sure that you are really you and not your nosy neighbor. There are also tons of other settings for your upcoming flights, detailed taxi information, and streaming music. Some of these tools feel a lot like what Google Now already offers, but others are new. I didn't get enough time with the Honor Magic to test out all of its claims, but it is one of the more exciting phones that I'll be keeping an eye on in 2017.
The Smart Beings Woohoo does so very many things. I thought at first it was like an Amazon Echo, but a rep compared it to an Echo plus a smart home hub, and it's got a 7-inch touchscreen running Android. The hub has Zigbee, Z-Wave, Bluetooth. It backs all of that up with a cellular SIM card, and if your power goes out, it even has backup battery life in case your power goes out. As a security cam, of course, it has facial detection, and it spins a full 360 degrees. It has motion detection and facial recognition. Just like the Amazon Echo, it'll respond to voice commands, and you'll be able to control smart home devices. So like I said, it does quite a lot, but I'm a little bit worried it's going to be a jack of all trades and a master of none. Right now, it's just a prototype, but it's not that expensive. Right now, you can pre-order it on Kickstarter for $50, though there will be a monthly fee for all those services. So if it can master even a couple of those functions, it could be well worth it.
Okay, welcome to the CNET stage here at CES 2017. This is CES In-Depth on day 1 of the show. This is the formal opening of the day. I'm Brian Cooley, Dr. Scott Stein here as usual to monitor my condition in case there are any health emergencies. He's ready to jump in the breach and make sure the show continues on.
Yeah.
Don't worry, PhD comes next year. We're here to talk about the biggest trends at the show so far. That's what you'd imagine from a Best of CES show. Now, first up, Scott, we're going to talk about adorable robots like Curie. There's been a whole rise of little robots here that I, until this show, thought were the stupidest thing on earth. And then I got a look at Curie, and I'm smitten.
It is adorable. And that's what they're trying to do.
That's all they're trying to do.
Damn it, they're trying to win us over.
And they
Artificial
are.
intelligence. Yeah, that is a trend. Adorable robots. Padded robots, cute robots, oogly, cuddly, beeping robots. And Curie is a surveillance robot. This should creep us out, right? But
yeah,
it is actually really cute. It's engaging, and that's the great victory here. We were talking about this yesterday, computer vision.
artificial intelligence, those have been advancing really rapidly.
Yeah.
And so these robots move in the same way as before, but they're doing much more powerful
so
things.
much more smart and intuitive because of that, like you said, the democratization of machine learning and computer vision, and the fact that they are going first at the adorability factor, which sounds ridiculous, but I think it is absolutely the way you sell not just the category, but your specific entry in it, because I believe the functions of these robots will all be commodity. They'll all do about the same thing, just like our phones, just like our televisions, just like everything else. But who's going to win in the end is the one that and this is crazy to say, the one that I have a relationship with.
And there's a stealth thing going on here. We use Amazon Echo, we talk to things, but they're hitting a wall. So maybe things like this are exploring how those devices will start engaging next.
Yeah.
They might start developing ways to try to get our attention, feel like they're responding to us more, so we don't feel like we hit that, oh, I don't understand you, I can't respond to that query. Happens to me all the time on any voice device.
What's interesting about Curie, though, people look at this, and we're talking about Echo and Alexa and all that, is Curie doesn't talk. Curie can hear you, but Curie only communicates with facial expressions, head turns, and little R2-D2-like beeps and blurps.
Yeah, I want that head sitting on top of an Amazon Echo. I want like the little robot head, so if it doesn't know, it can turn its head to the side.
I do want the power of Alexa in this thing. It'll probably be announced any day now, right? I mean, if not, they're insane.
It's out there.
But I don't, you and I were talking yesterday, I'm not sure I want it to try too hard to be specifically human, and maybe really good voice, and I can't believe I'm saying this, maybe really good voice is a bridge too far, that it'll lose its specialness, because in a year from now, everything's going to be talking to us in natural language. That's going to go commodity too.
Right, and it makes sense for some things not to talk, because if you have one thing you're talking to in your home, we already probably have this now in our homes, you talk to something and then more than one thing responds.
Right,
and then
that day's coming.
Yeah, and it's like already kind of happening, and so you can't have that, and one company's not going to win your home unless you become like, I mean, I don't think so. I think you'll still have some device that doesn't connect, so you got to have some be silent and be responsive in other ways.
Right.
It's like kids in a household.
Believe me, you think we're nuts. I don't blame you, but when you get a chance to check this little robot out, I think it's the leader in the category. It's $699. Mayfield Robotics is bringing it out. They're taking pre-orders now. You do a $100 deposit, like a very affordable Tesla, and they don't deliver until a year from now. Which, if it slips, we're into 18. So this is down the road a ways. But I got to say, I was taken, and I don't like robots. So this impressed me.
This is the CES of the robot.
Right. This is
what it is.
We'll look back years from now, sitting there having a cool, refreshing cocktail and a smoke when
served to us by robots.
Served by robots, and say, remember 17? That damn robot year.
And we'll be taking it to a robot. Do you remember that? I do not remember that.
No.
I'm smiling.
Or
a cute robot.
in Curie language. Boop, 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 boop.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Curie was cute. Cute as a button. LG OLED W, you're as in love with this thing as I am, right?
Yeah, and I actually went and I checked it out. And it's amazing. I took a picture of it. People couldn't believe how thin it was. And it just shows TVs can be damn cool still. And, sure, do you need a thin TV? Do you need a big TV like that that's that thin? But it is amazing to look at.
I need a thin TV more than I need a 140-inch TV, which we normally see here. I don't think I heard anybody roll out a TV that is the new world's biggest. No one.
No.
For the first time in, I think, 10 years, I have not heard that here. Instead, I saw world's thinnest, and that makes so much more sense to me than a TV that I literally can't get through a standard 8-foot door in an average home.
I love the idea of applying it like wallpaper, or if you could eventually just put these up easily. That's the other thing, is mounting them easily.
18 pounds is nothing
and then
for a big
you don't
TV.
need to hire someone.
And as we notice, we're looking at the video now, it has a sound bar that is more than a sound bar, that is also the breakout box, if you will, where a thin, flat ribbon comes off this very thin, 1/10 of an inch screen, goes to that sound bar, and on the sound bar you see right there are all your ports for HDMI, USB, your audio connections, and power as well. So the power goes up through a flat ribbon. Nothing spoils the illusion of floating, except for a very flat ribbon cable that maybe you're going to run it if you want to be ambitious, or just put that thing down with some double sticky tape and paint it. I'm sure that's sacrilege in LG world. That's what I would do. I got a roller. I'll paint that damn thing.
Yeah,
put some Scotch
matte.
double stick behind it. I'm done.
Why isn't there more wire hiding paint? Special
really
textured,
thick. Really thick.
stucco. The return
It's
of the,
right. It's like putty. Just put it on like that.
I don't know how to do it.
Okay, now you got to explain this one to me. The Razer laptop that came out that supports multiple high-performance monitors. I get it, but I don't get it.
Right, it's the classic CES laptop. This is the computer, those concept ones that keep appearing, and it's the most absurd or the coolest thing you've seen.
We're looking at it now. There it is.
Razer loves doing this. Razer is the king of CES showstopper ideas.
Now my question, this is a single 3-panel articulated monitor, not 3 monitors all stuck, standing on their own stands.
So they pull out.
Okay, it's a makeup mirror.
Yeah,
Got it.
Pull out, make your own crazy makeup mirror
fold it.
of magic screens.
Okay.
And there was a laptop in the past that did something like this with a second display, but not this big. And you know, Dan Ackerman showing this right now. There are games that take advantage of multiple monitors, tons of them.
Yeah.
And you know, you have immersive VR headsets. There are reasons to connect monitors and screens. You don't need them all in one laptop, though. You could set them up yourself.
I way more get it now that I'm seeing the packaging. This is a great industrial design exercise where these all unfold from a thick lid and go out. I thought it was just 3 monitors that kind of were all cabling individually to a laptop.
No,
I thought you were out of your mind.
No, and at the right price, a lot of people would go for that.
That's very slick industrial design.
It's cool, and if you start developing screens that bend more in the future, maybe a future screen tech would start going places.
And then curved screens make sense, because curved screens don't make sense for groups, they don't make sense for the family TV, but they do make sense for the individual user who's positioned properly for immersion at just the right arm's length. And now, you have to wonder if that competes with VR. It's not as immersive, but close.
Yeah, I agree. And I think for gamers, there's a real question of if your game looks really great at high resolution, do you want to put something on in VR that right now is a lower resolution, but higher immersion? And a lot of people don't like that, and the interfaces are different. You know, a lot of first-person games don't port the same way.
Of course.
So you may want to, I agree, a lot of people might prefer to add the monitors.
Okay, that's cool. I do get it now. Thought I was losing my step there for a minute.
Crazy monitor resolution.
Now, VR and AR, of course, still advancing here at CES. Not a new topic by any stretch, but Intel tried to kind of make things go and kind of kick it a little bit with a 3D video walkthrough demo of a core technology that they've got. You've gotten a look at this, right?
This I haven't seen yet.
Okay, we have a video, I think,
all
of
the
that.
lucky people at the press conference did yesterday.
This was the press conference where the media that attended actually had VR headsets on as Intel showed off what is I guess what you'd call it is a highly movable placement of you in the scene. You can go anywhere at any time.
Yeah, this is a knitting together of a video into a 3D, I think they were calling it a volumetric kind of render. It was tremendously high bandwidth. You're not going to be able to create this at home.
3 gigabits per second data rate.
Yeah, crazy amount. But the idea is that you could walk around in a 3D video or feel like that.
Yeah.
I mean, the effect is somewhere between, you know, it looks like somewhere between like video game and video, but feeling like a real video. But you can see there it kind of has a little bit of a Skyrim feel, you know, like it's a video, or it's Witcher 4.
So I'll say this kind of thing is, if you're going to do VR, that's really the gold standard we have to work toward, is giving me the ability not to be fixed in place, not to hop between selectable locations. I need to be able to move through this thing as if it's in the world.
Yeah. And for capturing, I mean, the fantasy of capturing your memories or some sort of place you've been and be able to walk around in it later.
Yeah.
Sure, and I think everyone's trying to strive to come up with a new idea in VR. All the big players in VR, a lot of them are taking the show off. Oculus Rift, PlayStation VR.
VR's run into a use case wall. The hardware and the technologies there, the use cases, despite a lot of good minds in various communities, haven't found that, I don't think yet, they haven't found their Pokemon.
Well, and everyone I know, not everyone I know, a lot of people I know who use VR, myself included, despite how amazed they are by it, even if they own it, don't return to it quite as often as they think. Because it's a huge commitment.
Yeah.
And you got to overcome that. Maybe it's smaller devices. And you have Qualcomm, Intel, and other players in the market now all wanting to get involved too. And you can see a lot of people throwing things against a wall, trying to, and then incorporating augmented reality, which is even more not there yet.
And that's our mixed reality conversation, where we're seeing a lot of players say, wait a minute, let's give you some of the very photorealistic imported objects and people that we bring in from the VR world, but you're still seeing them placed in your real world, and as you turn your head, they don't move, because they're placed in the scene, not placed in your vision, which is a very important psychological difference.
And then if you want to really get tripped out by it, there's another way it works. Merged reality or mixed reality, Intel calls it merged. There's another way it does it. Project Alloy and a couple of others capture stuff in the real world, scan it, and then put it into VR. That's called mixed reality too. But it doesn't look like things are in the real world. It does the opposite. So you're in VR, but it also knows where your table is, or your friend is in there. And why do you use that? Well, that's what people are trying to figure out.
And they wonder why consumers are bewildered by AR and VR. And now we're going to introduce them to mixed reality.
There's a lot of time that they need to work this out.
All right, let's go to the vomitorium, as I call it. Some companies showing off VR are doing it, saying, hey, come stand here, put on our VR headset, we're going to blow you away, and they typically do. But Samsung went to the point of putting you in any number of almost like Victorian torture devices, and then strapping on VR. Here's BT. Is this BT in there? Yeah.
Close my eyes for a second. We're holding on tight. We're chilling. We're chilling. 2. We're going to launch. Okay. All right. Here we go. We're going down this track. We're going to launch, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in space right now. Oh, this is tight. There's large ships that are kind of like Star Destroyers. And we got some, oh, dude. Oh, okay. We're going through these like little tunnel targets. Ah, no, okay. More tunnels, more spaceships. Okay, we're doing these twisty things. Uh-oh, this is some blue tunnel. Ah, damn. Ah! Hyperspace. Oh! Okay. There's like asteroids and more spaceships and air's blowing in my face. I haven't wet myself yet. I'm still holding on to my lunch. Oh! Oh. Okay, now I'm going through these like crystals. Oh, I'm getting rocked. Stay on target, stay on target, stay on. Great shot, red 1.
So, clearly.
More tunnels, more spaceships.
Stay on target, stay on target.
I got to try that out now.
Famous last words. Boom.
If you can't win people over with VR, make them
If that
sick.
doesn't do it,
yeah,
forget it. Forget it. That's it. They put everything they could behind it. Anyway, nothing new in the technology, but something you may have never seen in terms of the lengths that technology companies will go to put you through an experience here and sell the concept.
There's a little thing going on here that I think it's hinting at too. Exactly, no new tech, it's Gear VR, but they're striving for a theme park type experience. Probably no accident because you don't have to buy the tech necessarily, and you only use it for a short period of time. And you can sense there's a theme parkization feeling of arcade, theme park, test it, don't buy it. And so I think companies are actually trying to figure that out.
And that maps to the thing we were just talking about. A lot of people even own VR early on they basically sample it. There's not a frequent use case.
Yeah.
And so they may be the first ones that discover, you know what, this belongs like, I think, 3D printers in the hands of vendors and service companies, not in every kitchen counter in the world.
I'm glad Samsung wasn't trying to sell us in a giant gyroscopic spinner for our living room. No. Family hub gyroscope.
That would be.
That we would
go
for a ride in.
Yeah, dead serious. No tongue in cheek. It's like, absolutely, every home should have this.
2018.
Why wouldn't you want this?
Yeah, it's coming. Alexa powered.
Oh yeah, of course. All right, I think we wrap up now with a concept car, a little automotive here from Bosch, a big supplier of tech to many of the world's automakers, that has haptic touch, gestures. That's not all entirely new, but also facial recognition, your phone as a key. They kind of took all the greatest hits of what's coming soon in cars and rolled it into one concept of how we might deal with vehicles in the future. So here it is. I mean, we're clearly looking at a concept car. Nothing about this is remotely realistic. But if you look at the idea of haptic, facial recognition, also voice recognition is being talked about in the industry. A lot of this, frankly, is almost, and this is Toyota's concept, it has something similar called UE. Car companies right now are trying to figure out, we need to have a new relationship between you and the car as they start to become autonomous. We're not going to just leave you to twiddle your thumbs. We still want to be engaged with you as a brand, even though we're not doing so by making you drive. But we still want to be involved with you. Otherwise, why are we doing this? They don't really care about autonomy unless it leads to them having a more and different relationship with the driver. Because they're in this to sell cars or services or something, not to give you a self-driving car and say, go do what you want with it.
Yeah, it's finding ways to make it work, to make it, I keep thinking about what Toyota was talking about making, engaging with the driver and developing a relationship that makes sense, responsiveness.
Yeah, and a lot of that was about that, was it decrement of vigilance they talked about?
That's a great phrase.
I
like that.
He said it was a seminal study in the 40s. Gil Pratt said that they noticed that radar operators on warships back in World War II, no matter how intrigued they were about making sure that they didn't have an attack coming, you eventually lose interest. Your mind wanders. You may be staring at the radar still, and you stop seeing things because your eyes are bored, I guess is the simple way to put it. So car makers and Bosch here, Toyota as well, are starting to talk about how do we get cars to have a I guess, a holding on loosely relationship with you. They're not totally going to have your attention because they're going to let you stop driving, still moving down the road, but they want to keep you vaguely and lightly engaged, like a little tap once in a while to say, hey, remember, we're still doing this together.
I just had a thought that goes back to the beginning. What if we go full circle? What if could those cute robots end up in our cars?
I want Curie to drive me out of here right now.
Yeah, like an adorable car interface.
Right.
Let's go. Let's go in our cute cars.
And Curie, and then the greatest heartbreaker of all time when you realize that Curie knows the F word when she has her first road rage moment. It's like, come on, Curie. I thought you were a darling little thing. All right, that's it for CES In-Depth for this first day of CES 2017. Myself, Scott Stein, we're back here. I think both of us are back here tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're back on the deck
time.
tomorrow. Same bat time in Chandler and all that. And that'll be tomorrow. And we'll see you when programming starts again at the CNET stage at 9 a.m. Pacific tomorrow. Until then, enjoy the show if you're still here. Have a good evening. We'll see you again tomorrow on CNET.